Chapter 449. 3 days later, the Wine Sword Immortal entrusted a Tao integration stage courier to the Purple Heaven sect. He sent 2 supplementary materials from the ancient Tao origin world to the Fourth Heaven Purple Mystic planet where Jiangxi was. One was a drop of water surrounded by starlight, while the other was a wisp of white flame. After receiving the materials, Jiangxi immediately contacted the Purple Heaven Sect's artifact refining hall and handed over the matter of upgrading Scarlet Heaven Sword to them. He didn't know how to refine artifacts at all, so it was better to let the professionals do the work. As a Fourth Heaven Core disciple, he had the authority to ask the artifact refining hall to refine and upgrade artifacts for him for free. Of course, it was only free of labor fees, and he still had to pay for the materials himself. My luck is so bad. At least upgrade me to a supreme grade immortal artifact, right? Jiangxi stroked his chin and put this matter aside in the blink of an eye, continuing to study the various cultivation missions. He wanted to make sufficient preparations before doing the missions. According to his plan, he would use up all 10 cultivation missions in the next 100 years. At the same time, he would try his best to find the opportunities in each mission. Of course, he also knew that opportunities couldn't be forced. He wouldn't throw his life away for opportunities. The example and lesson of Lone Star were still vivid in his mind. Another month passed. Fourth Heaven, Purple Mystic Planet. A short and stocky youth with heavy dark circles respectfully handed the upgraded Scarlet Heaven Sword to Jiangxi. Senior brother Jiangxi. Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. This time, our artifact refining hall's master Huisun personally did it. He used the materials provided by senior brother to refine Scarlet Heaven Sword. The short and stocky youth's eyes were burning with passion. He was a Tao integration stage disciple of the artifact refining hall and was a special talent in refining artifacts. However, he didn't have the ability to refine immortal artifacts. Master Huisun, who had personally upgraded Scarlet Heaven Sword, was a tribulation transcendent cultivator, and his artifact refining skills were very high. Jiangxi had also heard of this master. Of course, this wasn't the main point. His eyes were completely attracted to the new Scarlet Heaven Sword. The Scarlet Sword emitted an indescribable aura, faintly giving off a feeling that it was in harmony with space. He scanned Scarlet Heaven Sword with his spiritual sense and immediately laughed. His luck was really bad. A supreme grade immortal artifact. In this way, his strength rose another 2 levels. The strength of a cultivator was a combination of cultivation, Tao arts, secret techniques, magic treasures, and so on. Among them, magic treasures took up a very important part. My strength has greatly increased. I can now focus on my quests. Jiangxi was filled with pride. He did not drag his feet and began to accept cultivation missions on the same day. Let's start with the dangerous missions. Based on the principle of proximity, priority was given to missions in the Fourth Heaven, followed by missions in the First Heaven to the Third Heaven. After his strength had greatly increased, his efficiency in completing missions had also increased. In just 11 years, Jiangxi had completed 7 dangerous missions. Among them, he found hidden opportunities in 3 of the cultivation missions. There were many kinds of fortunate encounters in the cultivation quests. Not only were there martial arts and secret techniques, there were also all kinds of treasures. He had obtained a celestial golden stone, a daybreak flower, and 1,000 stars grass from the 3 quests. The celestial gold stone was a refining material that was worth 800,000 points. The daybreak flower was a spiritual item that could increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation. It was worth 2 million points. The 1,000 stars grass was a kind of strange plant life that was worth at least 1 million points. If he was willing to spend money to cultivate it, the mature form strength could reach the peak of the Tao integration stage. On top of that, the 7 dangerous level missions also gave him 140,000 points. All in all, it could be said that the harvest was huge. This was the benefit of discovering the hidden opportunities in the cultivation quests. Looking for opportunities with a purpose was much more likely than a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Of course, he had also encountered many dangers during this period. If not for his strong enough body and the supreme-grade immortal artifact Red Cloud Sword, it would have been difficult for him to escape those dangerous situations in the quests. After completing the Dangerous Mode quest, Riverward only had 3 chances left to complete the Hell Mode quest. Hidden God World, Wu Mountain's Secret Realm, Flame Sea Star. These were the 3 that he had carefully selected from the 38 Hell missions in the Cultivation Center. Among them, Hidden God World was ranked first in difficulty. Just the mission reward alone had reached the highest, 1 million points. Jiang Ci planned to start from Flame Sea Star. The mission requirement was to collect 10 Flame Sea Fruits, and the reward was 500,000 points. After doing so many quests, he had also concluded a pattern. The more difficult the quests, the simpler the requirements. Most of them were survival trials, collection of items, and the like. The less difficult quests were all about how many living beings to kill, what strongholds to destroy, and a lot of fighting. The reason was obvious. In the dangerous environment of a Hell mission, if he dared to cause a big commotion, he would be courting death. Flame Sea Star's terrain was in a state of 2 extremes. Half of it was a fiery world, and the other half was an oceanic world. Following that, Jiangxi used 5 years to collect 10 blazing astral fruits. Then, he began to lurk on this planet, traveling in various dangerous places, looking for the hidden opportunities in this quest. Until one day, a sudden message interrupted his search. Jiang Ci first found a safe place before answering the message. The message phantom that appeared in front of him was his sworn sister, Li Baibai. Third brother, something big happened. Li Baibai's tone was a little anxious. Jiang Ci's expression changed. Something big? Something wrong with Earth? Or what? But he still kept calm and said, "Don't worry, tell me slowly." As their strength increased, the leading position of the 3 sworn siblings also changed. Now, most of the time, it was Jiang Ci who made the decisions. Something happened to Big Brother. Big Brother? Jiang Ci's expression became serious. With Big Brother Xian Tian's personality, although he was sometimes unreliable, he would never cause trouble. For the past 200 years, Big Brother has been studying under the Zhongyun sect's Dao integration ancestor, Wei Sheng, and has been concentrating on Sword Dao. You know this, Li Baibai said. Jiang Ci nodded. 200 years ago, after the 9 Zones Genius Battle, Xian Tian became a disciple of the Zhongyun sect. It happened 20 years ago. Senior Wei Sheng took Big Brother to visit an old friend. In the end, during this visit, Big Brother and a young lady from the other party's family fell in love. Li Baibai continued to say, "That's right. That's the kind of love you have." You also know that Big Brother's wife passed away during the first Spirit Qi revival era on Earth. He hasn't remarried for so many years, she added. Jiang Ci, could this be considered a big deal? But then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Big Brother Xian Tian's state of mind cultivation had reached the 2nd level long ago. It could be said that his state of mind was firm, and he had seen through many things. A lady who could make him fall in love was harder to find than finding a needle in a sea of stars. In that case, it was indeed a big deal. Chapter 450. As Jiang Ci saw it, Xian Tian finding someone to love was a big deal, but it was also a good thing. Li Baibai smiled bitterly. Of course it's a good thing if nothing unexpected happens. However, the other party's clan didn't agree and forcibly separated you and that girl. Didn't agree? Even with Wei Sheng's connections, they wouldn't give them face? Jiang Ci was quite surprised. They're from an immortal Dao clan. Li Baibai sighed. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. An immortal Dao clan? Immortals naturally existed if they had the words Immortal Dao in their name. If that was the case, then Wei Sheng's reputation was indeed lacking. But even so, they shouldn't have forcibly separated them, right? This was too melodramatic. Big Brother is a genius. After all, what they did was completely unreasonable. Could it be that someone with a powerful background took a liking to that girl? Jiang Ci asked. This was how most melodramatic storylines developed. A third party or a rich man would step in and bully others. I'm not sure. Through my connections in the Flowing Time Hall, I only heard that their immortal Tao patriarch personally gave the order. Li Bai shook her head. She was cultivating in the Flowing Time Hall of the Tao Alliance's Flowing Time Hall. Although she only had a single Tao patriarch, given the Tao Alliance's background in the Heavenly Court, she was indeed able to find some information. Tell me about the other party's clan, Jiang Xi said with a solemn expression. He was sworn siblings with Xian Tian and Li Bai. After so many years, their relationship had long since become like that of family. Since his big brother was in trouble, he naturally had to help. I don't know which clan it is either. Big brother just casually mentioned it to me. When I asked him about it, he refused to say anything. However, I know that he's been troubled by this matter. Li Bai was a bit helpless. I'll ask Big Brother. Jiang Xi immediately said. A short while later, Xian Tian's transmission image appeared in front of the two of them. When he saw Jiang Xi and Li Bai's expressions, he knew what was going on. Third brother knows as well? Xian Tian asked. Big brother, are you sure you like that girl? Jiang Xi asked. It's from the bottom of my heart. Xian Tian nodded and didn't hide anything with his mental state and cultivation. He was able to see through things very clearly. Now that Big Brother has mentioned it, I really want to see what kind of girl can move Big Brother's heart. Jiang Xi laughed. Xian Tian smiled bitterly. Is there a lot of trouble? Riverward stopped joking. It's not easy. Xian Tian frowned, his voice filled with worry. Give me the information of the other party's family. Leave this matter to me, Jiang Xi said immediately. It's the Shuang family, an immortal family in the Kanglan Star region. That girl's name is Shuang Long. Xian Tian did not decline. With the relationship between the three of them, there was no need for formalities. Moreover, he knew Jiang Xi's identity. The problem that he and Li Bai found troublesome would be much easier for Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded and used his authority as a fourth Heavenly Layer disciple to search the Heavenly Eye network for keywords. Kanglan Star Region's Shuang family, Shuang Long. Soon, the results came out. With a heritage of more than 600,000 years, it's indeed an ancient, immortal family, Jiang Xi said. Xian Tian and Li Bai looked at each other and felt the pressure. With such a long heritage, it meant that this family definitely had more than one tribulation transcender. The lifespan of a ninth tribulation transcender was only 100,000 years. Don't worry, although the Shuang family has a long heritage, it has never produced a particularly powerful immortal. At present, it only has a third tribulation transcender ancestor, Immortal Shuang Cheng, Jiang Xi said with a smile. A third tribulation transcender, Xian Tian sighed. It was still in existence they couldn't compete with. Big brother, what you should really pay attention to is Shuang Long's identity. According to the information I found, she's a core disciple of the Guanghan sect, just like my status in the Purple Heaven sect, Jiang Xi suddenly said with a serious expression. Xian Tian's expression changed greatly. It was obvious that Shuang Long hadn't told him this. No wonder. I always felt that she was hiding something from me. Xian Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Tao Alliance had 9 major starfields, and the 3 sects and 6 sects each controlled a starfield. The Guanghan sect controlled the Guanghan territory. To be able to become a core disciple of one of the 9 major immortal sects, one had to be a top genius of the human race. Xian Tian also understood that Shuang Long didn't tell him this because she was worried that he would have other thoughts due to the difference in status. It wasn't that he was overthinking. With his mental state, he could see the truth behind the lies. Third brother, is there a way to get the Shuang family to agree to let Shuang Long and me be together? Xian Tian stared into Jiang Xi's eyes. There is a way. Jiang Xi smiled. Thanks. Xian Tian laughed. After ending the transmission, Jiang Xi was still hiding in a deserted place on the Flame Sea planet. He used his spiritual sense to monitor the area within a radius of 30,000 kilometers to ensure his safety. Then he fell into deep thought. He definitely had to help his big brother, Xian Tian. For so many years, especially when he was on Earth, it was Xian Tian who had helped him. Later, even after he entered the galaxy, Xin Tian had helped him a lot, such as in mental cultivation. Without Xin Tian's help, he wouldn't have been able to reach the second level of mental state so quickly. However, although he had promised his big brother that he had a way, he still had to make a choice. The Shuang family's ancestor, immortal Shuang Cheng, is only a third tribulation transcender. In terms of status, he's inferior to me. If I send a message to him now and tell him about this, he should give me face. The blue planet belonged to the Zixiao domain, so it was naturally under the jurisdiction of the Purple Heaven sect. To a certain extent, immortal Shuang Cheng also had to listen to the orders of the Purple Heaven sect. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi shook his head, ignoring the arrogance of an immortal Dao expert. He was a nascent soul cultivator. Even if his talent was outstanding, he could die at any time before he became an immortal. Immortal Shuang Cheng was a third tribulation transcender. His talent might not be as good as his, but he definitely had his pride. If he went to see immortal Shuang Cheng directly, the other party would treat him politely, but the real problem would be difficult to solve. Or I could ask my master, the Wine Sword Immortal, for help. With my master's strength, immortal Shuang Cheng definitely wouldn't dare to have any objections. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi still shook his head. He didn't want to ask his master for help whenever he was in trouble. There's another way. The Zixiao domain has 400 star zones, and the Purple Heaven sect has a branch in each of them. According to the Purple Heaven sect's training route, once a core disciple reaches the nascent soul stage, they will be sent to the various branches of the Zixiao domain to temper themselves. With my status as a fourth tribulation disciple, after reaching the nascent soul stage, I can choose to be sent back to the Blue Star Zone branch. Moreover, I will occupy one of the highest positions in the Blue Star Zone branch, becoming the spokesperson of the Purple Heaven sect in the Blue Star Zone. At that time, the immortal Dao sects and ancient families of the Blue Star Zone will have to give face to the Purple Heaven sect, even if they don't give me face. Chapter 451. After some consideration, Jiang Xi leaned toward the last method. A fourth heavenly layer core disciple had a status comparable to a fourth tribulation transcender. Since they were sent out to temper themselves, they would naturally be given the highest position. After he became a higher-up of the Purple Heaven sect, he would be able to wield real power. Compared to the status of a normal disciple, he would have more authority to speak. It would be much easier to discuss matters with immortal Frost Chung, but there is still a problem. I've already found some clues about the fortuitous opportunity on Flame Sea Planet. I'll be able to figure it out in 2 years at most. Once I choose to break through, I'll have to give up. Not only that, the other 2 hell-level missions, Hidden God World and Wu Mountain Mystic Realm, must contain even greater fortuitous opportunities. Choose. Suddenly, Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly, and he even broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled Lone Star's sudden death during a hell-level mission. He had been possessed. He had been blinded by temptation. The previous few danger-level missions had brought him huge gains, causing him to fall into a vortex of greed. Thus, even though he had already completed the mission on Flame Sea Planet, he was still obsessed with finding the fortuitous opportunities here. I still seem to be cautious, but my subconscious has already been influenced by greed. I've encountered so many dangers, and if not for my super strong body and top-grade immortal equipment, I would have died long ago. Everyone will be unlucky. If I encounter an existence that can kill me with one slap, I can only wait for death no matter how strong my body is. Lone Star was stronger than him, right? He could kill him with 3 slashes, but he still died during a hell-level mission. Jiang Xi's expression changed, and he finally let out a long breath. Let's stop here. He had already obtained enough. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Jiang Xi sent a message to his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. Master, disciple, what's the matter? The Wine Sword Immortal still had an unrestrained appearance, drinking wine with his lapel open. Master, I feel that I can condense a primordial soul now, Jiang Xi said so fast. The Wine Sword Immortal was surprised. He remembered that Jiang Xi had only cultivated for 100 years, and he could already break through to the primordial soul stage. 30 years in the ancient Tao origin world was equivalent to 108 years in the origin universe. So, I want to ask Master, should I break through or continue to stay in the nascent soul stage to build my foundation? Jiang Xi asked with a frown. Although he had already made his decision, he still wanted to hear his master's opinion. What are you hesitating for? If it's time to break through, then break through. He was born to stay in the nascent soul stage all the time. Even if he stayed in the nascent soul stage for thousands of years, he would still be competing with those juniors. After reaching the primordial soul stage, he would have to compete with other primordial soul stage core disciples. The stronger the opponent, the faster your improvement will be. Winesword Immortal laughed loudly. Competition, stronger opponents. Jiang Xi also laughed. The real competition comes later. When you reach the Tao integration stage, you have to transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. That's when the competition is the most intense. At that time, you will realize that the competition now is just child's play. As for the rewards of those cultivation missions, aren't they just 1 or 2 million points? If you don't have enough money, feel free to ask me for more. So go and break through. Don't worry and boldly charge forward. Winesword Immortal took a big gulp of wine. Jiang Xi nodded vigorously. On the same day, Jiang Xi returned to the fourth heaven, purple mystic planet. After handing in the mission, he began to condense his primordial soul. After the process of refining spiritual sense was completed, this step became very simple. He just made a hand seal, and it was like lighting a fire. In his sea of consciousness, the spiritual sense that had been refined by the 4 Tao techniques suddenly ignited with raging flames. A 4-colored flame, Holy Spirit, condensed in the sky above the sea of flames and then merged into one with the self-visualization image. The golden halo behind the self-visualization image's head turned into a 4-colored halo. Primordial soul formed. Boom! Jiang Xi only felt a roar in his mind, and the whole world changed. To be more precise, the world in his eyes changed. The sky was clear, and the earth was clear. His affinity with the Tao of heaven and earth was higher. The strength of his spiritual sense doubled, and the detection range reached 60,000 kilometers, comparable to the mid-stage Tao integration stage. He opened the experience panel to check. True body, primordial soul, initial stage, 11 million. Clone, primordial soul, initial stage, 11 million. Tao techniques. Sword Tao, 10th tier, 100 million. Fire Tao, 10th tier, 50 million. Gale Tao, 10th tier, 50 million. Diamond Tao, 10th tier, 50 million. Amplitude, 2,000 times. Sword Tao, secret techniques. Tao fusion technique, 4th Tao, 400 million. Tao pattern technique. 3rd Tao, for billion. Tao seal technique. 3rd Tao, for billion. Cultivation techniques. Purple cloud sword scripture. Peacock visualization. Lotus sword manual deduction. 10,000 experience points per time experience points. 368. 9,142. 28 million. Compared to the experience points of Tao techniques and secret techniques, the experience points of the primordial soul stage were not too high. Under normal circumstances, the primordial soul stage was the stage to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. He had completed this process in advance. In terms of Tao techniques, take the Sword Tao as an example. It had been 23 years since he returned from the battle pattern continent. Although he had been busy with various cultivation missions all these years, he had not neglected the deduction and cultivation of Tao techniques. Especially after the clone had completed the Tao refinement of spiritual sense, he had spent all his time on deduction. I have already comprehended 165 transformations of the Green Lotus Sword Tao and am not far from a breakthrough. When the time comes, the Sword Tao will be able to transform into Sword Intent. Gale, Departing Fire, and King Kong are also on the verge of a breakthrough. Jiang Xi had a feeling that in the next few years, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds of course. The consumption was also huge. After deducing 4 Tao techniques at the same time for 23 years, he had consumed more than 100 billion experience points. Fortunately, he had obtained enough experience points in the battle pattern continent, especially the golden battle emperor palm that he had obtained. After refining it, he would obtain 500 billion experience points. With his refining speed, he had already refined 2 fingers and obtained 200 billion experience points. There were still 3 fingers that he had yet to refine. Jiang Xi was not in a hurry. At the moment, there would not be a shortage of experience points. The experience points of cultivation can be increased slowly. For now, I should report to the sect about my breakthrough. Jiang Xi did not waste any time. Since he had decided to help his big brother, the sooner the better. To the sect, there was no difference between the early and late stages of the primordial soul stage. They would all be sent out. In just half a day, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a purple Taoist robe arrived at Jiang Xi's mysterious purple planet. The middle-aged Taoist exuded an immortal aura, indicating that he was an immortal. Moreover, his cultivation had surpassed that of a 4th tribulation transcender. Greetings, immortal. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite. The middle-aged Taoist said with a pleasant expression, spread out your spiritual sense. Through the spiritual sense, one could determine whether the spiritual sense had condensed into a primordial soul. With his strength, he could of course forcibly detect Jiang Xi's cultivation. However, Jiang Xi was a core disciple of the 4th tribulation transcendent realm. Even if he was an immortal, he could not forcibly detect his cultivation without permission. Chapter 452. After a round of inspection, the middle-aged Taoist smiled and said, "You're in the nascent soul stage. According to the sect's rules, after reaching the nascent soul stage, you have to be sent out to train. Now you have 2 choices. Return to your hometown, the Blue Star region, or choose another star region of the Purple Heaven sect." I choose the Blue Star region. Okay, then let me introduce you to the Blue Star region and the sect's branch there. The middle-aged Taoist nodded gently. Jiang Xi listened carefully. The middle-aged Taoist continued. Although the Blue Star region is ruled by the Purple Heaven sect, the actual jurisdiction is in the hands of the Zhangyan sect. We in the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance are only assisting in the administration. The Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance is in charge of the Law Enforcement Department. There are more than 80,000 life galaxies in the Blue Star region, and each galaxy has a corresponding law enforcement team. And the Purple Heaven sect has set up a total of 3 departments in the Blue Star region: the Commerce Department, the Warrior Department, and the Military Department. Hearing this, Jiang Xi was surprised. There are 3 departments? He had never heard of this when he was on the Blue Star region. The middle-aged Taoist seemed to know what Jiang Xi was thinking. He laughed. There are 400 star regions in the Purple Heaven region, and each star region has these 3 departments. It's just that ordinary cultivators don't know about them and don't have access to them. Jiang Xi finally understood that his level was too low at that time. Just like before he entered the Purple Heaven sect, in his impression, a Tao integration stage cultivator was already a top expert in a star region. Looking back now, Tao integration stage cultivators were trash. The middle-aged Taoist continued. The 3 departments have different divisions of labor. The Commerce Department is responsible for the Purple Heaven sect's commercial activities in the Blue Star region. It's an important source of assets for the sect and involve a lot of things. The mission of the Warrior Department is to collect and cultivate geniuses for the Purple Heaven sect in the entire Blue Star region. After all, the 9 Regions Genius Tournament is not held every year. There are many young geniuses that we need to take the initiative to find and then recommend to the sect. The Military Department is responsible for commanding and training the cultivator army in the Blue Star region and fighting against foreign enemies. The more he listened, the more surprised Jiang Xi became. There's a cultivator army? Of course. The human race stands at the top of the universe and occupies the best territory in the universe. The cultivator army was the main line of defense against the foreign races. The 9 realms of the Tao Alliance have 3,600 star zones, each of which has an army of cultivators. the middle-aged Taoist explained. How large an army can a star zone have? Jiang Xi was confused. You underestimate the power of a race. It may be very difficult for a planet with life to produce a nascent soul cultivator. However, if it's a huge star zone, it can easily form an army of hundreds of millions of cultivators at the nascent soul stage, 1 million at the Tao integration stage, and tens of thousands of tribulation transcenders. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head and chuckled. 1 million Tao integration stage and over 10,000 tribulation transcenders. Jiang Xi was shocked. It made sense. There were more than 80,000 life galaxies in the pale blue star region. Each of them was at the Milky Way level, covering countless life planets. Even the Milky Way, which had 40,000 planets with life, was considered a small number. The largest dark blue galaxy had a total of 200,000 planets with life. With such a vast territory, it was indeed not difficult to build such an army of cultivators. The 3 major departments of each branch have a 4th tribulation transcender elder in charge of everything. After the core disciples of the 4th tribulation transcendents are sent out, the sect will generally set up an additional supervisory department and add a supervisory elder. The supervisory elder has the same status as the 3 elders of the original branch. Although he doesn't have any real power, the 3 elders will still be afraid of you. The middle-aged Taoist added. After hearing this, Jiang Xi laughed. The 3 major departments of the sect branch had a wide range of business and great power. Naturally, it was easy for corruption to arise. Honest and upright? That was nonsense. As for the supervising elder, it was in the word supervising, and correcting. To put it bluntly, he was an existence that could kill anyone with an imperial sword in his hand. I like this position very much. When he returned to the pale blue star region with the supervisory elder's hat, things would be easier to handle. The middle-aged Taoist shook his head and chuckled. After the sect sent out their core disciples, their purpose was to temper them. The sect wouldn't interfere with what the disciples did. Only if they went too far and made a mess out of control would the sect step in. I have to remind you of one thing. The middle-aged Taoist said seriously, the ancestor of the Sangyun sect is true Lord Sangyun. Although you are in charge of supervision, it's best not to put the knife on the Sangyun sect. Jiang Xi put away his smile and nodded. I will only do my duty. I don't care about anything outside the sect. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the ancestor of the Sangyun sect was indeed a Tao immortal. He had suspected before that the lifespan of a tribulation transcender was limited. If the Sangyun sect only had tribulation transcender powerhouses, there would always be a time when it would decline. It was impossible to control the pale blue star region all the time. Only Tao immortals and true lords could have an endless lifespan and ensure the continuation of an orthodoxy for countless years. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. In that case, the matter is settled. After the sect's review, it will be notified to the pale blue star region, and they will start to set up a supervisory department. However, I'm afraid it will take some time to complete it. The middle-aged Taoist smiled again. Under normal circumstances, there was no supervisory department in each star region. Only when core disciples of the 4th tribulation transcendents were sent out to temper themselves would one be temporarily set up. Afterward, the middle-aged Taoist left under Jiang Xi's respectful escort. Riverwood's courteous and respectful attitude made him feel very comfortable. Because there were very few core disciples of the 4th tribulation transcendence realm who would be so respectful to him, like Jiang Xi. As expected of a genius that appears once in a million years, the middle-aged Taoist sighed in his heart. Riverwood's growth speed, everyone saw it with their own eyes. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Xi had only been a core disciple of the 4th tribulation transcendence realm for more than 10 years. In the middle-aged Taoist view, such a choice was actually not very wise. A nascent soul realm disciple and a nascent soul realm disciple of the 4th tribulation transcendence realm were on 2 different levels. The competitiveness of a nascent soul realm disciple was 100 times or even 1,000 times that of a nascent soul realm disciple. Jiang Ci had only been in the fourth tribulation transcendence realm for more than 10 years, and his foundation might not be solid. What could he use to compare with those old nascent soul realm disciples who had accumulated for thousands of years? However, the middle-aged Taoist also knew that the path was completely up to the disciple. The sect would not interfere with the disciple's cultivation. The news of Jiang Ci's advancement to the nascent soul realm quickly spread. The disciples of the fourth tribulation transcendence realm of the Purple Heaven sect immediately became lively as they discussed animatedly. Even some immortals joined the ranks of the onlookers. This genius, although his talent is high, but his IQ, even if the fourth tribulation transcendence realm has the best cultivation resources below the immortal Tao, he has only been cultivating in the fourth tribulation transcendence realm for more than 10 years. Compared to those old nascent soul realm disciples, the difference is too big. The thinking of a genius is always hard to understand. Perhaps this is the difference between us and a genius. Some people treated it as a joke and watched the commotion, while others were very excited. When immortal Wu Yi heard the news, he laughed on the spot. This idiot, but this is a good thing for me. The environment outside the sect is not so safe, and the possibility of dying is greatly increased. At the same time, Mu Ning, Yin Jiufeng Jiwei, Kuang Lang, and the other young disciples of the same batch who found out about this matter. They came to the fourth tribulation transcendence realm to bid farewell to Jiang Ci. With good wine and delicacies, immortal fruits and wine, the group of young disciples had a good time to relax. Jiang Ci, I can't understand your choice more and more. You are really bold. Mu Ning was drunk. He still maintained his innocence, but he also understood some of the ways of the world. I can't understand it either. Nascent Soul Realm, I was planning to stay in the Nascent Soul Realm for 500 years, but you broke through just like that. Yin Jiufeng echoed. However, Jiang Ci's move is also enviable. A fourth tribulation transcendence realm core disciple is the highest existence in a star region. He has the power of supervision and is incomparably glorious. Kuang Lang also said his wish was to be famous in the universe, and naturally, he also had the idea of being in a high position in the future. Jiang Ci just shook his head and chuckled, not saying anything. This kind of thing was very troublesome to explain, so he simply kept quiet. Ji Wei, who had always been cold, also took the initiative to speak this time. Jiang Ci, you should know that the nascent soul realm, and Tao integration realm core disciples pay attention to accumulation. Nascent soul realm core disciples usually accumulate for hundreds of years before breaking through. Nascent soul realm core disciples accumulate for thousands of years before they choose to break through. With such accumulation, the 100 nascent soul realm core disciples in the third tribulation all passed the 8th level of the Tongtian mountain. Among them, 51 passed the 9th level and 4 passed the 10th level. The 10 nascent soul realm core disciples in the fourth tribulation passed the 10th level of the Tongtian mountain, and one of them passed the 11th level. These words were reasonable and received everyone's approval. Except for the truly abnormal geniuses, the difference in talent between the third tribulation and the fourth tribulation wasn't as big as imagined. As long as they had enough time to accumulate strength, they could all reach this height. The premise was that there was enough time. How many years had Jiang Ci cultivated? Obviously, he couldn't compare to those senior disciples. But from the results of the Tongtian mountain, it could be seen that Jiang Ci was still at the 7th level. Jiang Ci, the Cloud Summit competition for the nascent soul realm will begin in a few hundred years. Do you have the confidence to compete with them? Ji Wei's eyes were fixed on Jiang Ci. It was harder to increase one's strength as one progressed. Wanting to reach the 10th level in a few hundred years was tantamount to a fool's dream. Whether I have the confidence or not, I'll just do it first. If I fail in the competition and get eliminated to the third tribulation, I'll just come back in the future. Jiang Ci smiled indifferently. The group of young disciples fell silent. Many of them had complicated expressions. They could hear the strong confidence in Jiang Ci's tone and could feel Jiang Ci's indomitable spirit. This might be the reason why Jiang Xi could make it all the way to the fourth tribulation. Mu Ning, Yin Jiufeng, Kuang Lang, and the rest all clenched their fists. Under the influence of Jiang Xi, they were also filled with fighting spirit after the competition ended. The disciples all left. Jiang Xi packed up his things and prepared to leave. Although the official appointment of the sect hadn't been issued yet, he could already leave the sect and return to the Blue Star region. 3,000 words in this chapter. Chapter 453. Among the 400-star regions in the Zhixiao domain, the Kanglan Star region had the strongest interstellar trade atmosphere. For example, the slave industry was only available in the Kanglan Star region in the entire Zhixiao domain. Comparatively speaking, the strength of the cultivation world in the Kanglan Star region was somewhat weak. However, in the past 200 years, the cultivation world in the Kanglan Star region was at its peak. 200 years ago, the 9 regions genius battle covered the entire human race in the universe. 2 young geniuses from the Kanglan Star region, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning, made it into the top 10. This was a magnificent feat that had never happened in the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance for thousands of years. Only a few high-level cultivators in the Kanglan Star region knew that more than 10 years ago, Jiang Xi had become a core disciple of the Zhixiao sect at the 4th heaven. In their opinion, this was the most shocking thing. A core disciple of the 4th heaven had a limitless future. Of course, they only knew that Jiang Xi had entered the 4th heaven. They didn't know that Jiang Xi had just reached the nascent soul stage, and he had quietly returned to the core planet of the Kanglan Star region, Planet Kanglan. Otherwise, it would be even more shocking. Planet Kanglan, Mingyang Tower, a low-key and luxurious restaurant. Only people with real status were qualified to dine here. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to know the existence of this restaurant. After Jiang Xi returned, the happiest person was naturally Jiang Daodu. She was no longer stingy. She personally booked the best floor in Mingyang Tower to welcome Jiang Xi. Now, whether it was Jiang Daodu, the actual controller of the Milky Way galaxy and the Mountain Sea Star trade, or Xian Tian, the personal disciple of the Tao integration stage ancestor of the Sangyan sect, they were all qualified to be VIPs in Mingyang Tower. 200 years have passed, but the Kanglan Star still hasn't changed at all. Jiang Xi stood in front of the window and looked at the alien city with a different style. This will happen when a civilization is highly developed. Usually, it's difficult for there to be any major changes in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It's not like Earth, which changes almost every year, Jiang Daodu said with a smile. Now that you mention it, I want to go back and take a look immediately. Jiang Xi was also homesick. Then let's go back now. I can definitely give you a big surprise. Xian Tian also smiled, but his smile was a little forced. There's no hurry. Let's settle your matter first. Jiang Xi shook his head. Big brother, I think we can call sister-in-law out. She's the clearest about the internal situation of the Shuang clan, so we can formulate a targeted strategy. Jiang Dudu suggested. It's not that simple, Xian Tian said helplessly. The Shuang clan is very strict now. They even took away Shuang's communication bead. I can't contact her. The Shuang clan's actions are too overbearing. I thought that this kind of drama only exists in novels. I didn't expect to see it in the universe. It's so vulgar. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Even his communication bead had been taken away. That was equivalent to putting him under house arrest. It's more than overbearing. 3 years ago, Master took me to the Shuang clan to propose marriage. If Master and I weren't from the Blue Cloud sect, I'm afraid that the Shuang clan would have killed me at that time. Xian Tian's tone was a little complicated. Since they're so unreasonable, don't blame me for using my power to suppress them. Jiang Xi was also angry. The Shuang clan only had 1/3 tribulation transcender. When he was officially appointed, the 3rd tribulation transcender would have to be obedient. The 3 of them talked for a long time in the Bright Central Building before getting up and leaving. When they arrived at the entrance of the Bright Central Building, 2 Essence Soul Stage cultivators walked in front of them. Both were middle-aged men wearing gray robes and blue robes. Xian Tian stopped and wanted to greet the middle-aged man in the blue robe. Unexpectedly, the other party just looked at him coldly, snorted, and went straight into the bright central building. As for Jiang Xi and Jing Dudu, the blue-robed man didn't even look at them. "Who is this?" Jiang Xi asked. "Shuang Long's father, Shuang Shao." Xian Tian's face was a little embarrassed and ugly. Jiang Xi and Jiang Dudu looked at each other and remained silent. Being coldly looked at by his future father-in-law, even if Xian Tian was open-minded, he still felt uncomfortable. On the 6th floor of the bright central building, Shuang Shao came to the bright central building today to welcome his good friend, and Shao, whom he hadn't seen for many years, he was in a good mood, but after seeing Xian Tian at the entrance, his mood suddenly turned bad. "What? Did those 3 nascent soul stage cultivators provoke you?" The gray-robed man, and Shao, said with a smile. "That black-robed young man, just now, was the Xian Tian I told you about before, the one who kept pestering my daughter," Shuang Shao said with a calm face. "In that case, just find an opportunity to kill them. I just happen to have a way to take their nascent souls. They can be sold for a lot of money." And Shao said without a care, "Oomph, you think I don't want to kill him?" Shuang Zhao's face was cold. "That kid is the personal disciple of Blue Cloud Sect's Wei Sheng. You can't kill him. So it's that crazy blade." And Zhao's expression changed slightly. "Who else?" Shuang Zhao's tone was disdainful. "That Xian Tian came from an unknown life planet. He has no talent and no family background. He's just a poor kid who popped out of a remote and desolate place. If it weren't for his relationship with Wei Sheng, he would have died 800 times already. Humph, if he dares to pester my daughter again, I'll find someone to kill him even if I have to risk being punished by the family." And Shao nodded slightly. He understood Shuang Zhao's anger. The Shuang clan had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and had many factions within the clan. Although Shuang Shao was in the nascent soul stage, his status wasn't as high as imagined. It was only until Shuang Zhao's daughter became a core disciple of the Dao Union's Moon sect that Shuang Shao started to have a certain status and voice in the clan. Therefore, Shuang Shao attached great importance to his daughter's future development, including emotional issues. Emotions could easily affect a cultivator's state of mind, and thus affect their cultivation. This was the reason why Shuang Shao hated Xian Tian so much. Of course, looking down on him was also one of the reasons. Ancient immortal Dao clans all had their own pride. Speaking of which, the short-haired youth beside Xian Tian looked familiar. "I don't know where I've seen him before," and Shao said. "He's probably also a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. He's just a nascent soul stage cultivator. Who cares about him?" Shuang Shao said disdainfully. Then he shook his head. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. It's disappointing." The two of them threw this matter aside. It wasn't strange that they didn't recognize Jiang Xi. After 200 years, Jiang Xi's temperament and appearance had changed greatly. People who weren't really familiar with him would find it difficult to recognize him at a glance. In addition, Jiang Xi's current spiritual sense was comparable to a mid-stage Dao integration stage cultivator. Cultivators below the immortal Dao stage couldn't see through his true cultivation. Moreover, the two of them were only at the nascent soul stage. They couldn't even see through Jiang Xi's true cultivation, let alone recognize Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu returned to the Daoda Manor in Linhai City. Xian Tian returned to the Blue Cloud sect alone. Big Brother's feelings are real this time. Jiang Daoda frowned. "That's why I came back to help him." Jiang Xi sighed. "What? Do I have no place in your heart?" Jiang Daoda glared. "How could that be? You're always the first in my heart." Jiang Xi patted his chest. "Ah, you don't have any sincerity. Look, this is the low-grade immortal dagger I bought for you. There's also the strange 1,000-star grass." The gift strategy that would never be outdated successfully diverted Jiang Daoda's attention. Of course, these two things were indeed specially prepared by Jiang Xi for Jiang Daodu. After many mysterious hibernation, Jiang Daodu's cultivation had already reached the perfected nascent soul stage. At the same time, she had also comprehended the Tao of stealth in the Space Tao method. The low-grade Immortal Dagger could greatly enhance Jiang Daodu's actual combat power. The Thousand Star Grass was obtained by Jiang Ci during a cultivation mission. Its mature form could reach the Tao integration stage. For Jiang Daodu, who was inclined to close combat and assassination, the Thousand Star Grass, which had both offensive and defensive abilities, could give Jiang Daodu a stronger life-saving ability. The only drawback of the Thousand Star Grass was that it required a lot of resources to cultivate. Fortunately, Jiang Daodu now controlled the Milky Way galaxy and the Mountain Sea Star trade. She could obtain a lot of income every year. Cultivating 1,000 star grass was not a problem. Only Jiang Daodu and the Xintian knew about Jiangxi's return to the Blue Planet. This way, it would be much more peaceful and there would be no messy social interactions. With his current status, once the news of his return spread, the daily invitations to visit him would definitely extend to the outer space of the Blue Planet. 3 days later, Jiang Ci received a message from the Purple Heaven sect. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and read the content of the message. Jiang Ci, congratulations on becoming the supervisory elder of the Purple Heaven sect's Blue Planet branch. You have the supervisory authority. The 3 major departments of the Blue Planet branch, the military department, the warrior department, and the business department, are all under your control. Your term will end when you reach the Tao integration stage. In addition, during your training outside, the sect will issue irregular special missions. The missions will also reward points. I hope you can exercise your supervisory authority well. There were many other things to take note of in the supervisory work. Jiang Ci only briefly skimmed through them. The supervisory elder was paid. After all, the training outside was not for nothing. After he stepped down, he would be rewarded with 100,000 points in one go. It was better than nothing. The rewards for special missions could be very high or very low. Therefore, Jiang Ci already had a plan in mind for how to do his job. Supervising was actually a job that offended people. This was one of the purposes of the Purple Heaven sect's training for the core disciples. It tested the core disciples' temperament and ability to deal with people. This was because many of the core disciples would become the higher-ups of the sect after they grew up. They must have a certain level of management ability. If I do a bad job during my term as the supervisory elder, I may not be able to become a higher-up in the future. I can only focus on the path of cultivation. Of course, Jiang Ci did not care about these things. Some people would enjoy the feeling of having power, but he only wanted to step onto the peak of cultivation. This time, he had broken through to the essence soul stage. He was not aiming for the position of the supervisory elder. His main purpose was to use this identity to help his older brother, Xintian, solve his relationship problems. Now it's time for me to officially make my debut. I wonder what the expressions of the 3 elders of the Blue Planet branch will be when they see me. Surprise, anxiety, fear, motherfucker? Jiang Ci smiled. This chapter is still 3,000 words. Chapter 454. East Pole Island, Planet Kanglan. Although it was called an island, it was actually more than 10 million square kilometers in area. It was the headquarters of the 3 major departments of the Kanglan branch of the Purple Heaven sect, namely the military department, the warrior department, and the business department. At the same time, a small grotto heaven world was opened here, where the cultivator army of the military department was stationed. In the past few days, the 3 major departments had worked together to establish a new supervision department. This matter had already spread among the upper echelons of the cultivation world of the Kanglan planet. The last time the Purple Heaven sect set up a supervision department in the Kanglan planet was 100,000 years ago. Everyone knew that this time, a core disciple of the Purple Heaven sect in the 4th firmament must have been sent to the Kanglan planet to train. No one thought about Jiang Ci because Jiang Ci had only been in the Purple Heaven sect for a short time. Many upper echelons of the cultivation world were looking forward to it. A supervision elder without any foundation in the Kanglan planet was obviously more worthy and easier to make friends with than the original three elders. In addition, many people were still waiting to watch the show. Everyone knew whether the three elders of the Purple Heaven sect in the Kanglan planet were clean or not. Every investigation was accurate. On this day, when Jiang Ci received the official appointment from the sect, the three elders also received the notice at the same time. Before this, they only knew that a core disciple of the fourth firmament in the nascent soul realm had come here to train, but they didn't know who it was. Now they knew. After the shock, the three of them gathered together to discuss how to deal with this matter. The three of them looked very different. The military department's elder, Immortal Chunhu, looked like a middle-aged, burly man. He was majestic without being angry and had an iron-blooded aura. The martial department's elder, Immortal Lang, he looked like a white-haired elder. He had a kind face and was always smiling. The commerce department's elder, Immortal Ba Miao, looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman. She was extremely coquettish and could make people's hearts flutter. He has only been cultivating in the sect for 100 years, and he has already broken through to the nascent soul realm. What is Jiang Ci thinking? Immortal Chun, who said in a deep voice. He was in charge of the cultivator army and had a very strong aura, no matter what he thinks. Now we have to think about how to deal with his supervision. Immortal Lang, he sighed softly and was worried. I'm just afraid that he's a person with a strong desire for power. Unfortunately, he hasn't cultivated for long, so it's hard to find out his habits and hobbies. Immortal Eight Wonders frowned and exuded a mature charm. Habits and hobbies were equivalent to weaknesses. Collecting these was naturally to catch Jiang Ci's weakness. Immortal Chun, who said coldly, "Let me give you a word of advice. Put away your little tricks. A core disciple of the fourth heaven is not someone we can provoke. Moreover, Jiang Ci's master is the famous Wine Sword Immortal. If anything happens to him, it won't even be enough to bury all of us from the three major branches. Don't act like you're all high and mighty." Immortal Eight Wonders sneered. All right, let's not quarrel among ourselves. While Jiang Ci hasn't returned to the Kanglan Star region, let's take advantage of the fact that Jiang Ci hasn't returned to the Blue Star region. Hurry up and solve the problems that need to be solved. Supplement those that need to be supplemented and kill those that need to be killed. Immortal Lang, he acted as the peacemaker. Only then did Immortal Chun-Hu and Immortal Eight Wonders stop arguing. In fact, since 3 days ago, when the supervision department was established, they had already started to clean up the problems in their respective departments. However, the work and business scope of the three major departments covered tens of billions of planets with life in the pale blue star zone. There were also all kinds of problems that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was impossible to destroy all the evidence in just 3 days. At this time, before they left, someone came in to report that Jiang Ci was here. The three high and mighty immortals were dumbfounded. The appointment notice had only been issued less than an hour ago, right? He's back already? The three of them changed their expressions greatly. They even felt a little nervous and frightened. At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, because this situation meant that Jiang Ci was very likely to be a person with a strong desire for power. However, they didn't dare to neglect and hurried out to greet him. The three elders were clear about one principle. No matter what, they couldn't offend Jiang Ci. A supreme-grade flying boat flew to East Pole Island riverward, didn't restrain his aura, and a spiritual sense easily probed the island situation. At the core of the island stood a luxurious palace. It was the pale blue branch of the Purple Heaven sect. A team of nascent soul cultivators wearing standard battle armor came up and asked about Jiang Ci's identity. Then, they respectfully and fearfully welcomed Jiang Ci. Almost at the same time, the three elders exuded immortal auras and came out of the palace. Immortal Chun-Hu laughed heartily and said, "Ha, I didn't expect Elder Jiang Ci to come so quickly. Welcome, welcome. Elder Riverward, you truly are a man of striking appearance." Immortal Eight Wonders smiled charmingly, his eyes gleaming. Immortal Lang, he also smiled warmly and said, "Seeing is believing." During the 9 regions genius battle, I knew that Elder Jiang Ci was definitely an extraordinary person. The enthusiasm of the three Fourth Tribulation Transcenders looked so real that Jiang Ci almost believed it. Of course, he wouldn't be fooled by appearances. He just smiled and said, "I'll be in your care in the future." Of course, of course, the three immortals repeatedly said. Everyone introduced themselves, and Jiang Ci got to know the three Fourth Tribulation Transcenders. Soon after, Jiang Ci followed them and arrived in front of a new and magnificent palace. It was obvious that it had just been built. Immortal 8 Wonder smiled and said, "Elder Jiang Ci, this palace was specially built for you. After all, it was paid for by the Ministry of Commerce. Isn't it a bit too big?" Jiang Ci slightly frowned. The palace covered an area of 100,000 square kilometers. It was too big. Under normal circumstances, only Ninth Tribulation Transcenders of the sect were qualified to own such a large palace. As for Tao Immortals and True Monarchs, their palace was 1,000,000 square kilometers. Immortal 8 Wonders said, "Elder Jiang Ci is overthinking things. This isn't the sect's headquarters, and no one will care about these things. Moreover, for the entire Ministry of Supervision, this area is not big at all." Immortal Lang, he of the Martial Arts Department, said. Jiang Ci nodded, and the four people entered the main hall on the first floor. Inside the main hall, millions of figures saluted in unison. "Greetings, Elder Jiang Ci." The vast momentum caused Riverward to be shocked in his heart, but he still maintained a calm expression. Immortal 8 Wonders smiled and said, "These are the cultivators that were transferred from the three original departments. They came from various galaxies in the Blue Star region, and there are a total of 158 million people. In the future, they will be your subordinates, Elder Reversi." Immortal Lang, he said with a smile. Jiang Ci just nodded slightly. In fact, he was still very shocked. Among these 158 million people, the lowest cultivation level was at the early nascent soul stage. Among them, 100,000 were at the essence soul stage, and 10,000 were at the Tao integration stage. There were even 103 tribulation transcenders. Of course, they were all immortals below the third tribulation, and the majority were first tribulation transcenders. This was the first time that Jiang Ci had seen the external power of the Purple Heaven sect. If the Ministry of Supervision of a star region had so many tribulation transcenders, what about the entire sect? Immortal Chun, who suddenly shouted, "Lu Chuan, come out." A burly man with an old-fashioned face flew out from the 103 tribulation transcenders and arrived in front of Jiang Ci and the three elders. Jiang Ci noticed that this person was a third tribulation transcender, and he was also the one with the highest cultivation level apart from the three elders. "Elder Jiang Ci, Lu Chuan used to be my subordinate. He's a practical person and is very capable. It's just that his temper is a bit stubborn. More than 8,000 years ago, he offended a sixth tribulation transcender of the sect and has been in hiding ever since. Therefore, I hope that Elder Jiang Ci can help me take care of him." Immortal Chunhu said with a sincere expression. Jiang Ci looked at him with a sideways glance. What was the meaning of this? Throwing a burden at him? It doesn't matter. I'll just let him work under me. Riverward smiled faintly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank Elder Jiang Ci. Immortal Chun, who kicked Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, Elder Jiang Ci." Jiang Ci only nodded slightly. Although a sixth tribulation transcender was powerful, with his current status and background, he could still protect a third tribulation transcender. This was because his master was Wine Sword Immortal, and many higher-ups of the sect had bet on him. In comparison, Immortal Chun Hu and the other two elders, even if they were fourth tribulation transcenders, had less influence in the sect than him. It was not surprising that Immortal Chun Hu had such a request. It was a simple matter, so Jiang Ci did not refuse. There was no need to make things unpleasant with Immortal Chun Hu. Even if he really found out that he was a burden in the future, he could just throw him away. Elder Jiang Ci, this is your first time in office. Just now, the three of us discussed and decided to hold a welcome banquet for you. I don't know if you have any special requests. Immortal Chun, whose face was full of smiles. Jiangxi's straightforwardness also made his enthusiasm warmer. Jiangxi shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. It's too troublesome." Immortal Lang, he smiled and said, "You have to do it. In the future, you will be the spokesperson of our Purple Heaven sect in the Blue Star region. You have to be a little high profile to show the power of the sect." Immortal Eight Wonders chuckled and said, "And it's not troublesome at all. Just leave the matter of the welcome banquet to my business department. I guarantee that it will be a grand affair. At that time, Elder Jiangxi can just send someone." At this point, Jiangxi didn't decline any further. "Sure, but don't make it too big." Immortal Eight Wonders nodded repeatedly and said, "Small but refined, I understand." Jiangxi did not know what Immortal Eight Wonders meant by small but refined, so he did not ask. It was fine as long as he did not cause trouble for him. Accompanied by the three elders, Jiangxi toured East Pole Island again. Then, he found an excuse to leave, looking a little cold and aloof. Of course, this was something that Jiangxi had planned for a long time. He knew that he was no match for the three elders when it came to playing tricks. Only by showing such a cold and aloof attitude could he bring psychological pressure to the three elders. Sure enough, after he left, the three elders remained silent in the wind. They were still a little nervous and worried. "He looks difficult to deal with. I don't know what he's thinking and what he'll do next." From the beginning to the end, he did not express any of his opinions. "I can't see through him. I can't see through him. He doesn't feel like a young man who has only cultivated for a few hundred years. Instead, he feels like an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years." This was what they were most afraid of. This was because they had ways to deal with people, whether they were weak or strong. However, they could not figure out Jiangxi's calm and collected style and could not find any weakness. Chapter 455. The three elders sighed again. This young man wasn't easy to deal with. They didn't dare to offend Jiangxi, let alone plot against Jiangxi. Even if Jiangxi found out about the problem, the most serious punishment would be dismissal. Then, they would be sent to the foreign battlefield to fight for their lives and atone for their crimes. This way, they would still have a chance to live. However, once they made a move against Jiangxi, only death would await them. Immortal Chun, who suddenly smiled and said, "Let's take it one step at a time. At least he's not an unreasonable person." This could be seen from the fact that he had asked Jiangxi for help and the welcoming banquet. Immortal Lang, he nodded in agreement. Young people are all prideful, so this welcome banquet must be held well. Don't worry, all the tribulation transcenders of the immortal sects and clans must be present. If anyone dares to not come, don't blame us for being ruthless. Immortal Eight Wonders' eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. The influence of the military, and the business departments was huge. In the 9 domains of the Tao Alliance, joining the army of cultivators was the best way to earn merit points, and merit points were an important cultivation resource. Many powerful cultivators of the various sects and clans would choose to join the army of cultivators if they wanted to improve further. This path was firmly controlled by the military of the various star regions. The business department represented huge commercial interests, especially in the pale blue star region, where interstellar trade was strong. Every faction had their own business activities, and they were inextricably linked to the Department of Commerce. They couldn't avoid the Department of Commerce. The military department was even simpler. What did the younger generation of these forces have to do to enter the Purple Heaven sect? The most common way was naturally through the military department. If they offended the military department, they would have no chance with the Purple Heaven sect. Of course, if they entered the Purple Heaven sect this way, they would basically be inner disciples and not core disciples. Therefore, no force dared to offend the 3 major departments. There were exceptions. The Sangyun sect had true Lord Sangyun, who was at the Tao Immortal level, so they naturally had no fear. However, they still had to give face. Soon, a supreme-grade spirit artifact invitation letter was sent to the various forces of the pale blue star region, Shuang family's ancestral land, Luo Shuang Paradise. After reading the contents of the invitation, a trace of surprise appeared on Frost Chung Immortal's handsome face. The supervising elder sent by the Purple Heaven sect is actually that little guy from 200 years ago. He had also heard the news of the Purple Heaven sect's Azure branch preparing to set up the supervisory department a few days ago. 200 years ago, Jiang Xi and Mu Ning both made it to the top 10 in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament. Of course, he knew a little about Jiang Xi. However, he did not expect that Jiang Xi would be chosen as the supervising elder. This kid's future is limitless. This time, he was personally invited by the 3 Grand Elders. He has to go. Immortal Frostpeak made up his mind. Then, he sent a message to the current patriarch of the Shuang clan. Make your preparations. Come with me to attend a banquet, Immortal Frostpeak said. Forefather, whose banquet is this? The Shuang family patriarch was surprised. The forefather had not left Luo, Frost Grotto Heaven, for thousands of years. The supervising elder of the Azure Blue branch of the Violet Firmament sect. Immortal Frostpeak laughed. Then he instructed, "Oh right, pick a few more talented clansmen from the clan and bring them along." Yes, the Shuang family patriarch understood the forefather's intentions. This sort of high-level banquet was a chance for them to see the world and try their luck. If one of the Violet Firmament sect's immortal experts took a fancy to them, they would strike it rich in the future. Although the Shuang clan had a heritage of over 600,000 years, they only had a few true immortal experts. If they wanted their heritage to last longer, they would need to establish close ties with other powers, especially the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance. Soaring Rainbow Planet. Soaring Rainbow Grotto Heaven. As the second most powerful immortal power in the Azure Blue Quadrant, it naturally had more than one immortal hidden within it. Patriarch Yuan Mu was currently kneeling in front of the sacred altar. A white-haired elder dressed in embroidered robes flew out from the altar. The elder's body emanated the aura of immortal Tao. He was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Rainbow sect, Immortal Yuan Jin. Greetings, Grand Elder, Yuan Mu said respectfully. Come with me to the Azure Blue Planet to attend the Supervising Elder's banquet. Immortal Yuan Jin's voice was cold and clear. The Supervising Elder is here? Who is it? Yuan Mu was very surprised. Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi. Yuan Mu thought he had misheard. The Jiang Xi you think he is. Immortal Yuan Jin took a step forward and left the Soaring Rainbow Grotto Heaven with Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu's expression changed greatly. This was because his most beloved great-grandson had offended Jiang Xi. Although he had already sent his great-grandson to a remote planet, who knew if Jiang Xi would hold a grudge. Azure Cloud Sect. Azure Cloud, Grotto Heaven. After Grand Elder Immortal Wu Feng explained the matter, Sect Patriarch Wu Kuei was also dumbfounded. Jiang Xi? That little guy from back then. Not only has he reached the nascent soul stage, but he has also become the supervising elder of the Azure Blue branch of the Purple Heaven sect. At this moment, he was shocked and at a loss. Jiang Xi, Xian Tian. That's right, Grand Elder, Jiang Xi's sworn brother, is a disciple of our Azure Cloud sect. Moreover, he is the personal disciple of Martial Uncle Wei Sheng. Wu Kuei suddenly thought of this. Oh, there is such a relationship. Interesting. Immortal Wu Feng chuckled. Unlike other Immortal Tao factions, their Azure Cloud sect did not need to curry favor with this supervising elder. However, it was always good to have an additional relationship. At the same time, the invitations sent out by the 3 great elders caused a sensation among the various factions in the Azure Blue Star region. The scene of Jiang Xi participating in the 9 Regions Genius Tournament 200 years ago was still fresh in everyone's memory, especially the people of Azure Blue, who regarded Jiang Xi as the glory of their planet. However, no one expected that the new supervising elder would be Jiang Xi. How long had it been? Only 200 years, yet Jiang Xi had reached such a height. Every faction attached great importance to the invitation to this banquet, especially those without any immortal Tao powerhouses. This was because this was an opportunity to establish a relationship with Jiang Xi. Such a young genius with such a high status in the Purple Heaven sect could soar to the sky once they managed to establish a relationship with him. Azure Blue Star region, East Pole Island, in a supervising palace that covered an area of 100,000 square kilometers. Jiang Xi took Xian Tian around the palace, which greatly broadened Xian Tian's horizons. Extravagant. The Purple Heaven sect is really rich, Xian Tian exclaimed. His emotional problems were about to be solved, and his mood was a lot more relaxed. Jiang Xi added, in the sect headquarters, only Ninth Tribulation Transcenders can have a palace of this scale. It seems that the three great elders are very afraid of you. Xian Tian understood very well. They are Fourth Tribulation Transcenders, and they have been elders in the Azure Blue Star region for at least 10,000 years. Coupled with the fact that they monopolize power, there are bound to be a lot of problems. Jiang Xi also understood. Xian Tian asked, then, have you thought about what to do? Jiang Xi smiled and said, what happened in the past will happen in the future. Smart. Xian Tian nodded gently. Because Jiang Xi's path was different, it was impossible for him to always be a supervising elder. When he reached the Tao integration stage, he would have to step down. Today, he had investigated the three great elders. After he left, there were still the other three great elders. For countless eras, even the 3 schools and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance had not been able to solve the problem, so it was even more impossible for Jiang Xi to solve it. Therefore, there was no need for him to do such a thankless thing and waste time cultivating. After the two of them toured the place, Jiang Xi said, Big brother, Immortal Frostshung will also come to the banquet tomorrow. At that time, I will ask you and sister-in-law in person. Xian Tian took a deep breath, full of expectations. The next day, East Pole Island became particularly lively. The cultivators of the Department of Supervision had their first task, to receive guests. Keep your eyes open. Many of the people coming today are ancestor-level powerhouses of the major forces in the Azure Blue Star region. If something happens and you lose face as a supervising elder, your cultivation career will be over. A late-stage Tao integration cultivator was lecturing 100,000 nascent soul cultivators in front of him. Nascent soul cultivators were not qualified to receive guests this time. After the lecture, the 100,000 nascent soul cultivators immediately dispersed to prepare for today's banquet. Some of the immortal Tao powerhouses of the Azure Blue Star region traveled alone, while others brought their juniors. The Department of Supervision's palace had an area of 100,000 square kilometers, which was enough to support the banquet. The main hall was surrounded by clouds and mist, making it look like an immortal palace. Delicacies and immortal fruits from various vital planets in the Azure Blue Star region were placed everywhere in the main hall, ready to be served. Almost everyone was shocked by such a luxurious banquet and marveled at the Purple Heaven sect's wealth. Because the immortal fruits and wine alone were very expensive. Even 1,000,000 Supreme Great Spirit Stones was considered a small amount. Shuang Shao and Shao were also lucky enough to attend this banquet, because of their family and sect connections. Shuang Shao was there because his daughter was the strongest young genius of the Shuang family, while Shao was there because she was a disciple of an immortal ancestor of the Feihong sect. At the banquet, the two of them also became friends with many people because of their identities. Especially Shuang Shao, whose daughter was the core disciple of the Wanghan sect. When she reached the nascent soul stage in the future, her status might be similar to that of Elder Jiang Xi. Therefore, Shuang Shao was also in the limelight this time. If there's a chance to let Long and Elder Jiang Xi get to know each other, Shuang Shao thought in his heart that this was the best son-in-law candidate in his mind. Unfortunately, this banquet limited cultivation. Only cultivators above the nascent soul stage were eligible to attend. Hey, Shuang Shao, isn't that the person who has been pestering your daughter? How can a nascent soul stage cultivator like him come here? And Shao asked in surprise. Shuang Shao followed his gaze and saw that Songyun's sect's grand elder, immortal Wu Feng, leading a group of cultivators into the hall. Xian Tian was in that group. Humph, maybe he hit the jackpot. Shuang Xiao snorted coldly. His good mood turned bad again. He didn't want to see Xian Tian, so he turned around and wanted to go somewhere else. He couldn't make a move here unless he didn't want to live. But before he could leave, and Zhao's expression changed greatly. No, Shuang Xiao. Isn't that person Elder Jiang Ci? Shuang Xiao looked again doubtfully and saw a short-haired young man in black and 3 elders fly from the depths of the hall to greet the Tsungyun sect's Grand Elder. Chapter 456. Shuang Cheng, An, and Xiao were completely shocked. A few days ago, they had seen this black-clothed, short-haired youth and felt that he was somewhat familiar. But because their attention had been on Xian Tian, they hadn't paid much attention to the identity of the person beside Xian Tian. Now that they thought about it, it was no wonder that he was familiar. The black-clothed, short-haired youth was Jiang Ci. No, didn't that mean that Jiang Ci and Xian Tian knew each other? The two looked at each other, their faces full of shock. At the same time, under the gaze of everyone at the banquet, Jiang Ci and the 3 elders arrived in front of the Grand Elder of the Tsungyun sect, Immortal Wu Feng. Immortal Wu Feng was also a 4th tribulation transcender, and was the only immortal worthy of being welcomed by the 4 of them. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Ci walked toward Xian Tian and called him Big Brother. This scene shocked everyone apart from those from the Tsungyun sect, and their gazes gathered on Xian Tian. Xian Tian wasn't afraid at all, and nodded with a calm expression. Then, Jiang Ci directly left with him. The 3 elders were also very surprised. Immortal Lang, he asked, "Old Ghost Wu Feng, this little guy from your sect? You still don't know?" Immortal Wu Feng pretended to be mysterious. The 3 elders shook their heads. Elder Jiang Ci has a sworn big brother and a sworn second sister. His big brother is a disciple of my Tsungyun sect, and his second sister is a disciple of the Heavenly Court's Time Moon Hall, Immortal Wu Feng said with a smile. The 3 elders immediately understood. They were both geniuses. On the other side, Jiang Ci and Xian Tian found Immortal Shuang Cheng together. Immortal Shuang Cheng was very surprised and happy about this, feeling that he had gained a lot of face. After all, among so many immortal experts at the banquet, his strength wasn't even in the top 10. However, he was the first person Jiang Ci had taken the initiative to meet. Even Immortal Wu Feng, Jiang Ci had only exchanged a few polite words with him. Now, Jiang Ci was chatting with him enthusiastically. I've admired Senior Shuang Cheng for a long time. When I was listening to Master's teachings in the ancient Tao origin world, Master had mentioned Senior's name. Jiang Ci calmly mentioned his master without blushing or panting. Senior Winesword Immortal, you know of me as well? Immortal Frostcom clearly grew excited. Jiang Ci smiled calmly and said, "Of course I know. Master once said that among all the immortal path powerhouses in the Blue Star region, only Senior has the chance to go further on the path of tribulation transcendence." Haha, Senior Winesword Immortal, you praise me too much. Immortal Frostpeak laughed heartily. The Winesword Immortal hadn't appeared in the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance for 50,000 years. He was a 3rd tribulation transcender, and in front of the Winesword Immortal, he was a junior among juniors. To be able to be remembered by the Winesword Immortal, it means that he indeed has a bright future. As for whether Jiang Ci's words were true or not, he believed them to be true. A dignified 4th heavenly layer core disciple had a higher status than him, a 3rd tribulation transcender. There was no need to lie to him. Xian Tian glanced at his 3rd brother. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Ci was lying. With a powerful background as the prerequisite, even the most clumsy deception would work. Immortal Frostcom had clearly been deceived by Jiang Ci. In fact, Jiang Ci's deception wasn't clumsy at all. Through the Purple Heaven Sex database, he had a very detailed understanding of Immortal Frostcom. Everything he said and did was targeted. It made Immortal Frost Cheng feel very comfortable listening to him. After chatting for a while, Jiang Ci saw that the time was right and changed the topic to Xian Tian. Jiang Ci smiled and said, Senior Frostcom, I forgot to introduce you. This is my elder brother, Xian Tian. Xian Tian? Immortal Frostcom glanced at Xian Tian. He had heard this name before. When Jiang Ci went to welcome the group of people from the Sangyan sect, he didn't call out Xian Tian's name. Now that he heard Jiang Ci's introduction, he suddenly understood something. Immortals weren't fools. You're the one who was very close to Shuanglong? Immortal Frostcom asked in a tactful tone. Greetings, Senior Frostcom. Xian Tian respectfully bowed, which was equivalent to admitting it. Elder Jiang Ci, your motives aren't pure. Immortal Frostcom shook his head and chuckled. Senior, please forgive me. I think it's better to let nature take its course when it comes to matters of mutual affection. Don't you think so? Jiang Ci laughed. Since we're talking about this, I'll tell you the truth. Immortal Frostcom was somewhat helpless, but he didn't mind. He continued. Shuanglong is the clansman with the strongest talent in the 600,000 years of our Shuanglong family's history. I have great hopes for her. However, I'm not a pedantic person. I won't interfere with Shuanglong's personal matters. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. It's not good to forcefully obstruct them. But according to the information I received, it seems that you were the one who broke up my big brother and Shuanglong. Jiang Ci asked. That's right. I personally gave the order. Immortal Frostcom smiled, then said, but the one who truly instructed me to do this was Shuanglong's master, Fairy Wang Qing. Fairy Wang Qing of the Moon Sect? Jiang Ci's expression was grave. It seems that Elder Jiang Ci has heard of her. Then you should know the situation of the Wang Qing lineage. Immortal Frostcom nodded. Third brother? Xian Tian looked at Jiang Ci with a questioning gaze. Jiang Ci took a deep breath and said, Big brother, sorry for the trouble. Xian Tian's expression changed. She's very strong? Jiang Ci said gravely. She's more than strong. The strength of the Moon Sect's 9 Tribulation Transcender is comparable to my master's. They once seriously injured a Tao Immortal True Monarch in a small team. This time, he had really heard of this from his master, the Wine Sword Immortal. The latter had told him before that there were some powerful immortal experts in the Tao Alliance that he needed to pay attention to, and Fairy Wang Qing was one of them. She was a 9 Tribulation Transcender who specialized in the path of charm, the path of inner demons, and the path of illusions. She was an expert in playing with souls. Moreover, she had created 3 fused Taoist techniques, making it difficult for experts of the same realm to guard against her. Strength was one thing. Another thing was that Fairy Wang Qing had a temperamental temperament. Countless immortal experts had died at her hands. What was even more unimaginable was that this female immortal who specialized in charm, inner demons, and illusions hated feelings and men. In that case, it was not hard to understand why Fairy Wang Qing would interfere with the relationship between Xian Tian and Shuanglong. After Jiang Ci gave him a simple explanation of Fairy Wang Qing, Xian Tian lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Immortal Shuang Chang sighed and said, The Moon Sect's Wang Qing lineage hates it when their disciples are bound by feelings. Therefore, I can't do anything about this matter. Jiang Ci sincerely expressed his thanks. Senior, I still have to thank you for telling me this. Immortal Shuang Chang shook his head. At this time, Xian Tian suddenly raised his head and said, Senior Shuang Chang, I want to meet Fairy Wang Qing. I wonder if you can introduce me to her? This. Immortal Shuang Chang was somewhat hesitant. It was clear that he was also afraid of Fairy Wang Qing. Jiang Ci wanted to persuade him, but he saw Xian Tian's resolute expression. He said to Immortal Shuang Chang, This junior will never forget Senior's kindness. The meaning of these words was, Do me a favor, and I'll owe you a favor. Xian Tian nodded gratefully at Jiang Ci. Immortal Shuang Qing nodded and said, That's fine. I'll help you pass a message. However, whether Fairy Wang Qing wants to meet you or not will depend on your luck. Many thanks, Senior. Xian Tian expressed his thanks. Chapter 457. The banquet lasted for 3 days before it ended. If it had been before entering the Purple Heaven sect, Jiang Xi would have been very cautious and nervous when meeting so many immortal Dao powerhouses. But now, in front of these immortal Dao powerhouses, he seemed to be at ease. The powerhouses of each faction returned with satisfaction. And Jiang Xi also took advantage of this banquet to officially step into the upper echelons of the Blue Star region. In contrast, after talking with immortal Shuang Cheng, Xian Tian had remained silent. Because 3 days had passed, and Fairy Wang Qing had not sent back a message, so he did not know if she wanted to see him. After the banquet ended, the two brothers sat at the top of the hall. Jiang Xi sighed and said, "Big brother, you always taught me to be tolerant of all things in the world. Why are you like this now?" Xian Tian asked with a smile. "Do you think I will fail?" Jiang Xi nodded. After knowing the real reason why the Shuang family stopped Xian Tian and Shuang, the result was already obvious. Even if Xian Tian wanted to see Fairy Wang Qing and fought for her face-to-face, the chances were very slim. Because an unrelated nascent soul cultivator was like an ant in front of a ninth tribulation transcender. Perhaps Fairy Wang Qing would not see him at all. Only when you try will you have no regrets. Xian Tian's eyes were deep as he said softly, "If you don't try, how will you know whether you succeed or fail? And even if you fail, so what? As long as I continue to improve, sooner or later, I will also set foot on the peak of the immortal Tao. At that time, no one will be able to stop me and Shuang." Jiang Xi felt a strong sense of confidence from Xian Tian. He had never doubted his big brother, Xian Tian's talent. Among the 3 sworn siblings, Xian Tian's state of mind had always been the highest. Cultivating the state of mind was also a kind of talent. The bigger the heart, the bigger the world. If he did not even dare to think about it, how could he improve? At this moment, Jiang Xi received a new message in his communication bead. "Good news. Immortal Frostcom just said that Fairy Wang Qing is willing to meet you. In a while, someone will bring us to meet her." Jiang Xi laughed. Xian Tian's eyes lit up. East Pole Island's teleportation hall. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian waited beside the interstellar teleportation array. Half a day later, a beautiful woman in white arrived. She was in the primordial soul stage. The white-clothed woman's gaze first landed on Riverward. She said with a smile, "Greetings, senior brother Riverward." "Hello, junior sister Yuanzi." Jiang Xi nodded gently. The disciples of the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance were also ranked according to seniority. He was a core disciple of the 4th firmament of the Purple Heaven sect, and his status was also the highest. Then, Yuanzi glanced at Xian Tian and said coldly, "You're Xian Tian?" Xian Tian's expression froze. He was about to speak when Yuanzi ignored him. Instead, she smiled at Jiang Xi and said, "Senior brother Jiang Xi, my master is waiting for the 2 of you. Shall we go now?" Jiang Xi was displeased, but he didn't show it. He was working for his big brother, Xian Tian. If he really offended Fairy Wang Qing, he wouldn't stand chance. He nodded and said, "Lead the way." The 3 of them stepped into the interstellar teleportation array. Yuanzi made hand seals and reset the teleportation array's coordinates. In a dazzling teleportation light, the 3 of them disappeared. To meet Fairy Wang Qing, they naturally had to go to the Moon sect. Therefore, this was an interstellar teleportation. The distance was even further than when Jiang Xi went to the Purple Heaven sect's headquarters. After a full 3 hours of spatial distortion, the teleportation finally came to an end. After the space stabilized, the 3 of them appeared on a teleportation platform in the starry sky. Jiang Xi felt fine. After all, he was in the primordial soul stage. Xian Tian's face was a little pale. He wanted to vomit. Seeing this, Yuanzi's eyes were filled with disdain. She was still full of enthusiasm for Jiang Xi. She smiled and said, "This is the headquarters of the Moon sect. Senior brother Jiang Xi, what do you think of it compared to the Purple Heaven sect?" "Very good." Jiang Xi only said 2 words. At the same time, he and Xian Tian looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. because the headquarters of the moon sect in front of them was an incomparably huge planet. They couldn't see the end of it at all, just by visual inspection. Its diameter was hundreds of millions of kilometers. Of course, this was not the most shocking thing for them. The shock in their eyes came from the palace floating above this huge planet. It was an incomparably huge palace. It was golden and dazzling, exuding a rich spiritual aura. A palace in the sky. If they looked at it in a smaller scale, it was exactly the same as the moon palace on the second moon on Earth. As for the dilapidated moon palace on the first moon, it was a little different because it was too dilapidated. The planet below is called the moon star. It's the cultivation residence of countless disciples of the moon sect. The palace on the moon star is called the moon palace. It's the headquarters of the moon sect. Only immortals and core disciples can enter. These two treasures were created by the top cultivators of the moon sect many years ago. Yuanzi introduced with a proud face. She didn't suspect Jiang Xi and Xian Tian shock because such a reaction was too normal. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian remained silent. Moon star? Moon? Artificial planet? If the huge planet below was also shrunk, would it be similar to the two moons outside Earth? Both of them were full of doubts, but they couldn't ask such a question. Jiang Xi firmly remembered this matter in his heart. He planned to go back and search for information on the Eye of Heaven network. He suddenly realized that he had been in the Purple Heaven sect for so many years and had neglected one thing. Search for information. The Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the Sword sect, the Purple Heaven sect, the Moon sect, the Hunyuan sect, the Wuji sect, the Heavenly Sun sect, and the True Mystic sect. These names had a lot of similarities with the Tao sects and the myths and legends on Earth. He should have checked the history of the 9 immortal sects. Why didn't he think of that before? Riverward was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, with his cautious attitude, he should have thought of this long ago. Brother Jiang Xi, the palace in front is the palace of Wangqing. It's the palace of my master, the Wangqing fairy. Let's go, Yuanzi said with a smile. All right. Jiang Xi nodded. Together with Xian Tian, he followed Yuanzi across the starry sky. The huge moon palace was bigger than many stars. There were many palaces floating around it like stars. The palace of Wangqing was one of them. After flying in the sky for a while, Jiang Xi frowned. What was I going to do? He seemed to have forgotten something. At this time, they arrived at the palace of Wangqing. Jiang Xi threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind and looked at the palace of Wangqing in front of him. The palace of Wangqing was a standard palace of a 9th tribulation transcender. It had 9 floors, and the area of the first floor was 100,000 square kilometers. The two followed Yuanzi into the main hall on the first floor. What came into view was a hazy figure sitting high in the main hall. Enchanting, charming, sacred, pure. The hazy figure seemed to have 1,000 kinds of temperaments. Just looking at it made it difficult for people to look away. The Wangqing fairy. Chapter 458. The hazy figure sitting at the top of the hall caused Jiang Xi and Xian Tian's minds to go into a trance for a moment before they came back to their senses. The two of them looked at each other with lingering fear. If it weren't for the fact that their mental state cultivation was high enough, they would have lost their minds with that one glance. Then, they noticed that on both sides of the hall, there were female immortals with enchanting and seductive figures. Master, I brought them here, Yuanzi said respectfully. Greetings, Wangqing fairy. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian bowed respectfully together. Wangqing fairy's hazy figure could only be seen with a pair of soul-stirring eyes. She stared at the two young men as if she could see through their thoughts. After a while, Wangqing fairy's voice sounded. It was like the sound of nature drifting over from the horizon. What a pure sword Tao! As expected of the disciple of the wine sword, immortal Zhong Li. I heard that you reached the 10th level of the heavenly stream 100 years ago. How are you doing now? I haven't done it for a long time. I should be much stronger now. Jiang Xi said with a smile that was neither servile nor overbearing. Zhongli is taken in a good disciple. Wang Qing Fairy praised with a smile. Jiang Xi was about to speak. In the next moment, Wang Qing Fairy's aura suddenly turned cold. The entire Wang Qing palace seemed to have turned from spring to winter. It was a coldness on the soul level. Jiang Xi's expression changed. As expected, she was temperamental. In the center of the coldness was Xian Tian. Xian Tian, who was only at the nascent soul stage, was pale and his body trembled violently. However, his eyes were red. He still clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, trying to maintain a standing posture. "Please spare my life, Uncle Master Wang Qing." Jiang Xi hurriedly shouted. Wang Qing Fairy snorted coldly. The coldness that penetrated deep into the soul instantly disappeared. "Long, I mentioned you to me before. I didn't expect you to dare to come and see me. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you now?" Her gaze fell on Xian Tian. "Of course I am," Xian Tian said softly, then changed the topic. "But I'm more afraid of dying in regret. Shuanglong and I are in love. If I shrink back in the face of difficulties and don't strive for it, how can I be worthy of our relationship? True feelings, true character, and some backbone. What a pitiful person." Fairy Wang Qing sneered and shook her head. After saying this, she suddenly fell into silence again, which brought about a great deal of psychological pressure. The entire hall was silent. The enchanting female immortals on both sides were like wooden puppets from beginning to end, not saying a word. After a while, Fairy Wang Qing said, "Xian Tian, I'll give you a test. This test might bring you death. But if you can catch it, I'll agree to let you be with Long. Of course, you still have the chance to give up." "Could it bring death?" Jiang Xi looked at Xian Tian worriedly. "What test?" Xian Tian's expression didn't change. He was very calm. Fairy Wang Qing smiled. "There are two paths. First, after your cultivation reaches the peak of the Dao integration stage, you can enter the foreign battlefield and participate in the race war. If you can obtain the merit points of a third tribulation transcender, you will pass the test. Second, my palace of Wang Qing has 18 illusory spaces. As long as you can pass through them, you can also pass the test. If you choose the first path, I can guarantee that I won't kill you before you reach the peak of the Dao integration stage. But the second path, if you can't pass through the 18 illusory spaces, I will kill you on the spot. Which path do you choose?" Fairy Wang Qing looked down at Xian Tian with a soul-stirring gaze. If he succeeded, he would have feelings. If he failed, he would die. Jiang Xi's face was full of worry. He wanted to persuade Xian Tian to give up, but Xian Tian shook his head at him. "May I ask if Fairy Wang Qing will abide by the agreement?" Xian Tian was very bold. "That depends on my mood." Fairy Wang Qing chuckled. Xian Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Then I choose the second path. Pass through the 18 illusory spaces." Fairy Wang Qing's smile disappeared, and her aura became cold again. "I've already given you a chance to live. If you choose the first path, you can safely live until you reach the peak of the Dao integration stage and have a lifespan of 10,000 years if your strength is outstanding. You can even accumulate enough merit points in the foreign battlefield. Are you sure you want to choose the second path? Are you sure you want to die?" Jiang Xi couldn't help but persuade. "Big brother, is it worth it?" Even if Fairy Wang Qing abided by the agreement, who could guarantee that she wouldn't kill Xian Tian in the illusory space? Fairy Wang Qing was proficient in the path of charm, inner demons, and illusions. With the fusion of these three paths, even a ninth tribulation transcender would find it difficult to guard against her. Could Xian Tian, who was only at the nascent soul stage, survive in the illusory space? This was almost a sure death situation. There are always one or two things in life that are worth it. Xian Tian smiled calmly at Jiang Xi. Then, he looked at Fairy Wang Qing, who was sitting high up in the main hall, and said firmly, "I'm sure. You're not afraid of death? Good, very good." Fairy Wang Qing was a little angry, and her aura became violet. Jiang Xi's expression changed. He was really worried that this temperamental woman would kill Xian Tian in the next moment. Fortunately, it was only for a moment, and Fairy Wang Qing regained her calm. She said to Yuan Zi, "Take them to the illusory Heart Palace." After saying that, she disappeared into thin air. In the main hall, those enchanting female immortals who were originally stupefied immediately became lively. A little guy at the nascent soul stage wanted to pass through Fairy Wang Qing's illusory space. This was something that had never been seen since the establishment of the Palace of Wang Qing. This little guy really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yuanzi looked at Xian Tian with contempt. For the sake of junior sister Long I can tell you. 400 years ago, there was a 7th tribulation transcender like you who tried to pass through the 18 illusory spaces, but he fell in the 10th one. He died because of his inner demons, and his death was very miserable. I hope he could die a better death. This time, Jiang Ci didn't pay attention to her. This girl was here to laugh at him. Xian Tian remained silent. He was very calm, and nothing could shake his conviction. What happened on the first floor spread through the halls of the Palace of Wang Qing, and it also spread to all parts of the Wanghan sect. A petite girl hurriedly ran into a side hall on the 4th floor. The hall was very quiet, and there was a faint fragrance lingering in the air. "Senior sister Xuanglong, it's not good," the girl shouted as she ran, breaking the silence in the hall. "What's the matter?" The one who spoke was a woman in green clothes. The fragrance was coming from her body. Her expression was indifferent, as if nothing could affect her state of mind. "Your lover came to see Master just now. He wants to pass through the 18 illusory spaces and ask Master to agree not to stop you from being together with him," the girl said quickly. "Big brother Xiantian?" Xuanglong's expression changed greatly, and she could no longer maintain her indifference. Chapter 459. For me, big brother Xiantian, actually, Xuanglong was extremely moved. She took a deep breath and said with a firm gaze, "I want to see Master." Her figure flashed, and she rushed out of the side hall. Boom. However, there was a formation barrier at the door that stopped her. Boom, boom, boom. She kept attacking the formation barrier, but to no avail. In the end, she could only sit in front of the barrier helplessly and anxiously. "Big brother Xiantian, don't do anything stupid. Don't do it." Jiang Ci and Xiantian followed behind Yuan Zi and walked toward the illusory Heart Palace. The two felt as if they had entered a country of women. In the corridor of the Palace of Forgotten Love, there were only beautiful female cultivators and not a single man. Along the way, these good-looking female cultivators kept pointing at the two of them and gossiping about them. "Which one of them is Xiantian?" "The one with long hair is Xiantian, and the one with short hair is senior brother Jiang Ci of the Purple Heaven sect. Senior brother Jiang Ci is known as the strongest genius of the Tao Alliance in tens of thousands of years. Compared to senior brother Jiang Ci, I still think that Xiantian is the most charming. If only someone could be so infatuated with me. Senior sister Xuanglong is really lucky. It's a pity that he's going to die. A nascent soul cultivator can't break through Master's illusory heart space." The female cultivators were very brave, and they followed closely behind Jiang Ci and Xiantian. Soon, thousands of people gathered. When Jiang Ci heard their discussion, he became even more worried. He said through his spiritual sense, "Big brother, you still have a chance to give up. I know that your mental state cultivation is very high, but Fairy Wang Qing is best at playing with people's minds. The illusory realm set up by 9th Tribulation Transcender isn't something that can be broken through with one's mental state cultivation. Just the pressure of her spiritual sense alone is enough to make your spiritual sense collapse. I understand that, but there are some things that must be done from the bottom of my heart." Xiantian smiled faintly, but showed a strong determination. Jiang Ci could only sigh. People who saw through everything were the hardest to persuade after a short while. They arrived at the illusory Heart Palace on the 8th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions. The palace was filled with a thick pink fog, making it impossible to see what was inside. Fairy Wang Qing was standing in front of the hall. Her hazy figure could only be seen with a pair of eyes. She stared at Xian Tian, her voice faintly discernible. Once you step into this hall, there is no turning back. You still have the chance to give up now. Big brother. Jiang Xi looked at Xian Tian. The Xian Tian smiled at him, then bowed respectfully to the forgotten love fairy. He stepped into the illusory heart palace resolutely and disappeared into the thick pink fog. Jiang Xi couldn't do anything about all this. He could only wait quietly. My strength is still too weak. If I were a Taoist immortal, or even stronger, even if Fairy Wang Qing's temperament was eccentric and temperamental, she would still have to yield. Jiang Xi was silent. But now, he and Xian Tian had no choice but to lower their heads. In the illusory heart palace, the thick pink fog slowly flowed. It was unknown what was happening inside. At this time, Fairy Wang Qing waved her hand, and a three-dimensional phantom appeared in front of the palace, showing the scene inside. In the wide palace, there was a huge black stone staircase. There were a total of 18 steps, and each step had an illusory heart space. The Xian Tian stood on the first step with his eyes closed and fell into the illusory realm. After a full hour, he opened his eyes and stepped on the second step. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xi's nervous mood relaxed a little. He was afraid that Fairy Wang Qing would go back on her words and directly take the Xian Tian's life in the illusory heart space. With the means of a ninth tribulation transcender, it only took a thought to kill a nascent soul cultivator. Next, it took the Xian Tian 2 hours to pass through the second illusory heart space. It took him 3 hours to pass the third illusory heart space. Although the speed of passing through the illusory heart space was getting slower and slower, he kept moving forward. When the Xian Tian passed through the sixth illusory heart space, Fairy Wang Qing chuckled and said, "Your willpower is not bad. No wonder Shuanglong took a fancy to you." Jiang Xi sighed and said, "My big brother's temper is a little stubborn. I hope Martial Ant can forgive him and spare his life." Fairy Wang Qing shook her head gently. "You don't have to say this to me. It's useless to beg me, because the illusory heart space tests the heart. Everything in the illusory world will infinitely magnify the deepest obsession and desire in one's heart. Therefore, after entering the illusory heart space, life and death depend on oneself. If he can see through it, he can pass. If he can't, he can only die." Jiang Xi looked inside the illusory heart palace. Xian Tian was already immersed in the seventh illusory heart space. It tests the obsession and desire in one's heart. Big Brother is currently obsessed with his feelings. Even if he doesn't care about life and death, this is also a kind of desire. Jiang Xi was very worried. Could Xian Tian pass through it? He knew that Xian Tian's mental cultivation was very high, comparable to the sages in the history of the Great Xia dynasty. However, that was only compared to Earth. In the vast universe, there were countless races and countless lives. Over the countless years, there were countless powerful existences with high mental cultivation. In comparison, he, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai had only cultivated for less than 300 years. What could they use to compare with those powerhouses who had cultivated for at least 10,000 years? After another day, Jiang Xi received a message from Li Baibai in his communication pearl. "Third brother, how's the situation over there with you and Big Brother?" Li Baibai knew that the two of them had come to the Guanghan sect. Jiang Xi held the communication pearl in his hand, and with a thought, he sent a message to Li Baibai about the situation here. Illusory heart space? It tests the obsession and desire in one's heart? Haha, then it's fine. Li Baibai sent another message. How can it be fine? Fairy Wang Qing is best at playing with the mind. Ordinary ninth tribulation transcenders might not be able to block her illusory attacks, let alone Big Brother. Jiang Xi didn't know where Li Baibai's confidence came from. "Third brother, you are confused because you are worried. Which stage is Big Brother at?" "The ninth stage." The speed of breaking through the illusory world is getting slower and slower. Don't worry, I have never seen Big Brother do something he is not confident in. I hope so. Jiang Xi communicated with Li Bai while paying attention to the scene in the 3D illusory world. As time passed, Xian Tian's speed continued to decrease, but he was still moving forward. Outside the illusory Heart Palace, in addition to Jiang Xi and Fairy Wang Qing, those beautiful female cultivators were also nervously paying attention to Xian Tian's situation. The 11th stage, the 12th stage, the 14th stage. His will is so strong, and his belief is so firm. Except for Fairy Wang Qing, almost everyone else was infected by Xian Tian's firm belief. Of course, they certainly didn't dare to talk about this in front of Fairy Wang Qing, and they were all transmitting their spiritual sense. The emotions in Fairy Wang Qing's clear eyes also changed. Compared to the others, she was angry. A nascent soul cultivator trapped by love can actually break through the 14th stage of the illusory Heart Palace. The last 4 stages are illusory worlds that even tribulation transcenders can't see through. I don't believe you can break through them. Chapter 460. In the side hall on the 4th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, a formation barrier had restricted Shuang Long's entry and exit. Brother Xian Tian, you must succeed. Nothing must happen to you. She sat cross-legged in front of the formation barrier. She was extremely anxious, but it was useless. Moreover, her communication pearl had been taken away, so she could not receive any news from the outside world. At this moment, the petite girl rushed in from outside the hall and shouted in surprise, "Senior Sister Shuang Long, your lover is too powerful. He actually passed the 14th level of the illusory heart space." Shuang Long's eyes lit up, and she was overjoyed. He can succeed. He can definitely succeed. On the 6th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, in front of the illusory Heart Palace, Jiang Xi stared at the 3-dimensional illusion. At this moment, Xian Tian stepped onto the 15th level of the illusory heart space. He could clearly feel that Xian Tian was having a hard time. Because Xian Tian's body was trembling, it meant that the illusion behind was beginning to affect him. "Big brother, you can do it," Jiang Xi said in his heart. The speed behind was getting slower and slower. The 15th level, Xian Tian, took 3 days. The 16th level, Xian Tian, took 7 days. The 17th level, Xian Tian, took half a month. At the final 18th level, Xian Tian almost climbed up, but he still climbed up. Impossible, impossible. Wang Qing Fairy's aura gradually became chaotic, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. How can a nascent soul stage kid be so obsessed with love? How can he break through the 17th level of the illusion? Not forgetting love? How can he escape the control of love? More and more disciples of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions heard the news and gathered outside the illusory Heart Palace. Everyone was watching. Even many immortal Tao experts of the Moon Palace were paying attention to the situation here. Because being able to break through the 17th level of the illusory heart space of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, it meant that Xian Tian's will had already entered the level of an immortal Tao expert. With such a will, even if his cultivation talent was a little lacking, he was still a good seedling. Moreover, this was only a nascent soul stage. Inside the illusory Heart Palace, there were a total of 18 giant stone steps. Each step had an illusory heart space in the 18th level of the illusory heart. Xian Tian was gasping for breath. He knelt on one knee, beads of sweat dripping down. Obviously, he was under great pressure. A month later, Xian Tian opened his eyes. Inside the illusory Heart Palace, the pink mist that was originally flowing slowly suddenly churned violently and then dissipated. This time, everyone could clearly see the situation in the hall without using the 3D illusion. Outside the illusory Heart Palace, the tens of thousands of female cultivators gathered here, as well as many immortals who used their spiritual senses to observe this place, were all shocked. He really did it. Last time, even a 7th tribulation transcender fell in the illusory heart space, but he, a nascent soul realm cultivator, managed to break through the illusory heart space. This is too incredible. His will is too strong, comparable to that of an immortal. Whoosh! Xiantian walked down the giant stone steps with a pale face and walked out of the illusory heart palace. His breath was weak, his spiritual sense was unstable, and his footsteps were even somewhat unsteady. Seeing this, Jiang Xi hurriedly went up to support him. "Senior, I succeeded." Xiantian insisted to come in front of Fairy Wang Qing, maintaining a respectful attitude. "You have made me look at you in a new light. A person trapped by love can actually break through the last 4 levels of the illusory heart palace." Fairy Wang Qing had already regained her calm. The heart demon is not terrible. What is terrible is that one's own heart does not accept it. When there is a conflict in one's heart, it is easy to be subdued by the heart demon and fall deep into it. I chose to accept it, so I subdued it. Xiantian smiled. "You have great enlightenment. No wonder you can make Long unable to forget you." Fairy Wang Qing's clear eyes flashed with a trace of light. "You have completed the test. I will abide by the previous agreement." She nodded gently again. "Thank you, Senior." Xiantian hurriedly thanked her. "Unz, take them to see Long After Fairy Wang Qing finished speaking, she disappeared. After she left, the female cultivators, who only dared to communicate with each other through sound transmission, suddenly became lively. Their gazes all fell on Xiantian. With envy, admiration, and various other emotions, Unz walked in front of Xiantian. She no longer had her previous arrogance and disdain. With a serious expression, she said to Xiantian, "Your performance was beyond all of our expectations. I didn't expect your will to be stronger than many tribulation transcenders. I admire you. Junior Sister Long, following you is not a disgrace." Xiantian said modestly, "Actually, I almost didn't make in the end. The last 4 levels of the illusory heart palace were really terrible." It was more than just terrible. Back then, a 9th tribulation transcender who encountered the love tribulation fell into the 18th level of the illusory heart palace and was unable to extricate himself. In the end, it took nearly 1,000 years to break through the illusory heart palace. Unz became arrogant again. Jiang Xi and Xiantian looked at each other and laughed. Afterward, the two followed behind Unz and walked to the 4th floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions. Jiang Xi said via spiritual sense, "Big brother, congratulations. Now that you've passed the test, there will be no one to hinder you and sister-in-law." Xiantian also said with a smile, "Well, I didn't waste my efforts." "Just your efforts?" "I feel that, big brother. This time you have a 90% chance of survival. Next time, don't do such a risky thing." Jiang Xi said helplessly. Xiantian laughed. "Haha, to tell you the truth, the 18th level of the illusory heart palace didn't have any effect on me." "What? How is that possible?" "I saw that you climbed up in the end, especially the last 4 levels of the illusory heart palace." Jiang Xi was shocked. "I pretended to do that." "Pretended?" "Of course, my current cultivation in the heart realm is close to perfection at the 2nd level. Even though I'm still unable to attain the state of having an infinitely large heart that encompasses everything in the world, I'm still able to attain the state of perfection in my heart realm. Although I don't have an infinite mind, it's still easy for me to contain these illusory heart's palace." "So, you deliberately put on an act for Fairy Wang Qing? You're afraid that you'll make her lose face if you pass the test too quickly?" "Yes, she's a high and mighty 9th tribulation transcender, and her strength can shake the 9 regions of the Tao Alliance. If I easily broke her unique skill, what would she think?" "A corner dog will do something desperate." Jiang Xi understood Xiantian's intention. If Xiantian easily broke through the illusory realms, Fairy Wang Qing would very likely secretly manipulate him to increase the difficulty of the later realms. She might even fly into a rage out of humiliation and secretly make Xiantian die silently in the illusory realms. This was very easy for a 9th tribulation transcender. and Xian Tian's disguise reduced the possibility of Fairy Wang Qing getting angry. Careful at every step, as expected of Big Brother, Jiang Xi praised Xian Tian. At the same time, in the side hall of the fourth floor of the Palace of Forgotten Emotions, Fairy Wang Qing's hazy figure appeared out of thin air. Xuanglong had already learned from the petite girl that Xian Tian had passed her master's test. Seeing Fairy Wang Qing appear, she quickly put away the surprised expression on her face. "Greetings, master." Fairy Wang Qing nodded lightly and said to the girl, "You can leave first." The girl quickly left the side hall. Chapter 461. A faint fragrance lingered in the quiet side hall. Wang Qing Fairy's clear eyes fell on Xuanglong. She had taken in countless disciples, but there were only a few disciples that she truly valued, and Xuanglong was one of them. In other words, she had placed a lot of hope on Xuang Luo. Xian Tian passed the 18th level of the illusory heart space, which is indeed beyond my imagination. "You have good taste," she said. "Master, you must be joking. I still have to thank you for showing mercy." Xuanglong could not hide the joy in her heart. Wang Qing Fairy nodded gently. "I promise Xian Tian that as long as he can pass my test, I will keep my promise. I will keep my promise and not stand in the way of your relationship with him." "Thank you, master." Xuanglong no longer hid the joy in her heart, and her face was full of excitement. However, Wang Qing Fairy changed the topic. "I will give you a choice now." Xuanglong was stunned. "My Wang Qing sect has been passed down since the ancient heavenly court era countless years ago. It is one of the supreme inheritances of the sect, divided into emotionless and sentimental." Yuanzi brought Jiang Xi and Xian Tian to the door of the side hall. "We're here. This is where junior sister Xuang Long usually cultivates," Yuanzi said with a smile. Xian Tian was a little impatient. His figure flashed, and he stepped into the side hall. Jiang Xi and Yuanzi both laughed, and then followed in. Inside the hall, Xian Tian and Xuanglong were already hugging each other. They had gone through many hardships to come together, and their faces were full of excitement. "Big brother Xian Tian, you're too silly. If it were you, you would do the same, wouldn't you?" "Yes." Jiang Xi looked at this scene and felt happy for his brother. He thought that if this matter fell on him and Jiang Daodu, the two of them would definitely make the same choice for each other. But at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Xuanglong pushed Xian Tian away, wiped the tears on her face, and took a few steps back. She said, "Big brother Xian Tian, let's stop here." Xian Tian looked at her in confusion. "Brother Xian Tian, I'm sorry. Just treat me as a passerby in your life." Xuanglong kept shaking her head. Xian Tian's expression changed drastically. In the distance, Jiang Xi's expression also changed. What was this? Big brother Xian Tian took the risk of being killed by Fairy Wang Qing and finally passed the test, giving the two of them a chance to be together. Now, Xuanglong had actually said such a thing. Break up? Could it be any more melodramatic? Outside the side hall, there were also many female cultivators who came to watch the show. They were also dumbfounded. They had never expected such a thing to happen. "Isn't this too sudden? It can't be. I remember that junior sister Xuanglong was imprisoned by Master with a formation barrier because she resisted the obstruction of Master and her family. This means that she also loves that Xian Tian. Why did she break up with him? Could it be that he said something wrong out of excitement?" Xian Tian was unusually calm. He looked into Xuanglong's eyes. He wanted to see through Xuanglong's heart and see if someone had used a secret soul technique on her. With his state of mind, he could easily detect all of this. However, the results of his investigation told him that this was Xuanglong's own thoughts. Her soul was not controlled. "Why?" Xian Tian asked. "There are always one or two things in life that are worth it. This is what you told me before." Xuanglong's beautiful eyebrows lowered. Her tone was very firm, just like Xian Tian's tone when he said this before. "So, you think that there are some things that are more worth it for you to do, even to the point of sacrificing our relationship?" Xian Tian asked in a deep voice. Xuanglong pursed her lips and nodded gently. He. Xian Tian suddenly chuckled. Even if your Shuang family and your master try to break us up, you and I didn't give up. Even my brother gave up the opportunity to cultivate in the fourth layer of heaven of the purple heaven sect to help me meet your master. I also took the risk of being killed by your master to pass the test. In the end, you and I had a chance to be together. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Why didn't you say so before? Xuanglong had nothing to say. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Jiangxi's heart was also filled with anger. What was wrong with this woman? Just like Xin Tian said, what was she doing before? No one understood. Even the disciples of the palace of Wangqing did not understand Xuanglong's choice. Xian Tian was such an excellent person, but he was willing to give up his life for this relationship. Could Xuanglong find someone better than Xian Tian? But the path was chosen by oneself. They could not interfere. Looking at the angry Xian Tian laughing, the female disciples felt that Xian Tian was going crazy and was about to explode. After a while, Xian Tian suddenly said softly, "Is it really worth it?" "It is." Xuanglong's eyes were firm, clear and bright. "I didn't expect that in the end. It was all for nothing." Xian Tian laughed self-deprecatingly. Xuanglong was silent. She could confirm that the relationship between the two was real. In her hundreds of years of life, she had met countless people. Only Xian Tian knew her the best. Even her parents and master did not know her as well as Xian Tian. "Xuanglong, I don't know what choice you made. I only hope that you remember one sentence. If your heart is infinite, the world is infinite. Also, sorry for disturbing you." Xian Tian's eyes were deep, as if there was a world hidden in them. That gaze made Xuanglong's heart tremble. She wanted to say something, but she did not know what to say. She could only watch helplessly as Xian Tian walked past her and left. She tried hard to open her eyes, trying to see Xian Tian's back, but she found that her vision was getting blurrier and her eyes were filled with tears. "I'm sorry," she murmured. Jiangxi could not say anything. He could only sigh and turn to catch up with Xian Tian. When it came to relationships, it was a mess. It was not easy for outsiders to interfere. He could only help Xian Tian create the conditions, but he could not help Xian Tian change her mind. The two of them flew straight out of the Palace of Forgotten Love and came to the Moon Sect's Starry Sky teleportation platform. They looked at the huge moon and the Moon Palace. The shock in their hearts was no longer as strong as when they first arrived. "Big brother, I'm sure that God has forgotten love did something in the middle to affect Xuanglong." Jiangxi said, "Of course I know. Do you think I don't understand?" Xian Tian said softly, "Then why didn't you fight for it? We've already come this far." Jiangxi did not understand, because this was Xuanglong's choice. She followed her heart. She followed the choice of her heart. Xian Tian smiled. "I don't understand. She was so persistent and persistent before. Why did she give up at the last moment?" Jiangxi shook his head. "That's because she has too many obsessions in her heart. Maybe it's the heart of Tao or a powerful family or something else. She gave up love, which means that love is ranked behind these obsessions." Xian Tian knew Xuanglong very well. The two of them took one last look at the Moon Palace and then disappeared in a flash of teleportation light. Chapter 462. On the 9th floor of the Palace of Wangqing. "I'm not stopping you. I'm just giving each of you a choice. You chose love, and Long chose the great Tao." Fairy Wangqing sat at the top of the hall, her clear eyes piercing through space as she watched everything happen. The perfected cultivator of the sect had just sent her a voice transmission, telling her to invite Xian Tian to join the Moon sect. But for some reason, she felt a deep disgust for Xian Tian, so she chose to let Jiangxi and Xian Tian leave. At the same time, the news of a nascent soul cultivator passing the 18th level of the illusory heart also spread throughout the 9 realms. After all, Fairy Wangqing was one of the most powerful cultivators below the perfected cultivators. All the factions were paying close attention to any news about her. Xian Tian also entered the sights of all the major immortal Tao factions because of this. All the factions took action upon hearing the news. If one's heart is limitless, the world is limitless. He's a person with great wisdom. He should join our Tao sect. He's fated with Buddhism. Send an Arhat over to guide him into our Buddhist sect. His willpower and temperament are excellent. He's a good seedling. Even if his cultivation talent is a bit lacking, he'll have a chance to go further on the immortal path in the future. It's a pity that he cultivates the saber Tao, not the sword Tao. Planet Songlan, Waterfront City, Daoda Manor. Under Jiang Daoda's management, this manor located at the peak of the mountain had already been expanded several times, and the best location in Linhai City had already been circled. The view here was very good. One could see the rippling waves of the Far East Ocean. On the surface of the ocean, there were countless floating islands. Flying boats and merchant ships came and went, taking off and landing. It was a bustling scene. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian sat on the ground in the manor's observation deck. The two of them drank and had some fun, relaxing for a while. Li Baibai's transmission Phantom watched from his side. It's a blessing in disguise this time. After this training, Big Brother's mental state cultivation has reached the peak of the second level in advance. His heart is limitless. Li Baibai smiled. Second sister is more open-minded than us. Jiang Xi was still angry. That's because you can't see past it. I've already put this matter aside. You're the only one who still feels sorry for me. I'm very touched. Xian Tan joked, feeling that he had returned to his previous unreliable state. All right, it's my fault. Jiang Xi shook his head helplessly, but he felt a lot more relieved. At this moment, his communication bead received a message. With a sweep of his spiritual perception, he discovered that it was a message from the Minister of War, Immortal Chun Hu. After checking the specific content of the message, Jiang Xi was stunned. Taoism, Buddhism, Sword Sect, Purple Heaven Sect, Guanghan Sect. What happened? Why are you talking about this? Xian Tian and Li Baibai asked in unison. Big Brother, it seems like you're going to be rich. Jiang Xi laughed. What do you mean by rich? The two of them were even more puzzled. Jiang Xi explained, just now, Immortal Chun Hu, the Minister of the Army, sent me a message saying that a third tribulation transcender from each of the 3 gates and 6 sects has arrived. They are currently waiting in the main hall of the Supervision Department on East Pole Island. They came for me? Xian Tian's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew that his performance in the Palace of Forgotten Emotions had attracted the attention of the 9 great immortal sections. Jiang Xi smiled and said, That's right. They didn't have your contact information, so they had to contact me first. The Guanghan sect also came? Li Baibai was puzzled. Since they wanted to accept Big Brother as a disciple, why didn't they invite Big Brother to join them when Big Brother passed Fairy Wang Qing's test? Jiang Xi speculated. Maybe they thought that Fairy Wang Qing would invite them. But Fairy Wang Qing wasn't in a good mood and let the two of us leave. Let's not worry about this for now. This is a good opportunity for Big Brother. This was especially true for the Taoism, Buddhism, and Swords Gate. These 3 sects rarely accept the disciples. They pay attention to fate, and only those who are fated with them will be accepted into the sect. Big Brother, think about it carefully and choose one to enter, Jiang Xi said. Xian Tian calmly asked, Which one do you think is better? The Taoism. Jiang Xi decisively betrayed his own sect. Although the Purple Heaven sect was the true orthodox sect of the Imperial Tao Union's 9 domains, in his opinion, the truly powerful ones were the 3 great immortal sects. I thought you would say the Purple Heaven sect. Xian Tian smiled. I'm enough for the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi didn't answer the question, but both of them understood what he meant. They were guarding Earth's secret. As their strength increased, they felt more pressure from this secret. This was because the Taoism Alliance's 3 gates and 6 sects were too similar to the legends of the Great Xia Kingdom. This made it difficult for them not to be wary and suspicious. This idea is so familiar. I think I've thought of something similar before. Jiang Xi was puzzled. What idea? The two asked. Ever since you left Earth and stepped into the universe, Have you ever doubted the history of the 3 gates and 6 sects? Jiang Si asked. I think so, but I also don't think so. Xin Tian and Li Baibai both frowned. There was no way they hadn't noticed such obvious similarities. Then why did they overlook such an important matter? The three of them looked at each other, their faces full of shock. Someone had touched their memories. Use jade slips to write it down, Jiang Si suggested. The two of them nodded in agreement. Then, the three of them each took out a blank jade slip and wrote down their thoughts. It seems like you have to go to the Taoism Alliance, big brother. Perhaps you can come into contact with more things. Jiang Si took a deep breath. His expression was solemn as he held the jade slip in his hand. Can't we go to the Buddhist sect or the sword sect? Li Baibai was puzzled. Jiang Si shook his head. No, we cultivate the peacock visualization method. We definitely can't go to the Buddhist sect. Once we go, we might expose Earth's existence. Not to mention the sword sect. Big brother cultivates the saber Tao. He won't be able to acclimatize. In comparison, the Taoism Alliance emphasizes the cultivation of the mind. It's more suitable for Big Brother. And most importantly, the Taoism Alliance has the only heavenly, venerable level powerhouse of our human race. Jiang Si's eyes shone. Heavenly venerable? Xin Tian and Li Baibai were shocked. They thought of the heavenly venerable of primordial beginning, the heavenly venerable of numinous Bao, and the heavenly venerable of Tao and virtue. I'm not sure if the Taoism Alliance's heavenly venerable is related to the legends of our great Xia kingdom. The heavenly venerable I'm talking about now refers to the strongest person at the peak of the immortal Tao. The immortal Tao has 4 major realms: Tribulation Transcender, Tao Immortal, Tao Ancestor, and Heavenly Venerable. Currently, our human race only has one heavenly venerable level powerhouse. Jiang Si said. After hearing this, Xin Tian finally made a decision. Go to the Taoism Alliance. Although they weren't core disciples, there were limitless possibilities after entering the Taoism Alliance. After discussing this matter, the three of them realized that they each had a blank jade slip in their hands. Their eyes were a little blank. What do I need a jade slip for? Maybe I need to write something down? Then what should I write down? The three of them frowned and thought for a long time, but they couldn't remember what to write down. Strange. Chapter 463. Afterward, Jiang Si and Xin Tian went to East Pole Island. In the main hall of the Ministry of Supervision, they met the 9 tribulation transcenders from the 3 gates and 6 sects. They all expressed their intention to invite Xin Tian, but their intentions weren't as strong as expected. In their eyes, Xin Tian hadn't reached the level of a peerless genius of the human race. Xin Tian was very polite. Although he had already made his decision, he still had a private conversation with the 9 immortals. There was a small episode here. When Xin Tian chose the Taoist sect, the Tribulation Transcender powerhouse of the Purple Heaven sect grabbed Jiang Si and complained. Why didn't you introduce Xin Tian to the Purple Heaven sect earlier? Why was he captured by the Taoist sect when they had such a close relationship? Jiang Si just laughed. When the Tribulation Transcender runner saw this, he couldn't do anything to Jiang Si and helplessly shook his head. After Xin Tian joined the Taoist sect, he made a special trip to the Tsangyun sect before leaving. Everyone in the Tsangyun sect, especially Xin Tian's master Wei Sheng, was very happy after learning about this. They didn't get angry just because their disciple had been poached by the Taoist sect. This was because a top immortal Tao sect, like the Tsangyun sect, usually had the task of recommending their elite disciples to the 3 gates and 6 sects. Moreover, Xin Tian joining the Taoist sect didn't mean that he had broken off contact with the Tsangyun sect. The two sides still had a relationship. In this way, it was time to leave. Xin Tian had to follow the immortals of the Taoist sect to the headquarters of the Taoist sect in the Tao domain to cultivate. East Pole Island's teleportation hall. Big brother, do your best and strive to reach the peak. Let those people know how blind they were. Jiang Si was still indignant. He was, of course, referring to Fairy Wang Qing and Shuang Long, shallow. I'm not cultivating for them. Xian Tian smiled and shook his head, saying, Third brother, this time, we're finally back on the same starting line. Don't let me overtake you. Surpass me? Haha, if you want to chase, then go ahead. I'll be waiting in front. Jiang Sai didn't care at all. Both of them laughed heartily. Then, Xian Tian and the Dao immortals disappeared into the teleportation array. Jiang Ci looked at the empty interstellar teleportation formation and let out a long sigh. This was not a perfect result, but he had gained a lot. It's time for me to go home. Home naturally referred to Earth. The Maze Galaxy was a life-bearing galaxy at the edge of the pale blue star region. Luli Planet was a grade 1 life planet in this galaxy, and the strongest cultivator there was only at the Golden Core stage. On this day, the Golden Core cultivator who had stayed behind on planet Pyrolite was respectfully kneeling in a secret room in his own mansion. At this moment, the cultivation aura he exuded was that of a late-stage essence soul cultivator. There was an illusory image of a messenger in front of him. Sir, the spies have found Jiang Ci's whereabouts. He first went to the Guanghan sect and returned to planet Songlan the day before yesterday. Today, he left planet Songlan using the interstellar teleportation formation. The illusory image's voice was hoarse. And then we couldn't track him. Although we cracked the teleportation mark, when the spies tried to teleport, they found that the mark had failed. So you've lost track of Jiang Ci's whereabouts? Yes. Yes, trash. Spare me, sir. Jiang Ci is our number 10 target on the assassination list. He left the Purple Heaven Sec headquarters and gave us a chance to assassinate him. However, we have to pay a heavy price every time we try to assassinate him in the 9-star regions of the human race. Therefore, we have to gather enough information before we carry out the assassination. Only when we have absolute confidence can we carry out the assassination. Do you understand? Understood. On the 1st of January, year 118 of the New Moon era, Jiang Ci left Earth for the ancient Dao origin world and never returned. Of course, this referred to Jiang Ci's main body. His clone remained on Earth's first moon and would occasionally disguise himself and go to planet Songlan to buy some spirit fruits. On the 21st of December, year 332 of the New Moon era, Jiang Ci finally returned home. After more than 200 years of development, the forces on Earth had completely integrated into the Great Xia Alliance. The Peacock Nation, the Dark Shadow Nation, the Sacred Union, and Planet Alpha had already become the various prefectures of the Great Xia Alliance. As for the hidden families, after the 5th Spirit Chi revival, a few late-nascent soul-stage old fellows had awakened and caused a ruckus. Then, Jiang Daodu, who had rushed back in time, slaughtered them all. Therefore, the hidden families were also convinced. Brother, how is it? The changes are huge, right? Jiang Daodu said with a smile. Very big. If it weren't for the fact that it's too enclosed, the environment would almost be comparable to planet Songlan. Jiang Ci nodded. The two of them were now standing in the sky above the Pacific Ocean. With their strength, they could easily observe the situation on Earth. The wilderness that was originally occupied by monsters had almost been reclaimed by Earth's people and replaced by prefectures. Not only the land, but the sea was also under the control of Earth's people. The monsters were all chased into the 10 grotto heavens and became the training grounds for Earth's people. In addition, the cultivation world on Earth had also undergone great changes. After the 5th Spirit Chi revival, the Spirit Chi on Earth had increased again, and many nascent soul-stage cultivators were born. These forces were now firmly in the hands of the Great Xia Alliance. Although Earth's overall strength is already very strong, it's still far from enough. Jiang Ci knew that once Earth was exposed to the 9 territories of the Dao Alliance, it would probably be in big trouble. Those troubles were not something he could resist at all. After that, Jiang Ci gathered with his old friends again. More than 200 years had passed, and some of them had already passed away. For example, Uncle Yang and Old Yang were the first to show kindness to Jiang Ci and Jiang Daodu. However, the descendants of his family had also become a sizable family in Pak's Sun province with the support of Jiang Daodu. Many others, because they were originally martial artists, had also embarked on the path of cultivation with the help of the later spirit qi revivals. For example, Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng, Lu Shan, He Changxing, these relatives and friends who had helped him a lot on his path of growth had also reached the golden core stage. Of course, their cultivation could not have been done without the help of Jiang Daodu. With Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng's talent, they originally did not have the opportunity to reach the golden core stage. However, Jiang Daodu controlled the entire Milky Way galaxy and the mountain sea star trade, and had such a huge amount of resources it would be easy for the two of them to push their cultivation to the nascent soul stage. However, this kind of thing had to be done gradually. If their cultivation increased too quickly, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Jiang Xi, you ruthless person, you actually went into seclusion for 200 years. If it wasn't for Dodo's frequent appearance, I would have thought that you were dead. Zhang Wei fiercely punched Jiang Xi when he saw Jiang Xi again. He was still joking with Jiang Xi, just like in high school. There was no sense of distance between them. Jiang Xi chuckled and shook his head. In order to not arouse suspicion, he, Xin Tian, and Li Bai had all announced to the outside world that they were in seclusion. They did not reveal that the three of them had stepped into the starry sky. Chapter 464. I thought I could catch up with you after I reached the gold core stage. I didn't expect you to be in the nascent soul stage now. There's no justice. God must be blind. Zhang Wei said indignantly. I'm a genius. You'll have to wait another 20,000 years to catch up with me. Jiang Xi laughed. 20,000 years? Can I live that long? Besides, what's the point of living for so long? Only you and I are still alive in our high school class. After 20,000 years, the world will really change. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Zhang Wei suddenly sighed with emotion. What the hell? Find a new goal in life, and then you'll have the motivation to live on. Jiang Xi scolded jokingly. Goal in life? Then I'll be a stud horse. Anyway, I've already married more than 100 wives. I don't care if I marry another 1,000. Zhang Wei was full of motivation. Jiang Xi gave him the middle finger decisively. Let's not talk about me. Have you found a new goal in life? Zhang Wei asked. When I become an immortal, I don't mind taking you as a dog. Jiang Xi joked. Get lost. Jiang Xi really got lost. He would stay on Earth for a long time in the future. There would be plenty of opportunities to meet up with these old friends. Next, he used his powerful spiritual sense to explore all the grotto heavens and secret places on Earth again. First, outside the Xia Kingdom, the Buddhist ruins of the former Peacock Nation, the holy city of the former Holy Alliance, the ancient Mayan city near the former Dark Shadow Nation. There were also pyramids, ruins of the sea race, and so on. Then there were the local ones, such as the Fengdu Secret Realm and the Mountain Secret Realm. Jiang Xi did gain a lot in these places. There were many lost inheritances. Unfortunately, most of them were incomplete. What puzzled Jiang Xi was that he didn't find anything valuable in these grotto heavens and secret places. It was as if they had been cleaned up. However, these places had long been controlled by Jiang Daodu. Since he left Earth last time, no one had explored these places. There's still the Jade Lake Secret Realm left. If someone else gets there before us, he was probably going to start cursing. Back then, he had obtained the Gale inheritance in the second cave of the Jade Lake Mystic Realm. Finally, he saw the spirit of the illusion, Nikang. And Ai Shang told him that when his cultivation reached the primordial soul stage, there would be a huge benefit for him. Jiang Xi had been thinking about it for a long time. If this was snatched away by someone else, it would really be fucked up. As for who cleaned up these secret realms, he already had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to make a final judgment. Soon, Jiang Xi arrived at the Jade Lake Secret Realm in the Kunlun Mountains. The Great Xia Alliance had over 100 Aurus Core Stage cultivators and 3 nascent Soul Stage cultivators stationed here to ensure that no one would trespass. There was an additional condition, and that was that those whose cultivation surpassed theirs did not count. Jiang Xi, who was at the nascent soul stage, had a spirit sense comparable to that of a Tao integration stage cultivator, so he was able to easily evade their spirit sense detection. Then he silently passed through the stone door at the lake at the peak of the Tongtian Mountain and arrived at the second cave of the Jade Lake. The Emerald Lake water was slightly rippling, and there was a hazy fog all around. There was nothing above the water, and the Tongtian Tower was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Xi was not surprised by this. That was because the Tongtian Tower had disappeared 200 years ago. The Jade Lake is enveloped by an invisible array. Previously, even with my nascent soul stage cultivation, I couldn't pass through that array. I don't know if I can pass through it now. Jiang Xi thought to himself. His figure flashed continuously, and he arrived at the edge of the Emerald Jade Lake. Buzz. Indeed, even with his current strength, he was still blocked by that array. What made Jiang Xi feel even more helpless and surprised was that his spirit sense was comparable to that of a Tao integration stage cultivator, but he still couldn't detect the situation outside the array. This reminded him that when he was in the Kongming Temple in the Myriad Mountain Star Sea, his spirit sense was also restricted. It seemed that the things hidden in the Jade Lake mystic realm were far more advanced than he had imagined. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice sounded in his ears. It was a light laugh. Jiang Xi smiled and turned around. On the surface of the dark green lake, a tall and majestic pavilion had appeared out of nowhere. It was the Heavenly Tower. The owner of the voice was, of course, Spirit of the Illusion, and Aishang. Whoosh, a strange force suddenly appeared around Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi instinctively wanted to drive it away. "Don't resist." And Aishang's voice sounded again. The space changed. Jiang Xi disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in that bright white space. The space seemed to be infinitely big, and he couldn't see the end of it. What shocked Jiang Xi was that his spirit sense couldn't see the end of it this time either. It seemed that it was really big. At this moment, rays of five-colored light appeared in the sky not far away. They finally converged into an ethereal figure of a woman. The woman was like a fairy from a painting. She wore a rainbow-colored feather robe and descended with the wind. Then, with light steps, she arrived in front of Riverward. "We meet again." And Aishang chuckled. "Greetings, sister and Aishang." Jiang Xi's attitude was very friendly. Although he still couldn't see through an Aishang, Jiang Xi didn't bow respectfully to immortal Tao cultivators like he did in the Tao Alliance. And Aishang had provided him with a lot of help in the early stages of his cultivation. In his heart, she was really a big sister. "Your speed of improvement is faster than I thought. It's only been 200 years, and you're already at the essence soul stage. Your spirit sense is even comparable to Tao integration cultivators." "Not bad, not bad." And Aishang nodded. "All right, where's that Xin Tian who cultivated the sword Tao? How is he now?" Jiang Xi only looked at her. His meaning was obvious. "Sister, where's the benefit you mentioned?" "Ah, okay. I won't tease you anymore." And Aishang covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she said seriously, "After you received the Gale inheritance, I said that I would give you a huge benefit. This benefit is me." Jiang Xi, if you can be more serious, I promise I won't beat you to death in the future. Sister and Aishang, we're not joking. Jiang Xi said, "I'm serious." "The benefit I mentioned is the Heavenly Tower, and I'm the artifact spirit of the Heavenly Tower," and Aishang said with a smile. Jiang Xi instantly understood. The Heavenly Tower is an immortal artifact. Jiang Xi asked, "Only immortal artifacts had a chance of producing an artifact spirit. You're underestimating me." And Aishang shook her head. "I'm an original source treasure." Original source treasure? Jiang Xi had never heard of it. He knew that the highest grade of Dharma treasure was supreme grade immortal artifact. Above immortal artifacts are original source treasures. Usually, only Tao immortals and perfected lords have access to such secrets, and Aishang explained. "What's the difference between it and immortal artifacts?" Jiang Xi asked. "Immortal artifacts? Don't use immortal artifacts to insult me." And Aishang, said with disdain. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. To put it simply, if you can completely refine the heavenly tower with your essence soul cultivation, you'll be able to unleash the full power of the heavenly tower. Even if you can only use 1/10,000th of the heavenly tower's power, you can still easily kill a ninth tribulation transcender. And Aishang was very proud. Chapter 465. Jiang Xi was excited. So powerful. Just 1/10,000th of its power could kill a ninth tribulation transcender. What about the full power? Killing a Tao monarch with one strike? After the excitement, Jiang Xi calmed down again. Sister and Aishang, it's not that easy to refine such a powerful treasure, right? It's not that difficult. And Aishang shook her head. How difficult? About 1 trillion supreme-grade immortal stones? About 1 trillion. Immortal stones? Supreme grade. Maybe more. I'm not too sure about the details because no one has completely refined it before. And Aishang had an innocent look in her eyes. Jiang Xi took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down. His heart ached. He naturally knew about immortal stones. Immortal stones were a common cultivation resource used by immortal Tao experts. At the same time, they also served as a currency. However, there were very few of them in the universe. It was said that they were only produced in the extraterrestrial battlefield and some strange places. He quickly did some calculations in his mind. 1 low-grade immortal stone equals 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade immortal stone equals 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 high-grade immortal stone equals 100 million supreme-grade spirit stones. 1 supreme-grade immortal stone equals 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. What about 1 trillion supreme-grade immortal stones? He didn't dare to continue calculating. Would it be enough if he sold the Purple Heaven sect? Sister, you might not understand the situation outside. Jiang Xi briefly explained the situation of the Tao Alliance and the universe. And Aishang fell into a rare silence and was even a little dazed. After a while, she seemed to be talking to herself. Is it all gone? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Is it all gone? Seeing in Aishang's dazed look, he tactfully didn't ask. He would find a chance to ask in the future. After a long time, Aishang finally calmed down. Jiang Xi continued. So, Sister and Aishang, you might not be able to gather 1 trillion supreme-grade immortal stones, even if you search the entire universe, and you just said that 1 trillion might be the lowest standard. There's another way. And Aishang's eyes were filled with killing intent as she said in a low voice, kill people. Kill people? Jiang Xi was stunned. Yes, to kill an immortal. After an immortal dies, the immortal energy in his body will not dissipate. His immortal body can be used as an immortal stone. Immortal power is formed from immortal qi. The stronger the immortal, the purer the immortal power, and the better the effect, and Aishang explained. Sister, do you think I have the ability to kill immortals now? Jiang Xi asked. Sooner or later. And Aishang smiled. So you're saying that I'm not fated with heavenly tower for the time being? That's not it. Simply dripping a drop of blood to make it recognize you as its master is still possible. With the hardness of the heaven-connecting tower, it should be enough for you to deal with powerhouses below the 3rd tribulation transcender level. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. That was reasonable. Being able to see but not be able to eat was the most torturous thing. After he dripped his blood on it, Tongtian Tower shrank from its majestic appearance until it finally merged into Jiang Xi's body. At the same time, a mysterious message was transmitted into his mind. It was a detailed introduction to refining the heavenly tower. 99 seals, so fucking ruthless. Jiang Xi felt a lot of pressure. Only by completely refining the 99 seals could he truly unleash the power of the origin energy treasure. However, when he thought about how he could use Tongtian Tower to kill immortals in the future, he was full of motivation. Let me give you a suggestion. And Aishang's voice sounded in Jiang Xi's mind. Before you become a Tao Lord, It's best not to expose the existence of Tong Tian Tower, unless you don't want to live anymore. Of course I know that. Treasuring a jade ring is a crime. Jiang Ci nodded. Tong Tian Tower would be his trump card in the future. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Sister Anai Shang, can you tell me the history of Jade Lake during its heyday? Jiang Ci asked again. No, you're too weak now. It's not good for you to know. It'll affect your cultivation. Anai Shang decisively refused. I'm your master now. Are you not going to listen to your master? Hee. Wait until you completely refine it. Sneer, Jiang Ci shook his head. He was just testing and did not expect Anai Shang to really tell him. Then what's outside the Jade Lake's barrier? Why can't I detect the situation outside, even with my Tao integration spiritual senses? Jiang Ci settled for the next best thing. You're the master of Tong Tian Tower now. You can already pass through the Jade Lake's barrier. Anai Shang hesitated, but did not refuse him this time. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. He quickly came to the edge of the invisible barrier again and tried to reach out. Buzz, then he felt a slight fluctuation in space. His hand successfully passed through the barrier. Then his figure flashed, and he passed through. The scene in front of him shocked Jiang Ci. There was actually a boundless continent outside. He could not see the end at all. Just the area that his spiritual senses could detect was already far larger than the surface area of the entire Earth. Sister Anai Shang, how big is this place? Jiang Ci asked. It's 100 light years in diameter? I think so. It's been too long. I've forgotten, Anai Shang replied. Jiang Ci's surprise turned into shock. His eyes widened. 100 light years in diameter? It was even bigger than 100 solar systems. Wasn't it as big as the starry sky continent under the Tao Alliance's heavenly court? It was even bigger than the Purple Heaven Sect's headquarters. Such a huge area. How powerful was the Jade Lake in the past? But where are the people? Why is there no life at all? Jiang Ci's spiritual senses spread out. There was only dead silence and desolation within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. There were no remnants of buildings or traces of life. One could imagine that a long time ago, countless races and lives were born here. But these lives seemed to have disappeared without a trace overnight. Jiang Ci mumbled and kept making guesses. He was beating around the bush, trying to get some useful information from Anai Shang. However, Anai Shang only remained silent. It's a pity that such a big place is gone. If the people from Earth could come here and reproduce, we wouldn't have to worry about living space. Jiang Ci sighed softly. In the past 200 years, if not for the Great Xia Alliance controlling the population growth, Earth would have been overcrowded. However, only he could enter this continent now, because he was the owner of the heaven-reaching tower. Next, he walked around this continent again, but still didn't find anything. There wasn't even a single plant life. He could only return in disappointment and leave the Jade Lake mystic realm. Jiang Ci didn't plan to let the treasures be covered in dust. After returning, he immediately used his communication pearl to enter the Purple Heaven Sect's treasure vault to search for immortal stones. In the end, he only found the exchange option for inferior-grade immortal stones. This was the authority that came with his identity as a fourth heaven disciple. Supreme-grade immortal stones were a scarce resource. He didn't have the right to exchange for them. However, the immortal chi in inferior-grade immortal stones was too little. They were useless to him. He had no choice but to give up. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci smiled and shook his head. Since when did he not care about inferior-grade immortal stones? Chapter 466. Jiang Ci understood that even if he had the authority to exchange supreme-grade immortal stones in the treasure pavilion, he wouldn't be able to afford it. He calculated his current net worth. 1. Purple Heaven Sect points, 617,912 points. 2. Celestial Gold Stone, 800,000 points. 3. Daybreak Flower, 2 million points. 4. Tao Pattern Blood Crystal, 14,568 pieces worth approximately 145 million points. Purchase price, 10,000 points per piece. together with the other miscellaneous items, he should have 150 million points. 1 point equals 100 supreme grade spirit stones. 1 supreme grade immortal stone equals 10 billion supreme grade spirit stones. Conversion: 1 supreme grade immortal stone equals 100 million points. In other words, if he sold all these, he would get 5 supreme grade immortal stones. In addition, he had a supreme grade immortal artifact, the Red Heaven Sword, which was worth about 10,000 supreme grade immortal stones. Even so, it was still 100 million times less than the 1 trillion supreme grade immortal stones he needed. It was useless. Moreover, the things he had, such as the Daybreak Flower and the Tao Pattern Blood Crystal, were all priceless treasures. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't sell them. Do I really have to hunt down immortal Tao experts? Jiang Ci frowned and pondered. His actual combat strength was at most comparable to a late-stage Tao integration realm cultivator. It was still too early for him to hunt down immortal Tao experts. Little Jiang, I think you're going down a dead end. And Aishang's voice sounded in his mind. Jiang Ci was confused. With your current strength, it's impossible for you to completely refine the heaven-reaching tower. It's an ultimate treasure of the origin. Generally, only Tao Lord level experts are qualified to refine and use it, and Aishang explained. Tao Lord. Jiang Ci smacked his lips. There are less than 50 Tao Lord level experts in the entire human race. It was too far away. Of course, as I said before, even 1,000th of the heaven-reaching tower's power can easily kill a 9th tribulation transcender. There are 99 seals in the heaven-reaching tower. If you refine the first seal, you should be able to use this power. And Aishang added. Jiang Ci immediately understood why Aishang said he was going down a dead end. His idea, just now, was to completely refine the heavenly tower. Actually, there was no need for this at all. He only needed to refine the first layer of the seal of Heavenspan Pavilion, and then he would have the strength to hunt down immortal Tao experts. But Sister and Aishang, even if it's just the first seal, it's still very difficult to refine. Even if we don't hunt immortal Tao experts, we'll still need a lot of top-grade immortal stones. Jiang Ci sighed. I told you that you're going down a dead end. And Aishang chuckled and asked, think about what I said before. After an immortal Tao expert dies, the immortal qi in his body doesn't dissipate. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up as he grasped the main point. In other words, we only need the corpses of immortal cultivators? You told me before that the human race and the other races in the universe have been having a race war in the extraterritorial battlefield. Actually, this is an opportunity, and Aishang said with a smile. If I go now, I'll just be throwing my life away. Jiang Ci shook his head. Idiot, I didn't ask you to go to the battlefield. And Aishang snorted and continued. Although the corpses of immortal Tao experts are not as strong as those godfiends from the godfiend era, they still won't be able to die at least 100 million years ago. However, at the very least, it could ensure that the corpse would not decay for 1,000,000 years after death. The immortal power within the corpse would more or less be preserved. The stronger they are, or the shorter the time they died, the more immortal qi will be preserved in the corpses. Also, according to my estimation, the immortal Tao experts who died in the war will be dealt with by each race. Do you understand now? Jiang Ci nodded. If he still didn't understand, then there would be a problem with his IQ. Since it was a race war that lasted for countless years, there would definitely be a large number of immortal Tao experts who died. These were resources. He used the Eye of Heaven to search for the keywords, extraterritorial battlefield plus immortal Tao expert corpses. Soon, secret information appeared in the 3D image in front of him. This was the authority of his Purple Heaven Sect level 4 core disciple. He definitely wouldn't have been able to find it in the past. After the immortal Tao experts of a human race and the vassal races die, their corpses will be buried in their hometowns or the land of reincarnation. The fallen immortal Tao experts of the enemy races will also be transported to the land of reincarnation for research, sale, or destruction. The land of reincarnation is located between the Tao domain, the Sword domain, in the purple heaven domain. It is equivalent to a small star domain. Jiang Xi sorted out the information and summarized these three important pieces of information. At first glance, they were all transported to the land of reincarnation. However, the fallen immortal Tao experts of the human race and the vassal races were buried there. For example, the fallen immortal Tao experts of the demon race, ghost race, demon race, and other enemy races would be brought to the land of reincarnation. If they had value, they would be used for research. If they had no value, they would be sold or destroyed. The word sell made Jiang Xi very happy. Since they can be sold, there must be a channel. However, these are the corpses of immortal Tao experts after all. If they have no value, it doesn't mean that they are cheap. He then searched for information on the sale of tribulation transcender demon corpses in the Purple Heaven Sect's treasury. Because the bodies of demons were generally stronger, after becoming immortals, the immortal chi in their bodies would be even greater. The results of the search were similar to Jiang Xi's expectations. 10 ninth tribulation demon corpses, 1 million points. If there is enough immortal chi left, about 109 tribulation demon corpses can guarantee that you will be able to refine the first seal of the heaven-reaching tower, and Ai Shang reminded him. Jiang Xi's eyelids twitched. He felt that the level of contact he had was getting higher and higher. He had even started to use ninth tribulation demon corpses as a unit of measurement. One had to know that his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, was also at this level. 109 tribulation demon corpses still required 10 million points. I can only get that much if I sell some Tao pattern blood crystals. Let's ask Master first and see if he has any cheap channels. Jiang Xi thought for a while and contacted the Wine Sword Immortal. Of course, in order not to expose the situation on Earth, he chose to use voice transmission. After the transmission went through, the Wine Sword Immortal told him, the military elders of the Purple Heaven Sect in the various star zones are in charge of training the Cultivator Army and fighting outside. They have a better relationship with the land of reincarnation. Jiang Xi smiled. His master had given him a clear path. It just so happened that Immortal Chun who owed him a favor. It was time to return it. He didn't delay. After informing Jiang Daodu, he left Earth on the same day. Blue Planet, East Pole Island. Jiang Xi came to the military palace of the Purple Heaven Sect's Blue Planet branch and found Immortal Chun Hu. Elder Jiang Xi. Immortal Chun Hu was a little surprised when he saw Jiang Xi. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was because Riverward had left without saying a word some time ago, and had even concealed his whereabouts. In the eyes of the three elders, Jiang Xi must have gone to the various star systems to investigate the situation of the three major departments. Because of this, they have been worried all this time. I have something to discuss with Elder Chun Hu, Jiang Xi said. Immortal Chun Hu's heart skipped a beat. Was Jiang Xi going to target him first? Chapter 467. Seeing Jiang Xi's faint smile, Immortal Chun Hu's heart sank. However, he also had his doubts. It hadn't even been a month, and Jiang Xi had already found the key evidence. The three elders were the officials of the Purple Heaven Sect. Although they were only fourth tribulation transcenders, they had a high position. Ordinary small evidence couldn't bring them down unless there was major evidence. Immortal Chun Hu said in a deep voice, Elder Jiang Xi, what's the matter? After all, he was an immortal who had lived for 10 to 20,000 years. His mental fortitude wasn't bad, and he didn't show any abnormalities. When Riverward saw this, he immediately understood something. Immortal Chun, who was feeling guilty. I came this time to ask Elder Chun Hu for help. Jiang Xi stated his purpose and didn't beat around the bush. Immortal Chun Hu's mood immediately relaxed. He said with a smile, Elder Jiang Xi, what's the matter? You helped me settle Lu Chuan's trouble last time, so I still owe you a favor. Jiang Xi nodded. He liked to talk to people who were straightforward. There was no need to beat around the bush. Then I'll be direct. I have a friend who studies the path of puppetry. Recently, he needs to buy a batch of monster or ghost corpses. You are an elder in charge of external operations, so you should have some channels in this regard. Monster or ghost corpses? What level? Immortal Chun Hu asked. He didn't doubt Jiang Xi's words, because some experts who cultivated the path of puppetry did need to study corpses to improve their realm. Jiang Xi smiled and said, Tribulation Transcender. The higher the cultivation, the better. It's best if it's a monster. Tribulation Transcender corpses? Your friend's realm in the path of puppetry isn't low. Immortal Chun Hu's eyes widened in surprise. This was because there were very few people who cultivated the path of puppetry. Jiang Xi smiled. Immortal Chun Hu shook his head and didn't continue asking. He knew that Jiang Xi definitely wouldn't say. He continued, Your friend wants to buy the corpses of these powerhouses of other races. If it's only through the channels of the sect, the price will naturally be very high. Because it was the normal price, there was no discount. Since Elder Jiang Xi asked me for help, he definitely knows about the land of reincarnation. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Immortal Chun, who wasn't too surprised, and said in a low voice, There are many human race immortal Tao experts stationed in the land of reincarnation because it is the habitat of our human race's heroic spirits. Apart from that, the corpses of the alien race experts or the remains of their treasures will be sent to the land of reincarnation for research or sale. However, you know that some people like to break the rules and use all sorts of shady methods. They use their own powers or bribe the land of reincarnation guards to take away large amounts of corpses without spending a single cent. Immortal Chun, who was filled with righteous indignation and denounced such corrupt behavior. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. The content of Immortal Chun, whose words was similar to the information he had found. However, the meaning behind this seemed to be reminding me that I could obtain a large number of demon corpses without spending any money. These vermin only dare to obtain demon corpses below the immortal Tao realm. Corpses above the immortal Tao realm are all important resources. If anyone dares to be greedy and is found out, they will be punished by the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court and imprisoned until they die. Immortal Chun Hu added, Of course, if it's for cultivation, you can use money to buy them. We don't lack money, right? Immortal Chun Hu looked at Jiang Xi meaningfully. Jiang Xi couldn't be more familiar with this gaze. After all, he was also a big boss in the street stall world. Immortal Chun Hu was hinting that he could still do it as long as he didn't break the rules. Buy with money? 10 million points was money. 1 point was money too. The land of reincarnation has a total of 6 galaxies. There are large amounts of barren space there, and the area is comparable to a small star region. If Elder Jiang Xi wants to go, I happen to be good friends with an immortal Tao expert in one of the galaxies. You can contact him, and you won't get lost. Immortal Chun Hu hinted again. Thank you. Jiang Xi wasn't a stubborn person. Through the galaxy teleportation formation, one could directly teleport to the land of reincarnation. Jiang Xi's destination was one of the 6 galaxies in the land of reincarnation, the Forgotten Mountain System. This was a barren galaxy, and there were large amounts of cosmic dust and star fragments at the edge of the galaxy. There were many majestic palaces floating. In the galaxy near these palaces, there was a huge galaxy teleportation platform. On this day, the galaxy teleportation platform lit up with a dazzling light. Unlike other galaxy teleportation platforms, this one was specially guarded by a team of Tao integration stage soldiers. The leader of the soldiers was a cultivator at the peak of the Tao integration stage. He immediately surrounded the platform and waited. Because the land of reincarnation was a highly confidential place, very few people knew about the transmission mark here, just like the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court and the 3 sects, 6 sects. Therefore, this galaxy teleportation platform was rarely activated. After a moment, the light dissipated and a figure appeared. It was an essence soul cultivator. All the soldiers relaxed a little. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the land of reincarnation? The soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage shouted. I am Jiang Xi from the Purple Heaven sect. Jiang Xi revealed his identity. Of course, it was not as simple as just saying. He had a special way to prove his identity. After the soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage checked his identity, he immediately became extremely respectful and bowed with his subordinates. "Greetings, Elder Jiangsi." "Yes, take me to see Immortal Sun Yun." Jiangsi nodded. Immortal Sun Yun was Elder Chun, whose good friend. Elder Chun, who had also told Jiangsi about the transmission mark of the land of reincarnation, because Jiangsi was now qualified to know. "Elder Jiangsi, please." The soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage led Jiangsi to one of the palaces. During the flight, Jiangsi carefully sized up the situation here. Then he discovered that there was a large amount of cosmic dust and star debris within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. There might be even more in other places. This showed that it was impossible to accelerate to the speed of light in the land of reincarnation. In addition, this place was filled with an oppressive aura. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they might go crazy just by being here. Jiangsi guessed that this should be because the land of reincarnation stored a large number of alien corpses. After flying in the starry sky for a while, he arrived in front of Immortal Sun Yun's palace under the lead of the soldier at the peak of the Tao integration stage, a soldier emitting the aura of a fourth tribulation transcender bowed to Jiangsi. "Jiangsi, Lord is waiting for you in the palace." Jiangsi nodded lightly, not minding it at all. Although Immortal Chun, who had already greeted him in advance, Immortal Sun Yun was a sixth tribulation transcender. He was not qualified for a sixth tribulation transcender to come out and greet him personally. Sending a fourth tribulation transcender was already a high standard. Chapter 468. Immortal Sun Yun's palace was a proper palace of a sixth tribulation transcender, and it covered an area of more than 60,000 square kilometers. After Jiangsi entered, Immortal Sun Yun, who was originally sitting on the throne of the palace, quickly got off the throne and warmly welcomed Jiangsi. Immortal Sun Yun laughed and said, "Haha, Jiangsi, I've long heard that a peerless genius has appeared in the sect. Today, I finally get to see you." "Greetings, Immortal Sun Yun." Jiangxi's attitude was very respectful. At the same time, he sized up the other party. He had already learned about Immortal Sun Yun from Immortal Chun Hu. This sixth tribulation transcender also came from the Purple Heaven sect. Before becoming an immortal, he was only a core disciple of the first heavenly layer. After experiencing life and death in the foreign battlefield, he finally transcended the tribulation and became an immortal. His status was even higher than that of the third and fourth heavenly layers of the same generation as him. It could be said that he was a model of a comeback. After all, the first heavenly layer was the weakest among the core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect. There were very few people who could transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, let alone become a sixth tribulation transcender. Immortal Sun Yun was able to become one of the guardians of the land of reincarnation with his status as a sixth tribulation transcender. This also reflected his strength and status. Therefore, Jiangsi didn't rely on his status to act arrogantly. "I heard from Chun Hu that you plan to buy the corpses of monsters at the Tribulation Transcender realm." Immortal Sun Yun faintly smiled. He was clearly very satisfied with Jiangxi's attitude. "Yes, I happen to have a friend who cultivates the path of puppetry. He wants to use the corpses of monsters to conduct research." Jiangxi's words didn't change. Immortal Sun Yun nodded and said, "Tell me how much you need. You're the disciple of Senior Wine Sword Immortal, and you've also talked to Chun Hu. I'll give you whatever convenience I can." Jiangsi said, "I need 100 corpses of monsters at the 9th tribulation level." Immortal Sun Yun was clearly surprised. "You need so many? Your friend's realm in the path of puppetry isn't low. Generally speaking, if one could use a corpse of a 9th tribulation transcender, their strength would be at least at the 7th tribulation transcender level." On the side, the 4th tribulation transcender who had brought Jiangsi in looked at Jiangsi in shock. "This Jiangsi is really crafty. The amount he wants is just the upper limit that can be approved by Sir." Jiangsi only smiled. He didn't admit or deny it. Immortal Sun Yin did not pursue the matter. After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, 100 corpses of Ninth Tribulation Demon Clan members are within the scope of my approval authority. There is no need to check with other guardians. Thank you, Senior, Jiang Ci said. Before he came, he had heard that the land of reincarnation was guarded by the 3 gates and 6 sects. Immortal Sun Yun was the representative of the Purple Heaven sect, and he was in charge of leading all the immortal Tao experts from the Purple Heaven sect. The other 8 immortal Tao sects also each had a representative who was at least a 6th tribulation transcender. Usually, if there were any major issues, the 9 representatives would negotiate with each other. Any representative could approve his business of buying 100 corpses of the 9th Tribulation Demon Clan in one go. If he wanted more, he would need to negotiate with all 9 representatives. After all, 100 corpses of the 9th Tribulation Demon Clan members were already worth 10 million points. Jiang Ci had specifically used his connections to come to the land of reincarnation in order to get a cheaper price. Therefore, he did not bother to be polite with Immortal Sun Yun, and directly asked, Senior Sun Yun, since I'm buying so many corpses at once, is it possible to get a cheaper price? Immortal Sun Yun gently smiled and shook his head. No. Jiang Ci frowned. If it was not possible to get a cheaper price, he might as well go to the Purple Heaven sect's treasure house and buy it. Immortal Sun Yun knew what Jiang Ci was thinking. He smiled and said, the price is a rule set by the Heavenly Court of the Tao Alliance. It has been in place for countless years, and no one can change it unless a true monarch comes. However, his tone kept changing. Jiang Ci raised his head and looked at Immortal Sun Yun. Was there a chance? Immortal Sun Yun's next words confirmed his guess. However, rules are dead, while people are alive. The price of 100 corpses of the 9th Tribulation Demon Clan members is indeed 10 million points, but the corpses are also divided by their quality. For example, some corpses can be more than 90% intact, while others can only be 30% intact. Another example is the difference in the bloodline of the Demon Clan. After ascending to immortality with royal bloodlines and ordinary bloodlines, the difference in their bodies is very obvious when calculating the price. It is calculated according to the price of one corpse. The actual value is 2 to 3 times, or even 5 to 6 times. Jiang Ci nodded slightly. He did not say the rest, but everyone understood what he meant. Low-grade corpses and superior-grade corpses had the same price. Immortal Sun Yun could give him all superior-grade corpses. In this way, it was equivalent to spending the same amount of money to buy something of higher value. Keep these 100 tokens well. Each one represents 10 corpses of the 9th Tribulation Demon Clan members. Immortal Sun Yun waved his hand, and 100 golden tokens with complicated symbols appeared in front of him. 100 tokens. That's 1,000 corpses. You're giving them all to me? Jiang Ci was stunned and envious. You think too much. The corpses of the 9th Tribulation Demon Clan members are sold in units of 10. These 100 tokens represent the best quality corpses of the 9th Tribulation Demon Clan members that the Forgotten Mountain Star System has collected over the past million years. What I mean is that you can choose from them and choose the best ones. Immortal Sun Yun shook his head. Many thanks. Jiang Ci chuckled. This was the benefit of using connections. I'll take you to the treasurer to pay first, and then I'll take you to choose the corpses. Immortal Sun Yun added. Jiang Ci nodded and then came to another palace. Although the land of reincarnation was jointly guarded by the 3 gates and 6 sects, it was nominally under the jurisdiction of the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. Therefore, the money had to be transferred to the Tao Alliance Heavenly Court first. The treasurer who received the money was an old man in a Taoist robe, whose cultivation level could not be seen clearly. Jiang Ci transferred 10 million points to the old man in the Taoist robe in front of Immortal Sun Yun. These points were obtained by selling 1,000 Tao pattern blood crystals to the Purple Heaven sect. After receiving the money, the old man in the Taoist robe stared at Jiang Ci with a deep gaze. He was also very surprised. He did not expect Jiang Ci to be so rich. This was because many immortals below the sixth tribulation had to prepare for a long time to take out 10 million points in one go. Jiang Ci was only at the essence soul stage, but he could take it out so easily. I wonder if it's his own, or the expert behind him who cultivates the Tao of puppetry gave it to him. Immortal Son, Yin speculated as he watched from the side. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to where the demon corpses are stored." After completing this transaction, he would also receive a commission, so he was in a good mood. At the same time, an inconspicuous message was sent to the headquarters of a certain foreign intelligence organization after many transfers. After the intelligence organization decrypted the message, the specific content was as follows. After investigation, the number 10 target on the assassination list, the human Purple Heaven sex genius Jiang Ci, has already arrived at the land of reincarnation, the Forgotten Mountain star system. He also bought a 9th tribulation demon corpse worth 10 million points. According to speculation, he should stay in the Forgotten Mountain star system for the next month. Chapter 469. In the distant, desolate galaxy, in a rarely known grotto heaven world, dark clouds covered the sky, and wisps of blue flames danced on the ground. The entire world was suffused with an eerie aura. At the center of the world, the blue flames converged into the shape of Lu Haiyang. A black mountain 1,000,000 kilometers tall stood in the middle of the blue ocean. At the peak of the mountain was an enormous palace built of white bones. A white-eyed woman flew into the white bone palace at an extremely fast speed. Although she was a 9th tribulation ghost immortal, she didn't dare recklessly barge into the palpitating palace. "I wish to see His Majesty," she said respectfully outside the palace. Only true monarchs of the ghost race were qualified to add the words Ghost King to their names. The master of this palace was called the Third White Ghost King. "Enter," a voice that seemed to come from beyond the heavens sounded. The white-eyed woman hurriedly entered the palace's main hall. In the main hall, a figure that looked like an evil spirit was surrounded by balls of dark blue flames. "What is it?" asked the Third White Ghost King. "Ghost King, according to our intelligence, Jiang Ci of the Purple Firmament sect has appeared in the accounts of the Forgetful Mountain Galaxy," the white-eyed woman reported respectfully. "Jiang Ci? Target number 10 on the assassination list?" The Third White Ghost King vaguely remembered him. The various races were carrying out assassination activities, and the targets of the assassination were those young geniuses with outstanding talent. Once a genius ascended to immortality, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. For example, Lu Yun, the genius of the sword school from 10 million years ago, had been number 1 on the assassination list. Once he ascended to immortality, he'd be able to overcome all 9 tribulations and become a true immortal powerhouse of the human race. When he went to the off-world battlefield, he'd be a threat to the other peak races. Although Jiang Ci wasn't as strong as Lu Yun, he'd definitely become a 9th tribulation transcender in a short time after ascending to immortality. He'd even have a chance to touch the threshold of Tao immortal and become a threat to the other peak races. That was why he was number 10 on the assassination list. This is a good opportunity. In that case, let's awaken the 4th spy in the Forgetful Mountain Galaxy and take care of him once and for all. The Third White Ghost King decided 4th spy. "Your Highness, he's only at the nascent soul stage. Isn't this a little overkill?" The white-eyed woman was very surprised. She was by Sand Ghost King's most trusted subordinate, so she dared to ask such a question. Due to the existence of the sky-piercing eyes, it was very difficult for the peak clans to plant spies in the human territory. Therefore, every spy was extremely precious, especially experts like number 4. There were very few of them in the entire land of reincarnation. Don't underestimate target number 10. If it wasn't for the fact that he hasn't been training for a long time, he might even be in the top 5. Number 4 should be enough, White Third Ghost King explained. The white-eyed woman didn't ask any further. She hurriedly left the White Bone Palace to carry out her orders. In the land of reincarnation, In the desolate space of the forgotten mountain star system, large amounts of alien corpses and Dharma treasures floated. Some of them had been piled up for millions of years. After such a long time, the dead bodies of the aliens and the remnants of magical equipment stored in this galaxy were worth more than an entire space zone. Thus, in order to prevent theft, embezzlement, and other corruption, there were many surveillance points hidden in this galaxy. At this moment, there was a small space hidden inside an inconspicuous star fragment. In the space, a late-stage Tao integration cultivator in black armor was cultivating while observing the 3D illusion in front of him. The 3D illusion showed the situation within 100,000 kilometers. The man's eyes suddenly blurred, but he instantly sobered up. After 6,000 years of hiding, I finally have a mission. His expression was a little complicated. With a mission, it meant that he could finally realize his value. But at the same time, it also meant the end of his life. Because regardless of whether he could complete the mission or not, he couldn't escape death in the end. Even if he killed Jiang Ci and completed the mission, he would still be killed by the immortal Tao experts in the land of reincarnation. But this was his mission. After he was controlled by the ghost race's soul mystic technique, he was destined to have this fate. Then, the man left this surveillance point and entered the galaxy to patrol. His goal was obviously to find Jiang Ci. His action wasn't sudden because as a spy, he had the responsibility of patrolling the forgotten mountain star system. Jiang Ci followed immortal Sun Yun and left the palaces at the edge of the forgotten mountain star system. The two of them stood in the air and looked at everything in front of them. These are the remains of war transported from the extraterrestrial battlefield. They are the true value of the land of reincarnation. Even compared to the 3,600 star zones of the Tao Alliance, our forgotten mountain star system's value is ranked at the top, immortal Sun Yun said with a smile. His tone was obviously higher. Jiang Ci didn't say anything. He was indeed shocked. There were huge piles of alien race remains in front of him. They floated quietly in the galaxy like stars. They were densely packed and filled the entire galaxy. Most of them emitted the aura of Tao integration and above, and a few of them emitted the aura of the immortal Tao. These auras mixed together to form a strange aura that made people feel oppressed and solemn. Go in and buy it yourself. Fly forward for about 5 million kilometers, and you will reach the location corresponding to the first golden token, immortal Sun Yun said. Senior, you won't go in with me? Jiang Ci was surprised. Immortal Sun Yun shook his head. I can't go in because the items here are very valuable. To prevent theft, we immortal Tao experts are forbidden from entering. Oh, aren't you worried that I'll steal some of the valuable goods? Jiang Ci smiled. Immortal Sun Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. You are a core disciple of the Purple Firmament sect. I believe you won't steal for the sake of immediate benefits. If you're discovered to be stealing, you will be hunted down by the Tao Alliance, the Heavenly Court, and the 3 gates and 6 sects. After saying that, he added, moreover, there are a large number of hidden surveillance points in this starry sky. They basically cover the entire forgotten mountain star system. It's impossible to steal under their noses. Jiang Ci nodded. All right, then I'll go in. At the same time, within a group of palaces at the edge of the forgotten mountain star system. As one of the representatives of the 9 major immortal Tao sects in the forgotten mountain star system, Immortal Qiao Tu was entertaining an old friend who had come from afar. Immortal Qiao Tu looked like a young man with very little hair. He was naturally bald. Wu Yi, have you thought about the dark spirit crystal I mentioned to you last time? The other immortal in the hall was Immortal Wu Yi, a 6th tribulation transcendent from the Purple Firmament sect. Chapter 470. The underworld spirit crystal was produced in the ghost domain and did not exist in the human domain. Upon hearing Immortal Qiao Tu's request, a smile appeared on Immortal Wu Ye's stiff face. He shook his head and said, You are too late. I originally had some underworld spirit crystals, but they were all used up 600 years ago. If you want more, You can only wait until I go to the extraterritorial battlefield and see if I can get some from the ghost experts. Oh, you have plans to enter the extraterritorial battlefield in the near future? Immortal Xiao, too, was somewhat surprised. A little fellow in the sect stole my opportunity. I want to wait for him to die first. Immortal Wu Ye's eyes turned cold. Huh, the famous Immortal Wu Yi actually had your opportunity stolen? Immortal Xiao, too, laughed out loud. It was just a tease between friends. Humph. If not for Dao Lord Nine Firmament's decree, I would have taken it back long ago. Immortal Wu Yi said coldly. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. Immortal Xiao Tu's laughter came to an abrupt end. That's right. 200 years ago, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments issued a decree. Immortal Wu Yi recounted what had happened. After Immortal Xiao Tu heard this, he laughed strangely. Purple Firmament Sword Sutra. Forgive me for being blunt, but this kid called Jiang Ci is very lucky. If you want to wait for him to die, it won't be easy. Immortal Wu Yi did not mind and said, after Dao unification, passing the tribulation to become an immortal is a difficult task. As long as he has yet to become an immortal, there is a possibility of him dying. Therefore, I still have a chance. Having said this, he paused and looked meaningfully at Immortal Xiao Tuesday. There's one more thing that I think I should tell you. Jiang Ci is the disciple of Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal? Immortal Xiao Tu's eyes focused. His aura was like a ball of fire that suddenly exploded. Then this Jiang Ci deserves to die even more. Jiang Ci went deep into the Forgotten Mountain star system alone. He rode a flying ship and roamed the starry sky. Although there was not enough space for him to accelerate to light speed, the flying ship's sublight speed was still many times faster than his own speed. The Forgotten Mountain star system had a diameter of several million light years and was traveling at a speed of 100,000 to 200,000 kilometers per second. If he didn't consider the time to stop and choose the goods, he would be able to walk through the entire Forgotten Mountain star system in about half a month. Immortal Sun Yun had given him 100 golden medallions, each of which represented 10 corpses of 9 tribulation great demons. However, the goods corresponding to the 100 golden tokens were not located in the same region. Instead, they were scattered across the vast expanse of space. The detailed location information and route were hidden in the golden token. One could know it with a sweep of their spiritual sense. The first golden token was located 5 million kilometers away. Soon, the flying boat crossed 3 million kilometers. The corpses of the alien races were scattered all over the starry sky, floating quietly in the starry sky like stars. The corpses here more or less exuded the aura of the immortal path. In other words, they were all at the tribulation immortal realm. However, these immortal Dao auras were a little abnormal. They had an obvious aura of death. This is because the immortal energy in the corpse has lost the control of the spiritual sense and is constantly dissipating. This made Jiang Ci very envious. His purpose in buying the corpses of the alien races was precisely for the immortal energy. Unfortunately, there were a large number of surveillance points hidden here. He didn't want to violate the Dao Alliance's Heavenly Court's ban for these alien corpses. The gains didn't make up for the losses. These are all alien corpses. Their bodies are indeed very large. Jiang Ci maintained his habit of being cautious and spread his spiritual sense around. At the same time, he could also detect the situation of the surrounding alien corpses. A common characteristic of the alien races was that their bodies were very strong. This was not only reflected in their strength, but also in their bodies that were many times larger than other races. For example, in the pile of corpses 3,000 kilometers away, there was a 2-winged alien race. Although its corpse was badly damaged, its body was more than 300 kilometers long. I'll go look for the corpses of 9th Tribulation great demons later. Jiang Ci prepared to continue flying forward on the flying boat. At this time, an Aishang's voice sounded in his mind. Little Jiang, stay close to those tribulation transcender corpses. Let me devour the immortal energy that is dissipating. What? Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Don't make a fuss. Even if you buy alien corpses, you'll have to go through me to devour the immortal energy in those corpses. And Aishang smiled. Although she said that, Jiang Ci was still very happy. He flew the flying boat toward the pile of alien corpses 3,000 kilometers away. After approaching the corpses, he found that the immortal energy mixed with the death aura was even denser. This pile of alien corpses had already been sorted. They were all 6 tribulation great demons. When gathered together, they were more than 2,000 kilometers in diameter. In the next moment, an invisible devouring force appeared in Jiang Ci's heaven-reaching tower and devoured the immortal energy that was dissipating in the surroundings. And Aishang was controlling the heaven-reaching tower. Don't devour too much. It'll be bad if you're discovered, Jiang Ci reminded her in his mind. I know. Right now, the heaven-reaching tower is only recognized by you by blood. You haven't even unsealed the first seal, so the power you can use is very small. Even if I want to devour more, there's nothing I can do, and Aishang complained. Jiang Ci laughed dryly, because the speed at which the heaven-reaching tower devoured immortal energy wasn't fast. The 10-6 tribulation great demons' corpses were continuously dissipating immortal energy. An hour later, Jiang Ci's spiritual sense clearly sensed that the immortal energy in these corpses had decreased by 1/10,000th. The heaven-reaching tower also stopped devouring. There are too many alien corpses like this in this space. Immortal energy of all levels is mixed together. It should be very difficult to discover that such a small amount is missing. Jiang Ci didn't leave immediately. After waiting for a while, the immortal energy that was continuously dissipating from the corpses, like flowing water, it filled up the vacuum of immortal energy that he had just devoured. On the surface, it seemed that nothing had changed here. Only then did he feel at ease and leave on the flying boat. The Forgotten Mountain star system has a diameter of millions of light years. I wonder how many alien corpses of tribulation transcendent realm cultivators are stored here. If I were to touch the corpses of all the tribulation transcender experts and devour 1/10,000th of their immortal strength, I wonder how many layers of sky-piercing tower seals I would be able to break. Then, with this kind of expectation, he specifically went to look for the tribulation transcendent alien corpses. Soon, Jiang Ci's strange behavior was discovered by a hidden surveillance point nearby. The person in charge of this surveillance point was also a black armored soldier, but his cultivation level was at the late-stage essence soul realm. What is he doing? The black armored soldier was full of doubts, because no one who came to choose goods would be like Jiang Ci, who stayed at each corpse location for at least an hour. Start first, then change later. Chapter 471. After Jiang Ci left, the black-armored soldier in charge of monitoring the surrounding 10,000 kilometers came out from the hidden surveillance point. He checked the pile of monster corpses that Jiang Ci had just devoured. He didn't find any changes, so he left with doubts. An essence soul cultivator can come here to buy tribulation transcender monster corpses, so he must have an extraordinary background. It's very likely that he's a core disciple of one of the 9 major immortal Dao sects, but his behavior is very strange. The black-armored soldier thought for a while and finally reported the situation dutifully. In another part of the Forgotten Mountain Galaxy, the 4th ghost spy who had been activated was a late-stage Dao integration black-armored man. As usual, he drove a supreme-grade flying ship and patrolled aimlessly in the starry sky. When he was 100,000 kilometers away, a chuckle sounded in his ears. Hey, Maggie, you crossed the line. This is the area I'm monitoring. Be careful not to be discovered by the immortals above. You'll be punished then. The brawny man in black armor, named Maggie, also smiled. Hey, look at what this is. A 9-colored seal appeared in his hand. You actually have a commander-level seal. The person in charge of this surveillance point was shocked. What else? Maggie smiled and said, I don't have the guts to ignore the Immortals ban. The 9-colored seal was jointly refined by the representatives of the 9 major immortal Dao sects of the Forgotten Mountain Galaxy. Having the 9-colored seal meant that his status was the highest among all the surveillance points. He could jump out of his original surveillance area and patrol other areas. The black-armored, brawny man, Maggie, had a calm look on his face. He chatted with the person who had warned him for a while before leaving. According to the mission information given by the higher-ups, Jiang Ci spent 10 million points to buy 9 tribulation monster corpses this time. I just have to search these corpses, and I'll find him. Maggie drove the flying ship and sped through the starry sky. Basically, the person in charge of every surveillance point would ask him why he had broken into other people's surveillance area. At first, he would explain patiently. Later, he felt annoyed and activated the 9-colored seal and placed it on the deck of the flying ship. Although this was very ostentatious, the effect was obvious. No one asked him similar questions again. Jiang Ci followed the instructions of the Golden Token to find the place where the corpses of the 9 Tribulations demon clan members were stored. At the same time, under the secret control of an Ai Shang, the heaven-connecting tower in his body absorbed the immortal energy of every Tribulation transcender demon corpse along the way. After this process, the amount of time he could stay in the Forgotten Mountain star system had greatly increased. Originally, it would only take half a month to complete a round. Now, it would probably take a month. Due to his strange behavior, many of the people in charge of the surveillance stations along the way reported it. Immortal Sun Yun had specifically contacted him about this. The reason Jiang Ci gave him was that he was curious and wanted to study the demon corpses up close. Although Immortal Sun Yun didn't understand, he didn't suspect anything because he was sure that Jiang Ci wouldn't steal anything. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Jiang Ci stopped the flying boat in front of a pile of corpses of 7 Tribulation great demons. His body emitted waves of devouring power. The immortal energy emitted from the corpses of the 7 Tribulation great demons was constantly devoured by the heaven-connecting tower. After half an hour, a hint of joy suddenly flashed in Jiang Ci's eyes. His spiritual sense vaguely felt that the heaven-connecting tower hidden in his body seemed to have some subtle changes. It was finally effective. It's still far from the first seal. The efficiency of the heaven-connecting tower devouring immortal energy is still too low. It's been half a month, and it hasn't even reached 1% of the first seal. And Ai Shang ruthlessly attacked him. Then how powerful is the heaven-connecting tower now? Jiang Ci asked. It can barely kill a 3rd Tribulation transcender, and Ai Shang answered. Jiang Ci nodded in satisfaction. Before this, the heaven-connecting tower could only deal with immortal Dao experts below the 3rd Tribulation. Dealing with and killing were 2 different things. Continue to work hard. Then, he devoured 1/10,000th of the immortal energy in the corpses of the 7 Tribulation great demons in front of him. More than 200,000 kilometers ahead, there's a golden token corresponding to the location of goods. Let's go in that direction. I can take a look at the quality of the corpses of the 9th Tribulation great demons. Jiang Ci drove the flying boat away because the distance was not far. He did not choose to fly at sublight speed. He planned to harvest the corpses of the other Tribulation transcender monsters along the way. Just like this, he stopped and walked. Not long after, he was only 80,000 kilometers away from the location of the goods, corresponding to the golden token. Not far ahead, there was a pile of 3rd Tribulation great demons' corpses. He stopped again. In the starry sky, 100,000 kilometers away from Jiang Ci, the muscular black-armored man, Maggie, also appeared in a flying boat. There's another pile of 9th Tribulation great demons' corpses ahead. I can wait here for a while. Maybe I can lock onto Jiang Ci's whereabouts. During this time, he had been searching for 9th Tribulation great demons' corpses in the Forgotten Mountain star system. Unfortunately, he did not encounter Jiang Ci at all. However, Maggie had a premonition that he would soon complete his mission. Because a day ago, he learned from the person in charge of a monitoring point millions of kilometers away that Jiang Ci had appeared in the nearby starry sky. Although he did not understand why Jiang Ci had stayed near a pile of First Tribulation Great Demon's corpses for nearly an hour, he did not investigate further. As long as he could find Jiang Ci and kill him, everything would be fine. After arriving at the location where the Ninth Tribulation Great Demon's corpses were stored, McGee habitually spread out his spirit sense. The spirit sense of a late-stage Tao integration cultivator could easily cover a radius of 100,000 kilometers. In just a second, McGee's eyes lit up and were full of surprise. Found it! His spirit sense discovered that there was a location where the corpses of First Tribulation Great Demon's corpses were stored more than 80,000 kilometers away. At this time, Jiang Ci was hovering near that location. He did not know what Jiang Ci was doing. I can't be in a hurry. I have to deal with the monitoring point hidden nearby first. McGee still held a glimmer of hope that he could survive. The monitoring point was hidden and protected by a very advanced array formation boundary. Even Jiang Ci did not have the ability to discover it on his own. However, McGee had the 9-color seal, so this was not a problem for him. Therefore, he quickly found the monitoring point in this area. There were a total of 2 monitoring points, and the cultivation level of each person in charge was not high. They were respectively at the early stage and mid-stage essence soul realm. This is easy. McGee flew to one of the monitoring points hidden in a meteorite and lied that it was an inspection job. Because of the 9-color seal, the person in charge of the monitoring point did not suspect McGee and respectfully welcomed him in. This person in charge was only at the early stage essence soul realm and was no match for a late-stage Tao integration cultivator at all. In addition, he trusted McGee, so his death did not cause any commotion. Chapter 472. The remaining late-stage essence soul monitoring point supervisor was killed by my G in the same way. Without the surveillance point, no matter what happened within the area of 100,000 kilometers, no one would be able to discover it. According to normal procedures, after losing contact with a monitoring point, it will be discovered by the higher-ups in about 30 seconds. Then, they will send someone to investigate this place, and it will take about another 30 seconds. In other words, I have 1 minute to kill Jiang Ci. If I can kill Jiang Ci within 30 seconds, then I will have a chance to escape this place. This is also the only chance to survive. However, the premise of all this is to kill Jiang Ci and complete the mission. My G's thoughts turned quickly, and he instantly judged the current situation. At the same time, he drove the flying boat and flew toward Jiang Ci, who was 80,000 kilometers away. Because he had cultivated the secret Tao Seal technique, after breaking through to the Essence Soul stage, Jiang Ci's spiritual sense detection range had reached a radius of 60,000 kilometers, which was comparable to the mid-stage Tao integration. The detection range of his spiritual sense would increase with the increase of his cultivation level. His current cultivation level was still at the early stage Essence Soul stage. With the Experience Points panel, of course, he could raise his cultivation level to the perfected Essence Soul stage in a short time. However, after returning from the Purple Heaven Sect headquarters, he had been busy solving the relationship problems of his brother, Xin Tian, and usually had to come into contact with a large number of immortal Tao powerhouses. If his cultivation level increased too quickly, it would easily arouse the suspicion of these immortal Tao powerhouses. Therefore, he did not immediately raise his cultivation level to the perfected Essence Soul stage. In his current situation, the actual combat strength of an early-stage Essence Soul stage and a perfected Essence Soul stage was actually about the same. The only difference was the strength of his spiritual sense. According to Jiang Ci's plan, he was prepared to use 10 years to raise his cultivation level to the perfected Essence Soul stage. This speed of improvement would not be doubted by anyone. It was a little faster than the cultivation speed of a peerless genius, but not too fast. If he only used 10 days to half a month to raise his cultivation level, Purple Heaven Sect would probably send someone to inquire about it on the same day. Of course, with Jiang Xi's identity and background, they would at most ask about it. There would be no danger to his life. Even so, he only wanted to be a normal genius and not a genius that everyone was watching. If he was being watched, there would be no secrets left. Not only would Earth be easily exposed, but the existence of the experience panel might also be exposed. Without the ability to protect himself, this was the real danger. What was the standard for self-protection? Jiang Xi already had an answer. Tao Lord. Only by having the combat power of a Tao Lord and standing at the very peak of power in the universe would one be able to ignore these dangers. This road was originally very long. Now that he had the prime treasure, the heaven-connecting tower, this path had been shortened. Once he completely bound the stone tower, he would be able to reach the Tao Lord level of combat power in advance. It would be great if I could take away all the corpses of the Tribulation Transcender realm monsters in the galaxy. Jiang Xi stood in front of a pile of corpses of Third Tribulation great demons and had this unrealistic thought. The heaven-span tower, hidden in his body, was still devouring the surrounding immortal power. He frowned and subconsciously looked into the distant starry sky. Of course, he couldn't see anything. However, within the range of his spiritual senses probing, a flying boat had intruded and was rapidly approaching him. Late-stage Tao integration stage? Judging from the black armor on his body, he should be someone from the nearby surveillance station. The 9-colored seal in his hand has the aura of immortal Sun Yun. Jiang Xi quickly made a judgment. In just a second, the flying boat arrived in front of Jiang Xi. The muscular man in black armor on the flying boat said to Jiang Xi, "I'm the commander of the surveillance station in the Forsaken Mountain Star System. Please cooperate with the identity check." The 9-colored seal confirmed Maggie's identity, so Jiang Xi didn't have any doubts. He was about to take out his identity jade slip from his storage ring. In the next moment, Maggie, who was close by, suddenly attacked. A biting cold saber light cut through the starry sky and suddenly slashed toward Jiang Xi. Slash! Jiang Xi couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the saber. A 3-inch deep wound appeared on his shoulder. Assassin. What? Both of them were shocked at the same time. Jiang Xi was shocked that Maggie, who was in the late-stage Tao integration stage, could actually break through his body's defenses. This was the first time someone had been able to leave such a big wound on his body after his body had become 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Then, he realized that this person was an assassin. There are a lot of alien corpses in the Forsaken Mountain Star System. If he dares to assassinate me in the land of reincarnation, he must be very confident. No matter what, I can't be careless. Jiang Xi's vigilance was at its highest. What shocked Maggie was that even with his strength, he couldn't kill Jiang Xi with one slash. Instead, he only left a 3-inch deep wound. This was ridiculous. His body is far stronger than a Tao integration stage cultivator. No wonder he's the 10th target on the assassination list. However, a strong body doesn't mean that his soul is also strong. Maggie slashed again. This time, the saber light carried a wisp of dim light and instantly attacked Jiang Xi. He was very fast, and the saber light was also very fast. Before Jiang Xi could react, the saber light landed on Jiang Xi's body. Buzz Jiang Xi's spiritual sea rippled slightly. His primordial spirit, which had merged with the image of self-visualization, sat cross-legged on a lotus platform with 3 petals. It emitted a 4-colored light and easily dispelled Maggie's soul attack. Impossible! Maggie's expression changed drastically. He was confident that even a late-stage Tao integration stage cultivator like him wouldn't be able to block that attack. However, Jiang Xi wasn't affected at all. His body is far stronger than a Tao integration stage cultivator, and his soul is also so strong. If he has such strength, why is he only the 10th target? He's definitely one of the top 3 targets on the assassination list. Top 3. Why didn't the intelligence report mention this? Trash. A bunch of trash from the ghost race. Maggie had only used 2 moves, and was already in despair. In fact, less than 10 seconds had passed, but Jiang Xi's strength made him understand that he had no chance of leaving alive. That's it. Jiang Xi looked at Maggie coldly. He felt a little strange. Wasn't the power behind this assassin too confident? A late-stage, doubt integration stage, cultivator wanted to assassinate him? If that's all you've got, then die. As he spoke, the red cloud sword vibrated slightly. Hundreds of sword Dao green lotuses appeared and condensed into wisps of sword chi. The majestic aura made Maggie, who was at the late-stage Dao integration stage, feel a deep sense of fear. He actually felt like he was facing an immortal Dao elite. "I hate you," Maggie roared angrily. He slashed out 18 times in a row. With each slash, his soul weakened a little. This was a saber technique that consumed his life force. The saber strikes overlapped, and their power increased explosively. The starry sky trembled violently. What a powerful attack. If I take it head-on, I'll definitely be seriously injured. I have to block it. Jiang Xi's expression was extremely serious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi condensed from hundreds of sword Dao green lotuses was like a meteor shower in the night sky. It met Maggie's 18 consecutive slashes. Chapter 473. Boom! The surging attack exploded in the starry sky, and a powerful shockwave swept across thousands of kilometers. At the same time, a dazzling light illuminated the dark, starry sky. A second later, the 18 stacked saber lights were blocked by the sword chi. It was blocked. No. Jiang Xi was about to heave a sigh of relief when his expression suddenly changed. After using up his life and slashing 18 times, McGee's soul aura had weakened to less than 1/10 of its original level. It was no threat to Jiang Xi. However, Jiang Xi felt a deep chill, as if a powerful existence was about to break free. It was eerie and terrifying, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. His intuition told him that there was great danger. When the dazzling light in the distance subsided, Jiang Xi finally saw it clearly. There was a bloody hole in McGee's chest, and a figure came out of it. Although the figure was very similar to a human, this figure had silver hair, golden eyes, and blue skin. The eerie, ghostly aura became extremely dense with his appearance. A powerful, immortal aura enveloped Jiang Xi. A ghost race, Silver Yiksha, and a ghost immortal of the third tribulation. Jiang Xi's breathing stopped. The Silver Yiksha race was a top-notch bloodline among the ghost race. This ghost immortal of the third tribulation was definitely comparable to an ordinary fourth tribulation transcender. This hitman had hidden himself too well. The ghost race wants to assassinate me? A ghost immortal of the third tribulation transcender realm, using a late-stage Dao integration human cultivator as a carrier. This must be a spy of the ghost race that has been hiding in the land of reincarnation for a long time. No matter what, it's not something I can fight head-on. Jiang Xi's mind raced. He scanned his communication pearl with his spiritual sense, and hundreds of similar messages were sent out instantly. Senior Sun Yun, the person in charge of the surveillance station, is carrying a ghost immortal of the third tribulation to assassinate me. At this time, Immortal Sun Yun was chatting with Immortal Lu Chun of the Heavenly Sun sect in a palace at the edge of the Forgotten Mountain Star System. Immortal Lu Chun was the representative of the Heavenly Sun sect in the land of reincarnation. He was a seventh tribulation transcender. Sun Yun, your luck is still so good. Jiang Xi is no ordinary genius disciple. When he transcends the tribulation to become an immortal, he will be able to transcend at least 4 tribulations in a row this time. You sold Jiang Xi a favor. Who knows, it might be of great use in the future, Immortal Lu Chun said with a smile. For tribulations in a row? You underestimate the genius of our Purple Heaven sect too much. I think he can overcome at least 6 tribulations in a row. Immortal Sun Yun chuckled and shook his head. He's that powerful? Geniuses who have the talent to transcend 4 tribulations in a row are rarely seen in a million years. Immortal Lu Chun was very surprised. What else? If it weren't for his short cultivation time, some of the higher-ups of our Purple Heaven sect would have ranked him as the strongest genius of this era. Immortal Sun Yun's voice was filled with pride and gratification. He was a cultivator who had a strong sense of belonging to the sect. At the same time, he liked to promote the younger generation. Immortal Lu Chan sighed and said, "In an era of 36 million years, such a genius will have the chance to become a true monarch-level expert in the future. That's a true expert who can shake all the races in the universe." Haha, if you ask me. Immortal Sun Yun laughed loudly. Before he could finish speaking, his laughter suddenly disappeared. He frowned and took out his communication bead. Who sent me over 100 messages in a row? After scanning with his spiritual awareness, his expression changed greatly. Senior Sun Yun, there's a person in charge of a surveillance point who brought a 3-tribulation ghost immortal to assassinate me. Save me quickly. Over 100 messages, all of which had the same content, were obviously very urgent. Jiang Ci was assassinated? Immortal Sun Yun didn't care about Immortal Lu Chun beside him. He waved his hand, and a huge 3D image appeared in front of him. At the same time, he connected to the Eye of Heaven network. Search for information on Jiang Ci's location reported by all the people in charge of surveillance points. Because Jiang Ci always liked to stay in front of the demon corpses for an hour, this strange behavior was recorded and reported by many people in charge of surveillance points. Through this information, they could determine Jiang Ci's approximate location. Soon, the most recent message was filtered out. It was from 6 hours ago. A surveillance point in the 89167 area once reported Jiang Ci's location. Now, they had a rough idea of the area. Immortal Sun Yun searched again. Contact all the surveillance points in this area and confirm Jiang Ci's current location. 3 seconds later, there was a response. Nothing? Impossible. It's only been 6 hours. Even if the flying boat flew at full speed, it wouldn't be able to fly out of this area. Immortal Sun Yun's expression changed greatly. Check if there are any surveillance points in this area that have lost contact. Immortal Lu Chun, who had been silent all this time, reminded him. Immortal Sun Yun hurriedly contacted all the surveillance points in the 89167 area again. 3 seconds later, there was a result. There's no response from 2 surveillance points. They've lost contact. Immortal Sun Yun's expression darkened. It was certain that Jiang Ci was at this location. This location is too far away. With our speed, even if we rush there, it'll be too late. Immortal Lu Chun sighed. Only a true monarch can save Jiang Ci in time. Immortal Sun Yun didn't hesitate and sent a message to true monarch Guahe, who was guarding the land of reincarnation. This process took another second. After the message was sent, the 2 immortals who had been talking and laughing a moment ago had complicated expressions. True monarch Guahe is now in the Palm Base Galaxy. After receiving the news, he'll need 1 minute to arrive in the 89167 area of the Wangshan Galaxy. 1 minute to face a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal. I hope Jiang Ci can survive. The 2 immortals knew very well that Jiang Ci was only a nascent soul cultivator. No matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to overcome the absolute disparity in strength between him and a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal. In the Wangshan Galaxy, in the starry sky filled with alien corpses, Jiang Ci wanted to take out the flying boat and use its speed to escape. However, the current situation didn't allow him to do so. 300 kilometers away, the 3rd tribulation ghost immortal who'd crawled out of Maggie's chest had been locking onto him. If he made any move, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Maggie wasn't dead yet. He glared at Jiang Ci with a ferocious expression. As a late-stage Dao integration human cultivator, he was able to become the 4th spy of the ghost race in the land of reincarnation. It wasn't as simple as being controlled by spiritual consciousness. Most importantly, there was a 3rd tribulation ghost immortal hiding in his body. It was from the Silver Yiksha clan, the top bloodline of the ghost race. Maggie said to the third tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yiksha clan, "Sir, I've eliminated all the surveillance points within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. You have 60 seconds to kill Jiang Ci. Otherwise, the perfected monarch of the human race will arrive." "Your mission is complete," the third tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yiksha clan said coldly. A sinister aura swept across Maggie's body. Relief flashed across Maggie's eyes. If he could kill Jiang Ci alone, he would still have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, the ghost race wouldn't let him live after the third tribulation ghost immortal in his body attacked. That would leave clues for the human race. Chapter 474. Jiang Ci watched as the last trace of my G's aura disappeared. This late-stage, Dao integration stage, human cultivator who had been controlled by the ghost race was finally free. Next would be his death tribulation. The ghost immortal of the Silver Yiksha clan was comparable to an ordinary fourth tribulation transcender. Would he be able to deal with it? The answer was yes. I definitely can't. I can't think about how to kill him now. It's not realistic. What I need to do now is to stall for time and hold on. As long as I can hold on until reinforcements come, I'll win. Jiang Ci's mind was very clear. The problem was, would this ghost immortal give him the chance to stall for time? The answer was yes. "No. Now it's your turn, little fellow of the human clan." The three tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yiksha clan had a cold look in his golden eyes. Whoosh! A long dragon that was like an icy river, carrying a sinister ghost chi, instantly swept over tens of thousands of kilometers, roaring as it attacked riverward. The powerful immortal Dao pressure restricted Jiang Ci's movements and made it difficult for him to use his spiritual sense. In this situation, it seemed like he could only wait to be captured. Jiang Ci clenched his teeth, and the veins all over his body bulged. He held the sword with both hands and roared, "Kill!" This roar allowed him to break through the shackles and finally mobilize the power of his Taoist techniques. The supreme-grade immortal artifact, Red Cloud Sword, was immediately surrounded by the Taoist techniques of sword, gale, fire, and diamond. The four Taoist techniques fused together. The basic spiritual power amplitude of 2,000 times increased by 4 times when the four Taoist techniques fused together. It became 8,000 times. 4 colored green lotuses appeared one after another. There were 165 of them in total. This was his strongest attack. Strands of 4-colored sword chi were condensed from the green lotuses. There were a total of 16,500 strands. Then, in an instant, they gathered into a huge sword chi that was 100,000 feet long and faced the ice dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The ice dragon summoned by the ghost immortal shrank under the obstruction of the sword chi. Finally, only half of it was left and hit Jiang Ci with the difference in strength. Jiang Ci could not dodge at all. Whoosh! Jiang Ci was directly submerged by the ice dragon. Crack, crack. The toughness of his body, which he was so proud of, suffered a heavy blow for the first time. Terrifying cracks appeared on his body. They were densely packed like glass that was about to shatter. At the same time, the eerie, ghostly aura carried by the glacier dragon seemed to be able to freeze his soul and slowed down his thinking. The sea of consciousness, which was originally full of vitality, was rapidly freezing. He could foresee that if his entire sea of consciousness froze, then he would really be finished. At this critical moment, the nascent soul sitting on the crude lotus seat emitted a gentle golden light, dispelling the ghastly ghost chi. Not only that, a faint golden light appeared behind Jiang Ci's head. A surprising scene appeared. The killing move of a dignified three-tribulation ghost immortal was actually suppressed by the golden light. The ghastly ghost chi that filled this expanse of the starry sky was like snow that had encountered the scorching sun, and it swiftly melted and transformed into nothingness. This is the Bodhisattva fruit of Buddhism? Impossible. Impossible. The three tribulation ghost celestial from the Silver Yiksha clan had been full of confidence. But now, his face was filled with disbelief and shock. Because the ghost clan was most afraid of the lightning of Taoism and the light of Buddhism. Now, Jiang Ci was displaying the light of Buddhism. The three tribulation ghost celestial took a deep breath and quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. Because this attack had lasted for 10 seconds. He dared not delay any longer. A long silver rod with golden patterns appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward Jiang Ci at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! The long rod whistled and smashed toward Jiang Ci. The immortal power on the rod was turbulent, but it only carried a small amount of ghost chi. Because he knew that ghost chi was now useless against Jiang Ci. Even if I only use immortal power, I can still kill you. The three tribulation ghost celestials' eyes were cold. Clang! Clang! Jiang Ci brandished his sword to meet the attack. Every time their magic treasures collided, Jiang Ci would be repelled hundreds of kilometers away, and then the three tribulation ghost celestial would catch up with him. It seemed that he had blocked the opponent's attack, but the price he paid was that the cracks on his body were constantly expanding. In the end, his body, which was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit weapon, could not withstand the attack of an immortal Tao expert. Under such circumstances, Jiang Ci persisted for another 20 seconds. In fact, it was already very impressive that he could last until now. This three tribulation ghost celestial of the Silver Yiksha clan was equivalent to an ordinary 4 tribulation transcender. His cultivation level was only at the early stage essence soul realm, and his actual combat power was barely at the late-stage Tao integration realm. If the news that he could last for 30 seconds under the opponent's all-out attack spread out, it would definitely cause a big sensation. The strength of his body and the mutated golden light of his essence soul were the main reasons why Jiang Ci could last until now. Just the ghost chi losing its effect was equivalent to weakening the three tribulation ghost celestial strength. This is still not enough. Just now, my G said that this ghost celestial has a total of 1 minute. Now, only 30 seconds have passed. It seems that I have no choice but to reveal my trump card. Jiang Ci did not hesitate. He held the sword in his right hand and kept blocking the opponent's attacks. At the same time, a miniature sky tower appeared in his left hand. Tower? What kind of magical treasure is this? The three tribulation ghost celestial was puzzled, but he did not stop attacking. The silver staff with golden patterns turned into countless phantoms. Some are blocked by Jiang Ci, while others hit Jiang Ci, causing serious injuries. It doesn't have the aura of an immortal artifact. It's not a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Could it be a Tao artifact? The three tribulation ghost celestial denied this inference. Impossible. He has no immortal power, so he can't use a Tao artifact. It should be some life-saving magical treasure. The three tribulation ghost celestial knew that with Jiang Ci's status, he would definitely have a life-saving magical treasure. But it's too late to take it out now. He believed that at most 3 seconds, Jiang Ci's body would be smashed into pieces, and he would die. At this moment, whoosh, the quaint sky tower suddenly expanded to more than 2 meters long. Jiang Ci grabbed the top of the tower and smashed it toward the three tribulation ghost celestial, as if he was holding a club. Bang! There was a loud sound like thunder, and the sound wave spread out 3,000 kilometers. Crack! There was another soft sound. A crack appeared on the silver staff with golden patterns after being smashed by the sky tower. If it was smashed a few more times, it would probably break. What? The three tribulation ghost celestial was shocked. His staff was a supreme-grade immortal artifact. How could it be smashed with just one hit? What kind of magical treasure was this? Was it really a Tao artifact? Bang! 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 Jiang Ci did not give him much time to be shocked. He kept smashing the sky tower with a club-like Tao artifact. Crack! This time, it was not the sound of Jiang Ci's body cracking, but the staff of the three tribulation ghost celestial in front of him breaking into 2 pieces. The supreme-grade immortal artifact was destroyed. This process took another 10 seconds. Such a genius is only the 10th target? Those ghost celestials in charge of intelligence in the clan should all die. The Three Tribulation ghost celestial was furious. He did not feel sorry for his magical treasure, because he was a man of sacrifice lurking in the human territory. Once he attacked, he would have no chance to survive. There's no time. Chapter 475. There's no time. That's it. The third tribulation, ghost immortal of the Silver Yiksha race, suddenly exploded with anger. Explode. His long silver hair stood on end, and his golden pupils emitted a divine light. Immortal power circulated rapidly throughout his body, and his body swelled. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out. He was going to self-detonate. He was going to kill Jiang Ci through self-detonation and complete the mission. Lunatic! Lunatic! Riverward cursed incessantly. He was too close, and he couldn't dodge at all. The self-detonation of a third tribulation ghost immortal could easily destroy hundreds of planets. Even if his body was 10 times stronger than a supreme-grade spirit artifact, he would probably turn into ashes in an instant. Quick! Hide in Sky Tower. And Aishang was also anxious. In just an instant, the third tribulation ghost immortal exploded. Boom! 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 The starry sky within tens of thousands of kilometers was instantly compressed and collapsed, as if a star had exploded. The terrifying impact swept out. Many of the demon corpses stored in this starry sky were below the sixth tribulation level and were directly destroyed. By the time everything settled down, the 30,000-meter-tall, heaven-reaching pavilion at the center of the explosion had disappeared. In its place was Jiang Ci, whose body was about to collapse. He desperately stuffed healing spirit pills into his mouth, trying to stop his body from continuously cracking. It was too tragic. If he had entered the Sky Tower a thousandth of a second later, he would have been gone. After a full 10 seconds, his injuries finally stopped. Jiang Ci's aura was so weak that it was even weaker than a golden core cultivator. However, he survived. Almost. Jiang Ci let out a long breath. The third tribulation demon corpses in front of him were originally 3,000 kilometers in diameter, but now there were only corpses less than 10 meters long left. How terrifying. These are all tribulation transcendent demon corpses. Even I can't destroy them without using Red Heaven Sword and the Sky Tower. They're gone just like that. He spread out his spirit sense and found that 1/5 of the demon corpses within a radius of 60,000 kilometers had been destroyed by the explosion. Just now, how much was 1/5? Jiang Ci had strolled around this area before, so he had a rough impression. There were almost 100,000 monster corpses in this area, and all of them were at the Tribulation Immortal Realm. 1/5 was equivalent to 20,000 corpses. To destroy so many Tribulation Transcender monster corpses, the losses of the Forgotten Mountain star system might reach tens of billions of points. Those Immortal Path powerhouses are going to have a headache. Suddenly, Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. He remembered that McGee had said that all the surveillance points within 100,000 kilometers had been cleared. There was no one watching them now. It can be confirmed that this information is reliable. There was such a huge commotion before the explosion, but the person in charge of the surveillance point didn't come out. It doesn't matter if the information is unreliable. Even if they were still alive before the explosion, they should have died after the explosion. Riverward's thoughts spun rapidly as he came to a decision. Now, 45 seconds had passed. He still had 15 seconds before he was unmonitored. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ci asked in his heart, "Sister and I, Shang, can the perfected Lord discover your existence? After you recognize him as your master, if you don't take the initiative to expose the existence of the heaven-reaching pavilion, even the Tao Lord won't be able to discover you." And I Shang was very confident. Jiang Ci was relieved. He took out the flying boat and directly sped up. It crossed tens of thousands of kilometers and came to a pile of 6 tribulation monster corpses. He waved his hand and put them into the heaven-reaching pavilion. Then he sped up again and came to a pile of 7 tribulation monster corpses 4,000 kilometers away. He put them into the heaven-reaching pavilion. He was very fast. In 10 seconds, he had collected more than 1,000 tribulation transcender monster corpses. Although only a small portion of them were 9th-stage monster corpses, so many of them were worth hundreds of millions of points. Moreover, compared to the 20,000 or so corpses he had destroyed just now, these 1,000 or so corpses were insignificant. I encountered an assassination here and almost lost my life. It shouldn't be too much to take some compensation, right? Jiang Xi took them with a clear conscience. This wasn't stealing, there were only 5 seconds left. Jiang Xi didn't collect the other monster corpses. He quickly thought about how to explain all this. After 3 seconds, a tall figure appeared out of thin air at the center of the explosion of the 3rd tribulation Ghost Immortal. The tall figure vaguely merged with the starry sky, and the mysterious aura he emitted revealed his identity. This was a perfected lord of the Tao Immortal stage. Jiang Xi had seen 2 perfected lords since he started cultivating. They were perfected Lord Iron Mountain and perfected Lord 6 Virtuous. This was the 3rd. Greetings, perfected lord. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Perfected Lord Gua, he was expressionless. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking from his face. In fact, he was surprised. After receiving Immortal Sun Yun's message, he immediately rushed here. He thought that after coming here, he would at most collect Jiang Xi's corpse and take revenge. He didn't expect that Jiang Xi was still alive and the assassin was already dead. With his strength, he could of course determine that the Ghost Clan assassin had died by self-explosion. To be able to force the assassin to self-explode and survive the explosion, this little guy from the Purple Heaven sect was not simple. Tell me what happened. I want the details. Perfected Lord Gua, his deep voice seemed to be able to affect one's soul. Jiang Xi wasn't affected at all because of the special nature of his primordial spirit. He said calmly, Perfected Lord, I came to the land of reincarnation to buy a batch of rank 9 great demon corpses. When I was shopping, I met a monitoring point commander called my G. He said that he wanted to check my identity. When I was about to show him my identity, he suddenly attacked. However, I'm not afraid of a late-stage Tao integration realm cultivator. Jiang Xi paused. He realized that perfected Lord Gua, he didn't respond. This discovery made him a little nervous. He knew very well that he had to be careful when facing the perfected Lord's questions. The land of reincarnation was an important place for the human race. An assassination attempt was a big deal. Losing goods worth tens of billions of points was also a big deal. Jiang Xi continued. What I didn't expect was that my G was hiding a 3rd tribulation Ghost Immortal from the Silver Yiksha clan. Silver Yiksha? Perfected Lord Gua, he finally spoke. Yes, a Silver Yiksha from the Ghost clan. He has silver hair, golden pupils, blue skin. Jiang Xi explained in detail. Perfected Lord Gua, he nodded slightly. I know I'm not a match for a 3rd tribulation Ghost Immortal. Fortunately, Master gave me a purple jade immortal talisman. I risked my life to severely injure him. Jiang Xi said, Purple jade immortal talisman? Perfected Lord Gua, he asked again. Yes. When I was cultivating in the 3rd heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, I also encountered a life-or-death crisis. After I escaped, Master was worried about my safety and gave me a purple jade immortal talisman. Jiang Xi explained. This was the excuse he had thought of. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cover up his lie and expose the existence of the Heaven Connecting Tower. The Purple Jade Immortal Talisman was a one-time secret treasure that could only be refined by immortal Tao experts. When activated, it could severely injure tribulation immortal cultivators. Chapter 476. The Wine Sword Immortal was a top 9th tribulation transcender, so the Purple Jade Immortal Talisman he refined was naturally very powerful. The purple jade immortal talisman could explain why it could force a three-tribulation ghost immortal to self-destruct. Of course, Jiang Ci wasn't sure if his master had refined such a thing. Anyway, he had to deal with the current situation first. He wasn't worried that true monarch Guahi or anyone else would ask the Wine Sword Immortal for confirmation. After all, the Wine Sword Immortal would definitely help him fill in the gaps. What else? True monarch Guahi asked again. Jiang Ci didn't hesitate and continued. I used the purple jade immortal talisman to severely injure the three-tribulation ghost immortal of the Silver Yaksha clan. Then, I took the opportunity to escape on the flying boat. However, the ghost immortal was too ruthless. He saw that he couldn't kill me, so he self-destructed. At this time, the airship had only flown 20,000 kilometers when it was affected by the explosion. I almost died. The self-destruction of a three-tribulation ghost immortal was too terrifying. Jiang Ci sighed with lingering fear as he quickly thought about whether there were any loopholes in his story. When he went to take away the corpses of the great demons, he had also put away the broken supreme grade immortal staff. This was the clue that would most likely reveal that he had a powerful magic treasure. After confirming again and again, there shouldn't be any loopholes in the scene. However, he was still a little nervous, as he didn't know what this true monarch would do. In fact, true monarch, well, he didn't care about Jiang Ci's last words. He could tell that Jiang Ci's current injuries were indeed very serious. If Jiang Ci's body wasn't strong enough, he would have been dead by now. Something else must have happened after the ghost immortal talisman self-destructed. His intuition told him that Jiang Ci was hiding something. However, Jiang Ci's story was very reasonable. The only thing worth investigating was the purple jade immortal talisman. True monarch Gua, he said, I'll send someone to the Wine Sword Immortal to verify the purple jade immortal talisman you just mentioned. As for other things, the 9 immortal Tao experts of the Forgotten Mountain star system will decide. Other things? Jiang Ci's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface. He wanted to ask true monarch Guahi, but he found that this high and mighty existence had no intention of continuing the conversation. His eyelids drooped. He could only give up. After a short while, a ripple appeared in the distant starry sky, and a flying boat shuttled over. There were 2 immortals on the flying boat. One was immortal Sun Yun, and the other was immortal Lu Chun. They first came before true Lord Guahi and bowed respectfully. Greetings, true Lord. All right, I'll leave it to you. There won't be any major problems with the assassination. As for the other matters, you have to deal with them carefully. True Lord Gua, he nodded slightly and disappeared. Handle it carefully? The 2 Six Tribulation Transcenders looked at each other. They were naturally relieved that Jiang Ci was still alive. However, when they looked at the empty starry sky caused by the self-explosion of the 3 Tribulation Ghost Celestial, both of them looked very serious. The last words of Immortal Gua, he concluded that there was nothing wrong with the assassination process, so there was no need to investigate how Jiang Ci survived. But the other matters were equally serious. The 20,000 Tribulation Transcender monster corpses had been destroyed, resulting in the loss of tens of billions of points. This was definitely a big deal. The nascent soul stage core disciples of the Purple Heaven sect could only obtain tens of thousands of points, even if they were to risk their lives doing cultivation missions. Only hellish missions that had a high chance of survival would give them hundreds of thousands of points. Thus, it was clear what tens of billions of points meant. With such a big loss, the 9 immortal Tao representatives of the Forgotten Mountain star system couldn't guarantee that they would be able to escape punishment from the Heavenly Court. Of course, they couldn't ignore the assassination of Jiang Ci. Strictly speaking, it was a failure of the Forgotten Mountain star system to allow a foreign spy to sneak in, resulting in today's assassination. Immortal Sun Yun asked, Jiang Ci, who tried to assassinate you? Jiang Ci replied, the commander in charge of the surveillance point, Mike G. He had a 9-colored seal in his hand, and it had the aura of your immortal power. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned a 3-dimensional phantom. It was the image of the black-armored man, Mike G. No matter what, he had to deal with this matter first. Mike G. Immortal Sun Yun was puzzled. Immortal Lu Chen nodded and said, "There is such a person. He's a commander for 800 years." Immortal Sun Yun made his stance clear. "It seems that there was a problem with our internal management. We failed in our duty." Jiang Ci relaxed a bit. Actually, it made sense. He was one of the core disciples with the highest status in the Purple Heaven sect. Not many people dare to make trouble for him and slander him. The only problem is that the losses this time are too big. If we only lost 10 or 20 million points, Lu Chun and I would be able to forget about it. But now that we've lost 20,000 Tribulation Transcender monster corpses, the total value is between 30 billion and 50 billion points. With such a large loss, the higher-ups will definitely hold us accountable. Immortal Sun Yun's expression was serious. Jiang Ci said, "I'm the victim. I know that. I'm also a member of the Purple Heaven sect, so I definitely believe you. Lu Chun is my good friend, so there's no need to doubt his attitude. The main thing is that the representatives of the other 7 Immortal Dao sects compete with each other. They might use this as a pretext to target and suppress you. In addition, the people in charge of the surveillance point within 100,000 kilometers are all dead. In other words, there are no witnesses to what you just said," Immortal Sun Yun said. Jiang Ci frowned. Although he was a bit unhappy, he knew that Immortal Sun Yun's warning was indeed about the trouble that might appear next. Seeing that Jiang Ci was silent, Immortal Sun Yun continued. "After a while, the representatives of the other 7 Immortal Dao sects will arrive. There's one person you have to pay attention to, Immortal Qiao Tu from the Daoist sect. He's the only 7th Tribulation Transcender among us. He has a strong background and is the most domineering one among us. After the 7 of them arrive, be careful not to offend him." Jiang Ci nodded. He had a strong background and was described by Immortal Sun Yun in such a manner. He had to pay attention to him. At the edge of the Forgotten Mountain Star System, Immortal Qiao Tu's palace. Immortal Qiao Tu received news that Jiang Ci had been attacked. We were just talking about Jiang Ci. I didn't expect him to be in the Forgotten Mountain Star System. Immortal Qiao Tu's gaze was ruthless, such a coincidence. Immortal Wu Yi was surprised. He was attacked by a spy of the ghost race and almost died. Immortal Qiao Tu gave a simple explanation of what had happened. "He's lucky," Immortal Wu Yi sneered. "Lucky? That depends on whose hands it falls into. This attack caused him to lose tens of billions of points. He won't be able to avoid it." Immortal Qiao Tu sneered. Immortal Wu Yi was shocked when he heard about tens of billions of points. Then he understood. "Then I'll wait here for your good news. If you can sentence Jiang Ci to death, I'll immediately go to the foreign battlefield and get you underworld spirit crystals." "Haha, a puny primordial soul realm cultivator. Isn't it easy to capture him?" Immortal Qiao Tu laughed. Immortal Wu Ye's eyes twitched. He knew that this was a chance to kill Jiang Ci. With Immortal Qiao Tu's background, he might really be able to use this matter to kill Jiang Ci. Chapter 477. Forgotten Mountain Star System, Area 89167. After the big explosion, the starry sky was in ruins. Jiang Ci, Immortal Sun Yun, and Immortal Lu Chun waited quietly in the ruins. Not long after, 7 flying ships appeared in the distant starry sky, one after another. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of figures came down from the 7 flying ships, and hundreds of them emitted powerful immortal auras. They were all Tribulation Transcender powerhouses. So many monster corpses are missing. This is a big loss. The Immortals were frightened by the scene in front of them. They still didn't know what had happened. The representatives of the 7 Immortal sects knew. The 7 of them brought their subordinates and flew toward Jiang Ci's group. The one in the lead was a young 7th Tribulation Transcender. Although he was handsome, his naturally balding hair directly pulled down his looks. Moreover, this person's appearance was quite arrogant. One could feel his arrogant aura before even approaching him. Jiangxi's group also took the initiative to greet him. The two sides stood still. Immortal Sun Yun had already put away his serious expression. He smiled and said, Jiangxi, let me introduce you to these seniors. This is Immortal Qin Luo of the Primordial Chaos Sect. This is Fairy Huanhua, the Moon Sect. This is Sword Immortal Chun Feng of the Sword Sect. This is Arhat Mou of the Buddhist Sect. Immortal Sun Yun introduced the 6 immortal sects one after another. Every time he introduced one, Jiangxi respectfully bowed. These 6 people were all 6 tribulation transcenders, and their attitudes were very friendly. When it came to the last handsome young man with balding hair, Immortal Sun Yun's smile became more obvious. He was very enthusiastic, and his tone was also a bit higher. Jiangxi, the last one, is Immortal Qiao Tu from the Dao sect. His talent is not inferior to yours. When Immortal Qiao Tu transcended tribulation to become an immortal, he transcended 5 tribulations in a row. He could be said to be the strongest genius at that time. Jiangxi respectfully bowed again. Greetings, Immortal Qiao Tu. A playful look flashed in Immortal Qiao Tu's eyes, and he softly said, Is Liquor Sword Immortal doing well? Master is doing very well. Jiangxi was unsure of Immortal Qiao Tu's meaning. Very good? I remember that he only has 3,000 years left in his lifespan. He's about to die. Immortal Qiao Tu's words sounded like he was concerned, but in reality, they were not friendly. Jiangxi frowned slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he was weaker than the other party, he would have already made his move. Not happy. Immortal Qiao Tu smiled carelessly and said, Then let's talk about what happened this time. I took a look just now, and there are no less than 20,000 tribulation transcender monster corpses missing. Calculating the value, it should be around 30 billion to 50 billion. Perfected Cultivator Gua, he sent us what you said, and I read it in detail. You said that you were assassinated by the Ghost Clan, but where's the evidence? From the beginning to the end, you were the only one who spoke. Qiao Tu, Perfected Cultivator Gua, he has come to a conclusion about this matter. It was indeed a ghost immortal of the ghost race who tried to assassinate Jiangxi. We're the ones responsible for this. It's a problem with the internal management of the Forgotten Mountain Star system. Immortal Sun Yun smiled. That's right. Immortal Lu Chun chimed in. That's the Perfected Cultivator's conclusion, and it can only be used as a reference. All matters of the Forgotten Mountain Star system should be decided by the 9 major immortal Dao sects. Immortal Qiao Tu showed his domineering nature, not even giving face to Perfected Cultivator Guahi. Immortal Sun Yun and Immortal Lu Chen's faces darkened, while the other 6 immortal Dao representatives remained silent. Immortal Qiao Tu looked at Jiangxi with a stern expression and said, Humph, if you ask me, this is a good show that you directed and acted out yourself. You came to the Forgotten Mountain Star system to buy monster corpses, and then took the opportunity to kill the person in charge of the nearby surveillance points. Commander McGee happened to pass by here, and he was also killed. In the end, you took away 20,000 tribulation transcender monster corpses when no one was watching you. Then, you detonated energy-type secret treasures, such as the Ghost Demon Essence, to create the effect of the ghost race's immortal Dao expert's self-destruction. The monster corpses worth tens of billions were enough for you to take the risk. After all, with your identity as a genius, very few people would suspect your identity. His cold words caused Jiangxi's expression to change drastically. Although this person was arrogant and domineering, his words hit Jiangxi's weak spot. No one was watching. No witnesses. He could say that he was right. And Immortal Qiao Tu could also say that he was right. Immortal Qiao Tu. Jiangxi said in a low voice. You still want to deny it? Immortal Qiao Tu's eyes were cold. A powerful immortal Dao aura enveloped Jiangxi, making it impossible for Jiangxi to say a word. Qiao Tu, do you really have to do this? Immortal Sun Yun's expression was solemn. Have you all forgotten your duties? Immortal Qiao Tu looked coldly at the other 8 immortal Dao representatives. We represent the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance to guard the land of reincarnation, the forgotten mountain star system. I hope that when you make your judgments, you can put aside your personal grudges and your sex emotions. We have to protect the interests of the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance and the human race. He spoke eloquently and with a strong sense of righteousness. When Jiang Xi heard this, he was filled with anger. Motherfucker, he dared to confuse right and wrong and splash dirty water on him. This was definitely a personal grudge. Otherwise, Immortal Xiao, too, wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention Wine Sword Immortal. However, he was currently enveloped by the other party's Immortal Tao aura and was unable to refute or resist. Immortal Xiao, too, continued. This is an item worth several tens of billions of points. It doesn't matter if this is a show directed and acted by Jiang Xi, or if he really encountered an assassination attempt. We have to investigate this thoroughly. What do you all think? After saying this, he swept his domineering gaze across the 8 immortal Tao experts. Primordial Chaos Sex Immortal Qian Luo said, "The Heavenly Court will definitely investigate this matter. If we investigate this thoroughly, we will be able to deal with it in advance." Moon Sex Fairy Huan Hua said, "It's good to investigate. I feel that Jiang Xi wouldn't do such a thing. However, we have to clear him of suspicion. Let's investigate. It won't take much time. Let's investigate." The other immortal Tao representatives expressed their opinions one after another. However, everyone's attitude was to smooth things over. They didn't clearly express their opinions. Immortal Qiao Tu also didn't want to offend Jiang Xi. Qiao Tu, can't we just let Jiang Xi swear a heavenly Tao oath? Immortal Sun Yun's attitude was very clear. Yeah, a heavenly Tao oath can also prove Jiang Xi's innocence. Immortal Lu Chen also said, "A heavenly Tao oath? Who can guarantee that he doesn't have a secret treasure to avoid the oath?" Immortal Xiao Tu sneered. Immortal Sun Yun and Immortal Lu Chen looked at each other. Both of them were very helpless. Facing Immortal Qiao Tu, who had a powerful background and strength, they had no way to deal with him. Immortal Qiao Tu looked at Jiang Xi and said, "Now that everyone agrees to investigate this matter in detail, do you agree? I believe that seniors will prove my innocence." Jiang Xi understood that people had no choice but to lower their heads under someone else's roof. If this son of a bitch was muddle-headed and directly killed him, there would be no way to reason with him. However, he didn't directly answer whether he agreed or not. He only wanted to say that he was innocent. Chapter 478. Although Riverward had his head lowered, his words were filled with pride and arrogance. As long as he was innocent. Qiao Tu understood the hidden meaning in Jiang Xi's words and said coldly, "I want you to open your primordial spirit and let me search your soul. This way, I can confirm whether what you said before about the assassination is true. Don't worry. I promise I won't hurt your primordial spirit." Impossible. Jiang Xi didn't even think about it and directly refused. "You are guilty." Qiao Tu sneered. "Guilty? I respect you as a senior, and of course I don't dare to go against your will. However, my primordial spirit is the foundation of my soul. Once something happens to my primordial spirit, my cultivation will regress, and in the worst case, I will die." Jiang Xi was neither servile nor overbearing. "You don't believe me?" Qiao Tu looked unhappy. "It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't like to put my life in the hands of others." Jiang Xi said loudly. Regardless of whether he had secrets or not, soul-searching was a very dangerous thing. If he was careless, he would be seriously injured. What if Immortal Qiao Tu was up to no good, saying that his hand had slipped and he would cripple his cultivation or even kill him? At that time, even if someone helped him take revenge, what was the use? Moreover, he had so many secrets, such as the experience panel, Earth, Sky Tower, and so on. Each of them was a big secret that could not be exposed. Qiao Tu, Jiang Xi is a core disciple of Purple Heaven sect. If anything happens to him, The sect's higher-ups will definitely investigate. Have you thought it through? Immortal Sun Yun said. He did not directly blame Xiao Tu, but used the higher-ups of Purple Heaven sect to pressure Xiao. Tuesday Xiao Tu coldly glanced at Immortal Sun Yun, but he listened and did not continue to ask for soul-searching. It's fine if you don't want to soul-search, but let me check your storage ring. Immortal Xiao Tu's tone was unquestionable and domineering. 20,000 tribulation transcendent monster corpses would require storage space with a diameter of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Do you think I have such a big storage ring? Jiang Xi was so angry that he laughed. He now completely understood that this person was here to find trouble. Even if he gave his storage ring to the other party to check, there would definitely be other problems later on. Anything is possible. Immortal Xiao Tu said. As expected, he wouldn't give up until he found out something. All right, I can let you check my storage ring, but if there aren't 20,000 demon corpses in there, I want you to apologize to me in front of everyone. Jiang Xi sneered. Since you're being unreasonable, why should I care about face with you? Brat, you've got guts. You've successfully angered me. Immortal Xiao Tu's expression was cold as killing intent burst forth. A strange aura spread out from the top of his head and rushed straight at Jiang Xi. Xiao Tu, don't cross the line. Sun Yunxian shouted and appeared in front of Jiang Xi. Boom! Immortal Sun Yun had defeated the strange aura, but his face had turned somewhat pale. Clearly, in order to block this attack, he had paid a great price. Jiang Xi was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. He had truly experienced the descent of death just now. He could imagine that if he had been hit by that strange aura, he would have been dead. Xiao Tu, you dare to kill me? You're finished. After today's matter, I will definitely report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch 6 Virtuous, who guided my sword cultivation back then. I'll let these two sirs be the judge. I encountered an assassination in the Forgotten Mountain star system. Not only did no one investigate the assassination thoroughly, they even tried to slander me. Jiang Xi raised the flag first. He called out the names of 2 true monarchs in a row. True Monarch Iron Mountain. True Monarch 6 Virtuous. Immortal Xiao Tu was so angry that his eyelids were twitching. A terrifying aura emerged from his bald scalp. However, he didn't attack in the end. The other immortals around were also extremely shocked. They had the qualifications to guard the land of reincarnation. Of course, they had a background. This was especially so for the 9 immortal Dao representatives. They had deep backgrounds, so they weren't afraid of Jiang Xi's master, the Wine Sword Immortal. However, it was different for true monarchs. Even the weakest true monarch could easily kill them. What shocked them the most was that Jiang Xi was actually related to True Monarch 6 Virtuous. True Monarch 6 Virtuous was a top-notch true monarch. He had lived for countless years long before the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court was established. He was an ancient existence, although such an expert had disappeared long ago. His name still spread through the long river of time. True Monarch 6 Virtuous is just a nascent soul cultivator. How could he be related to such an ancient existence? Immortal Xiao Tu was extremely fearful. He also had a true monarch backing him, but compared to True Monarch 6 Virtuous, he was still a far cry. However, he dared to refute me in public. This matter can't be settled easily. Locking him up for 1,000 years is equivalent to crippling him. Immortal Xiao Tu made a decision. He coldly shouted, "No matter how much you quibble, you won't be able to wash away the suspicion of theft. Men, lock him up. Don't let him out until this matter is investigated thoroughly." Yes, the dozen or so tribulation transcenders behind him flew toward Jiang Xi. Immortal Sun Yun heaved a sigh of relief and didn't stop them. Since Immortal Xiao Tu had chosen to take a step back, there was no need to worry about Jiang Xi's life. As long as Jiang Xi could survive, they could slowly deal with him later. Immortal Xiao Tu, just you wait. I'll definitely report this matter to True Monarch Iron Mountain and True Monarch 6 Virtuous. I just want to ask them whether the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court has the final say in this land of reincarnation, or whether it's the Taoist faction. Jiang Ci didn't resist, but the words he said made Immortal Qiao too furious. "Take him away! Take him away!" Immortal Qiao too angrily shouted. He hadn't met someone who dared to be so arrogant in front of him for a long time. Immortal Sun Yun and the other Immortal Tao representatives remained silent, but they were secretly happy to see this scene. This was the first time they had seen Immortal Qiao Tu suffer. Immortal Qiao Tu was usually very domineering in front of them. Inside a small palace at the edge of the forgetful mountain star system, Jiang Ci sat cross-legged with a calm expression on his face. "Jiang Ci, don't worry and stay here for a while. I'll report this matter to the true monarchs of the heavenly court." Immortal Qiao Tu acted on his own initiative, and the heavenly court won't sit by and do nothing. Immortal Sun Yun's voice sounded from outside the palace. "Thank you, Senior Sun Yun," Jiang Ci said with a smile. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point. He had thought that the 9 Immortal Tao representatives would just go through the motions after true monarch was. He finished his questioning. He hadn't expected Immortal Qiao Tu to suddenly jump out. He really didn't know why immortals were balding. "This person has a huge grudge against my master, so he's implicating me." Jiang Ci understood this very well. He'd already sent a message to his master, Immortal Wine Sword, but hadn't received a reply yet. Just as he was thinking about this, he received a message from Immortal Wine Sword on his communication bead. Chapter 479. Ancient Tao Origin World, 9 Heavens City, Wine Sword Immortal's Palace. Inside the palace, Wine Sword Immortal was leisurely drinking wine. Jiang Ci's projection appeared. "Greetings, Master." Wine Sword Immortal smiled as if he wasn't worried at all. He said, "It's good that you're fine. Just now, Perfected Monarch Gua, he came to find me and told me what happened. It seems that the purple jade immortal talisman I gave you back then really came in handy." Wine Sword Immortal blinked after saying that. Jiang Ci smiled knowingly. Master had indeed helped him fill in the gaps. Wine Sword Immortal said, "This time, I didn't think it through and didn't give you more purple jade immortal talismans. When you return from the Forgotten Mountain Star System, I'll send you a few more." Jiang Ci quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Master." Wine Sword Immortal smiled, but his heart was filled with emotions. Jiang Ci's speed of improvement was beyond his imagination. Especially this time, he actually blocked the assassination of a 3-tribulation ghost immortal and forced him to self-detonate. He only knew that Jiang Ci had obtained the inheritance of the divine palace of Kongming, but now it seemed that this disciple of his had many secrets. In fact, he had already prepared a life-saving treasure for Jiang Ci, but Jiang Ci's improvement was too fast. He couldn't bring out the treasures he had prepared, so he could only improve them continuously. That was why he hadn't prepared them yet. When this matter was over, he would have to prepare them again. Jiang Ci asked. At the same time, he told Wine Sword Immortal about his confrontation with Immortal Qiao Tuesday. "There's something I want to ask, Master. Does Immortal Qiao Tu have a grudge against me? It's all in the past. I didn't expect that narrow-minded Baldy to still remember it." Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and said, "Speaking of which, Qiao Tu made trouble for you this time because of me." Jiang Ci asked, "He's just a 7th tribulation transcender. Where did he get the courage to go against Master?" "Because he has a good father." Wine Sword Immortal shook his head and said disdainfully, "This Immortal Qiao Tu's aptitude, temperament, and comprehension ability are only above average. If he didn't have a good father, it would be difficult for him to even become an immortal." "Who is his father?" Jiang Ci asked. "True monarch Baoyan, the peerless genius of the last era of Taoism. Compared to Lu Yun, the genius of Swords Gate thousands of years ago, he was even stronger back when he was ascending to immortality. He easily went through 9 tribulations. Then, in less than 10,000 years, he reversed life and death and became a Tao immortal perfected monarch with an endless lifespan." The Wine Sword Immortal sighed and said with a yearning tone. Jiang Ci was shocked. 9 tribulations consecutively, and reversing life and death in 10,000 years. This talent was too abnormal. Winesword Immortal continued. 70,000 years ago, true monarch Bao Yin suddenly passed down his bloodline on a whim, which is his only bloodline now, Qiao Cha. In order to nurture Qiao Tu, he had exhausted countless resources and treasures. I'm sure you've noticed that Xiao Sha is bald despite being an immortal. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. That's because true monarch Bao Yin specially prepared a treasure for Qiao Cha, a treasure that even a perfected monarch would be tempted by. The Winesword Immortal said with a smile. A treasure that has side effects? Jiang Xi was enlightened. Yes, hair doesn't grow on the top of the head. The Winesword Immortal said. Not only that, in order to fully refine this treasure, Qiao Cha had to stay at the limit of each cultivation level and lay down a solid foundation before he could break through. That's so cruel. Jiang Xi was speechless. Just thinking about exhausting one's cultivation level to the limit was torturous. It is indeed cruel, but the benefits are also very obvious. With this treasure, Qiao Cha's life-saving ability is extremely strong. Even a perfected monarch expert would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him. The Winesword Immortal shook his head. Then how did Qiao Cha and Master become enemies? Jiang Xi was puzzled. The Winesword Immortal had been in the ancient Tao origin world for 50,000 years. If there was any enmity between them, it should have happened 50,000 years ago. It's very simple. The way true monarch Bao Yin raised Xiao Cha made him not only arrogant and domineering, but also a little twisted and perverse. As for me, I'm a handsome immortal who is quite popular with female immortals. He didn't like me and wanted to cause trouble for me. However, I'm even more arrogant than him. Even if his father is true monarch Bao Yin, I'm not afraid. During the myriad immortal assembly in the heavenly court, I beat him up. The Winesword Immortal took a sip of wine and was very proud. Jiang Xi. As expected of Master, it's just that jealousy is a little melodramatic. Then what should I do now? Jiang Xi asked. After hearing what Master said, it was obvious that this enmity was very deep. Now that he had fallen into immortal Qiao Cha's hands, it seemed like it would be very difficult for him to get out. With true monarch Bao Yin here, my words won't have any effect. Don't worry, wait for a while. The higher-ups of the sect will definitely step in. Qiao Cha's background is very strong, but if he dares to attack you, he will be crossing the line. The Winesword Immortal said with a smile. Moreover, you even pulled out 2 big banners. Although true monarch Iron Mountain is slightly weaker than true monarch Bao Yin, true monarch Iron Mountain is very powerful. Even true monarch Iron Mountain is not as strong as true monarch Iron Mountain, but true monarch 6 Virtuous is an ancient existence. Even true monarch Bao Yin doesn't dare to be presumptuous when he meets him, so you can rest assured. He added. Jiang Xi was indeed relieved. This matter was raised to the sect level. It would be easy to handle. Master Winesword Immortal's face was definitely not enough. Even if Master and Xiao Cha had no enmity, in front of true monarch Bao Yin, there was still a big gap. Forgotten Mountain Star System, Xiao Cha's palace. I'm so angry. It's fine if Winesword Immortal is arrogant in front of me, but his disciple dares to be arrogant in front of me too. After immortal Qiao Cha returned, he no longer suppressed the anger in his heart. His violent aura raged in the 100,000 square kilometer hall. However, he could only be angry now. As for killing Jiang Xi, that was definitely not possible. He was not stupid. Since Jiang Xi was related to true monarch Iron Mountain and true monarch 6 Virtuous, he could not touch Jiang Xi anymore. Otherwise, even if his father could save his life, he would not be able to escape punishment. Not far away, immortal Wu Yi advised, Qiao Cha, it's just a little guy in the primordial soul realm. There is no need to be so angry. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Wait for the future? This time I will lock him up for at least 1,000 years and directly cripple him, Qiao Cha said coldly. Immortal Wu Yi praised with a smile. but secretly scolded him as a good-for-nothing who could not see the situation clearly and was still hesitating at the same time in the sixth heaven of the Purple Heaven sect, in a palace with an area of 1,000,000 square kilometers. A figure that seemed to have existed since ancient times, wearing golden armor, sat high on the throne in the hall. Immortal Sun Yin knelt respectfully at the bottom of the hall. Looks like Bao Yin's son is really useless. He can't beat Wine Sword Immortal, so he came to find trouble with Wine Sword Immortal's disciple. What a good-for-nothing. The golden figure sneered. His majestic voice echoed in the hall. But he didn't think about who Jiang Xi is. So many higher-ups of Purple Heaven sect have bet on him, and even Dao Monarch has placed a piece. Does he think that he can convict Jiang Xi with just a groundless accusation? What a joke. Immortal Sun Yun was secretly shocked. Although there were some parts that he did not understand, he did not dare to ask. Follow my orders and release Jiang Xi. I was just worried that I would not have a chance to bet. The golden voice finally said. Chapter 480. Wu Yi lamented that he had lost a good opportunity to kill Jiang Xi. He didn't stay in the Forgotten Mountain star system for long. After discussing a few more matters with Xiao Tu, he left quietly. In the empty hall, Xiao Cha was the only one who was sulking. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. If it weren't for the Wine Sword Immortal, he wouldn't have cared about a nascent soul cultivator. In another 20,000 years, I will be able to completely refine the God Fiend's skull. At that time, it will be time for me to wash away my shame. The first one is the Wine Sword Immortal. However, that will have to wait until he can live until then. Thinking of this, Xiao Tu sneered. His smile was somewhat twisted. The greatest humiliation he had suffered in his life was being beaten up by the Wine Sword Immortal in front of all the immortals during the myriad immortal assembly of the Heavenly Court 60,000 years ago. Every time he thought of this, the anger in his heart couldn't be quelled for a long time. I'll cripple your disciple first. Consider it as collecting some interest. Xiao Tu's plan was to wait for a while until the number of people paying attention to this matter decreased. Then, he would cripple Jiang Xi. At this time, a guard outside the hall reported that Sun Yun had arrived. You want to plead for mercy? Humph! A sixth tribulation transcender dares to pretend to be a good person in front of me? He thought so in his heart, but he still had to put on an act. He asked the guard to invite Sun Yun in. Sun Yun, don't ask for a snub. Xiao Tu slightly raised his chin. You misunderstood. I'm not here to plead for mercy for Jiang Xi. I'm here to release Jiang Xi. Sun Yun smiled. After saying that, he took out a scroll. This is the decree of true monarch Duan Kong. Xiao Tu's face immediately turned cold. True monarch Duan Kong was a high-level member of the Purple Heaven sect. His strength was not weaker than his father's. Good, very good, Xiao Tu muttered in a low voice. The side hall where Jiang Xi was imprisoned was covered by a formation barrier. It was impossible for anyone below the tribulation transcender realm to break it. After chatting with his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, Jiang Xi was completely relieved and didn't care about this. He calmed down and carefully sorted out the gains and losses this time. Obviously, the harvest this time was huge. Over 1,000 tribulation transcender monster corpses were definitely worth 100 million points. Most importantly, according to Ni Shang's estimation, if he devoured all the immortal energy in these demon corpses, he would be able to refine 1 or 2 more layers of the Heavenly Tower's seal. Refining the first seal of the Heavenly Tower would allow him to unleash a 10,000th of the Heavenly Tower's power. Even if his current cultivation was at the Essence Soul stage, he could still easily smash a 9th tribulation transcender to death. What if he managed to refine the 2nd or 3rd level? Jiang Xi's heart was filled with anticipation. If this trump card worked, his future cultivation would be much more stable. Half a day later, there was a commotion outside the hall, and the array barrier disappeared. Jiang Xi knew that he was out of trouble. Sun Yun walked into the side palace and smiled. Jiang Xi, true monarch Duan Kong has personally given the order to release you. You are now free. True Lord Duan Kong? Jiang Si asked. That's right. He's one of the leaders of the sect, Sun Yun replied. He didn't understand what Duan Kong meant by betting, but that didn't stop him from completing the bet. As long as the message was delivered, it was fine. Jiang Si remembered this name and said, Senior Sun Yun, I still have to continue shopping for monster corpses. Is that okay? You still haven't finished? Sun Yun was a little surprised. It had been half a month. There are 100 tokens, and I still haven't looked at half of them. Jiang Si nodded. Okay, I'll take you to choose this time. Sun Yun didn't ask for the reason. That's not appropriate, right? I'll go by myself. There's no need to trouble Senior. Jiang Si quickly refused. If someone followed him, he definitely couldn't use the heavenly tower to absorb the dissipating immortal power. It's okay. It's safer this way. If there's another assassination attempt, all the immortals in the Forgotten Mountain Star System will be punished by the Heavenly Court, Sun Yun said with a smile. Jiang Si couldn't refuse this reason. If he refused again, it would make others suspicious. Thinking about it, Jiang Si had already gained a lot this time, so he didn't think too much about it. He remained greedy, but he couldn't be captured by greed then. Under the guidance of immortal Sun Yun, he went to the depths of the Forgotten Mountain Star System. It took him 3 days to go through the remaining corpses of the Ninth Tribulation Great Demons. One token represented 10 Ninth Tribulation demon corpses, so 100 tokens represented 1,000 corpses. In the end, he chose 100 of the best quality corpses, completed the transaction, and left the Forgotten Mountain Star System. Earth, Pak Sun Province, Heavenly Tower District. Although 200 years had passed and the environment on Earth had changed greatly, this district hadn't changed at all. In addition to the fact that it was the place where Earth's legendary powerhouse Jiang Si grew up, it also benefited from Jiang Daodu's help. After returning home, Jiang Si's hanging heart finally relaxed. This planet that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the universe was the only place that could give him a sense of security. Unlike other places in the universe, whether it was the ancient Dao origin world, the Dao Alliance Heavenly Court, or the Purple Heaven Sect headquarters, he was always vigilant. Especially after the assassination attempt, his vigilance had become even higher. This also means that I've already entered the assassination list of the various races. I have to be more careful when I go out in the future. In the following days, Jiang Si cultivated in seclusion at home. He left the demon corpses in the Heavenly Tower and let Enai Shang devour the immortal power to refine the seal. As for himself, he went all out to deduce Dao techniques and strived to break through the current bottlenecks of his 4 Dao techniques. This way, his strength would increase significantly. As for the surveillance missions given by the sect, he would occasionally go to the pale blue planet to deal with them. Most of the work was still left to immortal Lu Chuan. Apart from cultivating, he would spend time with Jiang Daodu to gather with his relatives and friends who were still alive. His days were especially leisurely. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Late at night, the 2 moons hung in the sky. As usual, Jiang Si sat cross-legged on the villa's balcony to deduce Dao techniques. Footsteps sounded. Jiang Si opened his eyes. It was Jiang Daodu walking up with light steps. What's wrong? You've only been in seclusion for a month and a half this time, and you can't sit still anymore? Jiang Si laughed. No way. I've already broken the record. The last time I was in seclusion, I was only in seclusion for a month and 14 days. This time, I've been in seclusion for an entire day. Jiang Daodu wrinkled her nose, dissatisfied with Jiang Si's words. In the past few years, because Jiang Si had been staying on Earth, Jiang Daodu had also chosen to return to Earth to cultivate. She was someone who could not stay idle. She would often go into seclusion for a period of time and drag Jiang Si out for a stroll. However, her cultivation had not fallen behind. After many deep slumber, she had already reached the perfected nascent soul stage. Where do you want to go this time? The ruins of the Sea Clan at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean? Jiang Si asked with a smile. It's not about going out to play. Jiang Daodu, shook her head. I've been feeling like I'm being watched recently. Do you feel the same? When Riverward heard this, his expression immediately became serious. Chapter 481. Spying? What kind of spying? Jiang Si asked. It's coming from there. Jiang Dudu pointed. Jiang Si looked in the direction she was pointing and thought, indeed. There were two bright moons hanging in the sky like silver plates, as if they had existed for countless years. And the direction Jiang Dudu was pointing at was the second moon. Jiang Si realized the seriousness of the matter, even though he had already guessed it. Back when he was still receiving the inheritance in the Temple of Kongming, his clone in the first moon completed the spiritual cultivation. At that moment, his clone vaguely felt that someone was watching him. But that feeling disappeared in a flash, as if it was an illusion. Because of that, he even specially conducted a carpet search in the first moon, but in the end, he found nothing. Also, before he obtained the Heavenly Tower, he discovered that the various grotto heavens and secret realms on Earth seemed to have been swept clean by someone, leaving nothing valuable behind. All of these made Jiang Si suspect that there might be some powerful existence hiding on Earth. Later on, he asked an Aishang, but the answer he got was no. However, an Aishang revealed a rare piece of information, which was that the ancient orthodoxies on Earth had left long ago. Since there was no powerful existence on Earth, then there was only one place that could be the second moon, the symbol of the beginning of the Earth's spirit chi revival era. So far, Earth had experienced a total of 5 spirit chi revivals. The fourth time was because the remnant spirit of his master, Taoist Ge, dissipated and the heaven and earth spirit lock array was unsealed. The other 4 times were all related to the second moon. 200 years ago, he had tried many times to enter it, but in the end, it all ended in failure. Because the second moon seemed to be in another space-time dimension, he could see it but not reach it. He could see it but could not touch it. I don't think I've explored the second moon since I came back this time. Jiang Si stared at the second moon in the night sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival had just passed, and the 2 moons were especially bright. Combined with the spying feeling Jiang Dudu felt, he felt that something might have happened to the second moon after thinking about it. He said to Jiang Dudu, I'm going to let my clone go up there to take a look. You protect my main body. Then be careful. Jiang Dudu's expression was very serious. Because an avatar was also alive. Jiang Si nodded and closed his eyes. He focused all of his consciousness on his clone. At the same time, Jiang Si's clone on the first moon left the dilapidated moon palace and flew towards the other moon in the starry sky. Although they looked close, the distance between the 2 moons was actually 36,000 kilometers. The doppelganger flew at top speed for 2 minutes, and it was very close to the second moon. Because all of his consciousness was on the clone, Jiang Si immediately realized that this planet, which seemed to be the same as the first moon, had some changes. It felt more real. The brand new Guanghan Palace seemed to have come alive. The ethereal, celestial voice drifted in his ears. He's alive? This thought surfaced in Riverward's mind. He calmed himself down and flew toward the second moon without hesitation. But an inexplicable fluctuation appeared in the starry sky, as if it had traveled through time and space. Jiang Si seemed to have fallen into a time vortex. His entire body became absent-minded. His original body on Earth fell into a deep sleep immediately. The clone used the last bit of consciousness to try to stay awake. In a daze, he saw a golden-armored warrior holding a golden scroll appear in the starry sky outside the moon. After the scroll was unfolded, a booming voice resounded through the universe. By the Emperor's decree, the Guanghan Palace shall be built today. All immortals shall congratulate the Guanghan Fairy. A female immortal in white stood proudly on the moon. Although her face was blurry, she had a peerless beauty and peerless beauty. A magnificent palace suddenly descended. Time and space changed. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Jiang Xi was like a spectator of time and space. He saw that in the starry sky outside the moon. The female immortal in white stood above the Guanghan Palace. Behind her, there were 100,000 female immortals in silver armor. They were mighty. The Guanghan lineage request to fight in the war of conquest. Jiang Xi subconsciously turned his head. He vaguely heard. The Kunlun lineage request to fight in the war of conquest. The war of conquest. He wanted to listen a little more, but time and space changed again. He saw a path to heaven that looked like a river of stars. It extended out from the starry sky, not far away. The mighty army of immortals stepped onto the path to heaven with a determined aura. After some time, only white bones were left on the path to heaven. Everything was silent at this moment. Jiang Xi's clone finally couldn't hold on any longer and completely fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Xi, go to the Linjiang district project in the afternoon. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? Fuck, I'm giving you a fucking salary. Are you dreaming? I'll give you 10 seconds. If I see you still in your seat, I'll kick you out. Jiang Xi was in a daze as if he hadn't woken up yet. He was kicked out of the company by his boss. The scorching sun in the sky told him that summer was over, but it was still very hot. What kind of hot weather is this? It's too fucking hot. No, I'm already at the Essence Soul stage. Why would I be afraid of the heat? Essence Soul stage? Jiang Xi shuddered and suddenly woke up. He stood at the entrance of the Qingjiang building and looked at the pedestrians on the street, the cars speeding on the road, and the delivery boys racing against time. It was as if he was suddenly pulled back to reality from a dream. So it was a dream. Riverward let out a long sigh. It was very difficult to remember the contents of a dream after waking up. However, this dream was a little long, so he remembered a lot of things. Compared to the dream, his reality was really terrible. He was close to 30 years old, had no house, no car, and naturally no girlfriend. He was a typical product. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability, but that reality was too cruel. As a business elite of the company, he still had some savings. However, without the help of his parents, it would probably take him at least 10 years of hard work to get a house in this kind of new first-tier city. The premise was that the speed at which he earned money far exceeded the speed at which the housing prices rose. Of course, if he accepted his fate, he could still survive in the small city in his hometown. However, Jiang Xi didn't want to accept his fate. The busy work and life made him quickly forget all the contents of a dream. Every day, he went to work at 2 o'clock and 1 o'clock. When he was resting, he would watch movies, read novels, and play games. Or he would go to a food stall with a few of his best friends. Only when he woke up in the middle of the night would he occasionally remember the contents of the dream. He only remembered a few key words: Jing Didu, Xin Tian, Li Bai Bai, Liquor Sort of Mortal, Daoist Go, Purple Heaven Sect. Who are these people? Who am I? Jiang Xi's eyes were full of confusion. He really couldn't remember. He had almost forgotten. Chapter 482. A month passed in the blink of an eye. That day, a lady from the company stopped Jiang Xi after work. Jiang Xi, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Do you want to go out for a meal? The lady was very shy. What meal? I still have to play games. I'm not going. Jiang Xi said righteously. The lady walked away fiercely. Jiang Xi held his head and felt a headache. He wanted to say yes, but there was a voice in his head vaguely telling him that he was not allowed to hook up with vixens. He looked up at the desk calendar on his desk. September 20th, 2021, the 14th day of the 8th lunar month. Tomorrow is really the Mid-Autumn Festival. The next day, Jiang Xi and a few of his best friends made an appointment to climb mountains, have a picnic, and admire the moon. When they were climbing the mountain, Jiang Xi's performance shocked all of his best friends. Jiang Xi, when did your stamina become so good? You used to be out of breath when climbing a building. You're simply inhuman. It's such a tall mountain, but you didn't even sweat. Hurry up. I'll let you carry everything. Jiang Xi laughed and scolded them for being weaklings. Then he took the ingredients and utensils for the picnic and walked up the mountain without blushing or gasping for breath. In fact, he was also puzzled. When did his body become so strong? Although he usually trained, he shouldn't be this strong. This mountain of more than 2,000 meters was like flat ground to him now. At the top of the mountain, the work of the picnic was naturally left to Jiang Ci, who had the best stamina. I'm a big shot at the primordial soul stage, and I still have to serve you small fries. Jiang Ci subconsciously complained. He didn't notice that his words were different. His best friends, who were as tired as a pile of mud, only thought that Jiang Ci was talking nonsense. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone was intoxicated and tipsy. Soon, the moon came out. Hey, did I drink too much? Why are there 2 moons in the sky? Someone mumbled in surprise. Looks like you really drank too much. I think there are 4 moons. Someone agreed. The few of them chatted and laughed and didn't feel anything unusual. Only Jiang Ci looked up at the sky in a daze. The 2 bright stars were like silver plates hanging quietly in the night sky. At this moment, he woke up. Everything was clear now. So this was a dream. A bunch of idiots. Jiang Ci looked at his friends with a complicated expression. This should be a dream created from his memories before his rebirth. Everything he was experiencing now should be fake. Goodbye, brothers, Jiang Ci said softly. He didn't say goodbye before his rebirth, but now he did. The discussion among his buddies stopped abruptly. They looked at Jiang Ci blankly. A gentle breeze blew past. Time stood still, and everything gradually became blurry. Time and space changed again, and 200 years passed. Jiang Ci became a spectator of time and space once again. This time it was a slum world. A skinny and short little girl was stumbling as she ran. Her tattered clothes couldn't hide the footprints and bruises on her body. Although the group of homeless children had snatched half a steamed bun, they didn't expect her to hide the other half. She came to the basement of a ruined building. A weak young man was lying on a tattered quilt in the corner. Brother, eat quickly. You'll be better after eating. The little girl held half a steamed bun with both hands and handed it to the young man. Seeing the young man eat the steamed bun, the little girl's dirty face revealed the brightest smile. In the days that followed, when the young man's illness was completely cured, the situation of the two finally changed. The young man was different from those homeless children. He had a clear goal in life and knew how to change himself. Time passed. The two first took off their homeless clothes, then set up a stall to earn money, rent a house, study, go to school. From the bottom of the new society, they struggled all the way up. Jiang Ci watched everything from the side. He didn't understand why this time vortex would trace back to him from the ancient era. After an unknown period of time, the scene in front of him shattered like a mirror. Everything disappeared into thin air. At this moment, he was on a blue stone in the starry sky. Below him was the brand new Guanghan Palace. Further below, there was the second moon. However, these weren't Jiang Ci's focus, because in front of him, there was a burly old man in coarse clothes sitting cross-legged. The old man's white hair was messy, and his face was rough. He gave off a barbaric feeling, or it could be said that the old man was the definition of the word barbaric. Jiang Ci didn't sense any powerful aura, but his intuition told him that the old man was a peerless beast that seemed to be able to devour everything. "You're here." The old man grinned. "Senior knows me?" Jiang Ci didn't let down his guard. "My name is Qing Shi. I don't know you, but you know me," the old man said. This specious sentence left Jiang Ci scratching his head in confusion. "You should have a lot of questions. I can give you 4 chances to ask." The bluestone old man smiled. Jiang Ci thought for a moment and said, "First question. What I experienced just now, did Senior do it?" "I just started it. Everything that followed was made up by your memory," the bluestone old man said. Jiang Ci thought for a moment and asked, "Second question. Senior, are you from Earth?" "Yes and no. I come from the Mountain Sea realm, which later became the Mountain Sea Star." Mountain Sea realm? Mountain Sea Star? Just remember these 2 names. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Oh, then the unanswered questions don't count. right? It's been a long time since someone dared to bargain with me. If you don't want to count, then so be it. Jiang Ci nodded. Third question. Is the recovery of Earth's spiritual energy controlled by Senior? No, I'm just an executor. The Bluestone old man shook his head. Executor? Jiang Ci was really shocked this time. Bluestone didn't have the aura of a tribulation transcender. In other words, Bluestone was at least a perfected lord. No, he was most likely a Tao lord. This was because a long time ago, when Taoist Gu was trapped in the first moon, in order to find the lost Purple Heaven sword manual, the Purple Heaven sect had searched the starry sky where the solar system was located. But in the end, they found nothing. Now, it seemed that the main reason why Earth hadn't been discovered by the Purple Heaven sect was because of the Bluestone old man. If a Tao lord had participated in the search at that time, then only a Tao lord would have been able to avoid being found. And the Bluestone old man said that he was just an executor? Then, was there someone more powerful behind him? A heavenly venerable? Jiang Ci was shocked. There were heavenly venerables on Earth? One had to know that in the entire human race of the universe, there was only one heavenly venerable in the Taoist sect. You have one more question. The Bluestone old man chuckled. Jiang Ci took a deep breath. He really wanted to ask about Bluestone's cultivation and whether there were heavenly venerables on Earth. But he held back in the end. This was because a thought popped up in his mind, and he blurted out, "Last question. What is the relationship between the 3 sects and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance and Earth?" Chapter 483. After saying this, Riverward suddenly realized that he had neglected such an important question for so long. The Tao Alliance consisted of the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the Sword sect, the Purple Heaven sect, and the Moon sect. There were too many similarities between these 9 immortal Tao sects and the legends of Earth. Why had he never thought of going there to investigate? No, he had definitely thought of this before, but why had he forgotten? This feeling was as if someone had erased his memories. Do you find it strange? The boorish-looking Bluestone elder had a half-smile on his face. He had seen through Jiang Ci's thoughts. Was it Senior's doing? Jiang Ci asked. It's not within the scope of the answer, so I don't know. The Bluestone elder shook his head. Jiang Ci. Then Senior, please answer the 4th question. The Bluestone elder smiled. You can think of Earth as the Tao Alliance's ancestral land, a forgotten place. That's it. Jiang Ci felt as if he had wasted a precious opportunity to ask questions. He could also think of what the Bluestone elder had said. Anyone with a brain would be able to guess this conclusion. The conclusion you guessed is the same as what I told you, but the meaning is different. The Bluestone elder said. Jiang Ci nodded. That was true. A definite answer would definitely have a different impact on him in the future compared to a vague answer. The questions are over. I have something to remind you of. The Bluestone elder suddenly said solemnly. Senior, please speak. Jiang Ci remained respectful. In the near future, Earth will face a crisis. You must be mentally prepared. The Bluestone elder's words were shocking. What crisis? Even Senior can't stop it? Jiang Ci was frightened. How big of a crisis was that? I'm leaving, the Bluestone elder said. What he meant was that he could stop it, but he didn't want to. Senior, is it okay if you leave later? Jiang Ci asked. You have to face this crisis alone. The Bluestone elder shook his head. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Jiang Ci nodded slightly, but he still felt a little uneasy. There's one more thing. I want to take Jiang Dudu away. If she stays here, there will be trouble. The Bluestone old man's words shocked Jiang Ci once again. Why? Daodu is only at the nascent soul stage. The Bluestone old man remained silent. Jiang Ci was helpless. This big shot was really tight-lipped. However, he could also guess a thing or two. Every time the spirit Qi on Earth recovered, Jiang Dudu would inexplicably fall into a deep sleep, and then her cultivation would be greatly improved. It was obvious that Jiang Dudu was hiding a lot of secrets. Since Old Man Bluestone proposed to take away Jiang Dudu, There must be a reason. Besides, even if he wanted to stop them, he couldn't. After thinking about it, Jiang Ci said, "Then where can I find you in the future?" The bluestone old man stretched out his hand as if creating something out of thin air. Blue gravel flowed in his hand, and soon a bluestone token was condensed. "No matter where you are, you can contact me through this token. If I'm in a good mood, I'll send you a message," the bluestone old man said with a smile. Jiang Ci took the token with great joy. As for the bluestone old man's words, he didn't take it to heart at all. It was fine as long as he could contact him. This was a big backer. He scanned the bluestone token with his spiritual sense and was surprised to find that there was no mark of the Eye of Ascension. Could it be that this method of communication was not through the Eye of Ascension? Before he could ask, Old Man Bluestone waved his sleeve, and Jiangdu's figure appeared out of thin air. Jiangdu was a little confused. She was still on Earth a moment ago, guarding Jiang Ci's original body, who had fallen into a deep sleep. The next moment, space changed, and they arrived at the second moon. Jiangdu's gaze locked onto Jiang Ci first. "It's like this." Jiang Ci coughed and briefly explained the situation. "I'm not leaving." Jiangdu looked at the bluestone old man warily. Old Man Bluestone opened his mouth and smiled at her. Jiangdu just sneered. "Listen to me. Haven't you always wanted to surpass me? If you cultivate with this senior, you'll have a chance to surpass me." Jiang Ci persuaded. "Jiang Ci, are you selling me out?" Jiangdu's face was sullen, and she was very unhappy. How is that possible? Jiang Ci explained in detail, stating the pros and cons. After listening to him, Jiangdu fell into a short silence. She was no longer willful. She knew her own situation. If what Old Man Bluestone said was true, and Earth was in danger, she would only be a burden to Jiang Ci if she stayed. She was not as strong as Jiang Ci. "Then you must be careful," Jiangdu said seriously. "Don't worry," Senior Bluestone said, "it's not a big problem. Besides, don't you know me?" Jiang Ci smiled. "You just have to follow Senior and cultivate well." River Word exhorted in the end. Jiangdu nodded. Old Man Bluestone did not say anything else. Waves appeared in the starry sky. Suddenly, space changed. Jiang Ci felt his vision blur, and Jiangdu and Old Man Bluestone in front of him disappeared. What disappeared was the brand new moon palace and the second moon. In the nearby starry sky, only the first moon 36 kilometers away was left. This change was unexpected. Old Man Bluestone did not tell him that the second moon would disappear as well. Earth is going to be lively now. The scene of two moons hanging in the sky had existed for more than 300 years. Now that it had suddenly disappeared, it was definitely big news to the humans living on Earth. Then, Jiang Ci hid his clone in the broken moon palace of the first moon, and his consciousness returned to his original body. After waking up, his spiritual awareness covered the entire world. Indeed, the whole world was in chaos. Everyone was discussing why the second moon had disappeared. The higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance were also taking emergency measures. A small number of cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage were preparing to go to the starry sky to investigate. Jiang Ci thought for a while and sent a message to the higher-ups of the Great Xia Alliance, asking them to calm down. With his strength and status, he easily calmed down the storm. Some people who knew him came to his house to ask him about the inside story. Of course, Jiang Ci would not divulge any information to them. For more than 200 years, under Jiangdu's secret control, the entire Earth had been in a state of isolation. There was no contact with the outside world, therefore, some cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage still did not know about the Universal Tao Alliance. In recent years, there were people who went to the first moon to investigate, but no one found the ancient interstellar teleportation formation. This was because Jiang Ci had set up a formation barrier there a long time ago. If one's cultivation level was not higher than his, they would definitely not be able to detect the existence of the formation barrier. After forcibly calming down the storm caused by the disappearance of the second moon, Jiang Ci did not relax and continued to work hard on his cultivation. Old Man Bluestone did not give me an exact time. I have to start preparing now. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.